Big gap down here for the S&P 500 as global tech weakness continues to impact these U.S. markets. NASDAQ looking very similar here, so both of these gapping to the downside. We'll take a look here at the USO, which is gapping up quite significantly. Apparently more strikes here with the U.S. and Iran both claiming to have struck territory from the other country over the last evening. Lots to get into today in terms of economic data, so we'll do some quick housekeeping here while we're here as well. You've got import and export prices as well as housing starts and building permits at 8:30 a.m. At 9:15 a.m. Not a super closely watched print, but you'll get this U.S. industrial production print on a month-over-month basis. And then at 10 a.m., you get by far the biggest print of the day, the University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Now, this also, guys, includes that 1-year and 5-year inflation expectation. So keep an eye here at 10 a.m. Be very aware this number is going to be coming out. We mentioned some tech weakness here, so we'll pull up SMH, pulling to the downside. I was seeing SMH actually poised for its third red week out of the last 4 weeks, so that's pretty significant. Let's talk about another name that's significantly to the downside here. This is Netflix at pre-market lows, down 10% or more on earnings reports that it was a pretty tepid report, and then guidance was going to be a bit of an issue here. You have ISRG, another earnings play in focus this morning, along with Alcoa as well. Reported, we had some names that reported pre-market today as well. If I can type here, this is AA Alcoa. Not too much happening. You've got, as I've mentioned, weakness in a lot of these semiconductor-related plays, with memory chips also weaker, and SpaceX, unfortunately, getting hit pretty hard. Lots to discuss this morning. Good morning and happy Friday, Sharif.
Likewise, Adara. Yes, a lot of red on the board this morning, guys. Most notably at the top of my watch list, Netflix down already over 11%.
Oh.
11.25%. No? Okay, change it over.
Okay.
Sharif's mic brought to you by Netflix, everybody.
I'm dead serious. Restock. Well, you know what?
Hopefully my
the mic brought to you by Netflix. The mic brought to you by the chip names, or basically everything that is down.
You're dropping
What's
the
up
mic
today? USO's up today.
I was looking. Apple's
Volatility's up
there.
today.
We have a note on Coke here.
Well, there you go. The defense.
0.3%. Some name. Oh, here's one. I mean, everyone probably bought this yesterday, so we're all okay. So we don't have to worry about it. CJMB.
Oh, definitely.
Up 42%. So
I went all in on that.
Thankfully, we went all in on this last night, and yeah, now it's up to $1.25. So up 45% today. And of course, I don't even know what this company is.
It's called
Alabama State University to support domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing.
There you go.
Something like that. So yeah, partnership here with the state of Alabama and their university. So nice move higher there on CJMB. But yeah, I think you're right, man. Not much going on here today. DRAM, lots going on, not much going up. DRAM down 3%, and that's someone in the chat says this is getting rammed. I think that's about right here. Getting stuffed to the downside right now, breaking below the 50-period moving average. Our good friend SpaceX is at that 125 magical level here. That we'd hope that we wouldn't see this early in its existence, and wow, just SpaceX. Guess what? I got it written down again. We'll play the short here on SpaceX at some point. The 200 period was what we'll watch. Right now it's at 130. By the time we open up, it'll be at probably 128. So we're gonna have to watch out for SpaceX here today, as it's just pushing lower during this. It's already done 2 million shares, right? It's only 8 o'clock. So will SpaceX push 5 million shares? What's going to happen here as this name continues to go to the downside here? 5 million shares pre-market is possible. It's breaking right now through 125. So this is a name that is just to the downside, like nothing stopping SpaceX. Now that's quite loud there. Sean, what is going on in Canada? I mean, I don't know. You mean the fires that are going on there? Actually, they're not.
Other than that,
today our air quality is still bad, but it's much better outside.
Way better.
Right now. So we,
better.
A typical Canadian thing to do is we apologize for all the smoke coming into you guys there. But yeah, there's wildfires. There's wildfires that happen down in the States that make their way up to us and everything like that. There's nothing. I wish we could control that a little bit better. There's not like the loss of life or casualty or anything like that.
It's in a really remote place, right, which is also why it's not getting fought by firefighters. So, nature is going to burn these out because it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Part of it is, that it is part of nature.
It is part of it. It's a natural.
You need to do that. They have controlled burns and everything at High Park here and things like that. So, but yeah, no, it was bad for a little while there. But we're going to start the day off the Nasdaq's down another 2%, and we kept on getting those questions about what do we think is going to happen, and I was just like, pretty much red until we get those Mag 7 reports. Banks came and saved us a little bit over the last couple of days, right? I mean, that they started, thankfully they were hot, right? I mean, if banks came in cool, that this could have been, way more disastrous than what we're seeing right now in the markets. I mean, the ES only down 1% right now. So that's good. XLF still going higher, really, so the bank stocks are here to save the day, it seems like for now. And actually, I'm surprised that crypto is holding out as well as it is too at 63.2. I mean, I know it got to 66, but considering that we're losing 2 or 3% every day in the Nasdaq, it seems like that's not bad. And then,
I wouldn't be. See, the thing is, I wouldn't be celebrating that too much for crypto.
No,
because of
thankfully it's
look how far it's already down. I think that's sort of the thing. It's like, well, it already had its drop, so how much worse can it possibly get? The deal. But I'm a little surprised it didn't take the 60 and get down. I thought this base would be at 50, and it still hasn't happened. But I think the thing is we're at the precipice on a lot of things.
Yeah, we have. I mean, here's the Nasdaq right here. It's starting to, lose, right? So you go all the way back to May. So wipe out May, June, July. All those earnings that have come through are now down in the dumpsters. So yeah, join us today. I mean, it should be a good one here. We've got the chat going on. We've got to say a hi to Mike Philip DeRider. I don't know if he's the brother or whatever of Mike P. DeRider, but he's here. What's up to Sophie? I'm just loading up that sheet that we have right there. And on here, you can see everybody on TikTok. So there's William, there's Byron, there's Other Zinc. Dr. Wynn is here. August is here. Good morning, Mr. Cameron as well. Miss Funyan. Funyan. Yeah, Reddit. Okay, Reddit. I mean, I definitely like some Reddit. I'm going to Reddit and then forget it once I read that thing. But yeah, Reddit. What is Reddit? I actually liked Reddit. What is that note that we have up there? 30 AI stocks down 50%. Where did the money go? Into smarter people's pockets than us, I guess. Yeah, there's Reddit to the downside. You know what? I mean, that's pretty, to your point there, Augustus.
You have to remember,
though, talking about where these stocks came from.
When stocks go down 50%, like the value, the money generated from those sales is, there's a lot of trading that goes into it. It's not that the company loses half like the market cap value, like the amount of trading that happens in the way up versus in the way down. There's so many factors that go into it, but there has been rotation, right? So it's not as if all of that money has gone into one place and been redistributed. But if we're being real about it, go have a look at financials. Go have a look at healthcare names, right? There have been places that have been relatively strong, no questions asked. There has been, Apple's at all-time highs. There are things if you go back and peel it out. I know that we tend to heavily, you'll see more of the charts if you just glance at the show from time to time. You're probably going to see a lot of DRAM and SpaceX and NVIDIA a lot of the times.
Apple's
and you're probably,
3.3.
And the truth of the matter is you're not going to see as often, I mean, Apple, obviously we will,
Apple's
but
at
you won't see
man.
Eli Lilly, and you won't necessarily see charts of, let's say, like J&J, because they're not going to be as heavily traded, or Procter & Gamble. That's literally no one is day trading. Well, I shouldn't say literally nobody. Almost nobody is going to be day trading a Procter & Gamble. And this is a chance to be a breakout of a stock, which is going sideways and setting up a normal breakout trade. And it's been accumulating for a while. And I think you look where money might go, it might start going into places like this. This could be something that is next. Not a pick, but it's just one I want to throw out there. There's plenty of places where you're seeing this rotation definitely go. There's also one place where the markets are up, and we have to mention it because oil is continuing to trickle higher, USO, with a nice bounce. It went well into bear territory, actually got cut in a third, and is continuing its trend. Potential. It's got a long consolidation pretty much all week, and a break of these highs. Again, this is what you have to watch. If we break out this top, I feel like this time battle has to go with USO just primed. One headline away, good, bad, and different, whatever it might be, could take us through this top here on USO, but it hasn't happened just yet. But we got to watch out for oil futures as well, putting a little strain on the markets. Another red day.
Yeah, here's Reddit as you talked about. Yeah, what's up, Dr. Wynn? Yeah, J&J. We put that in the in the portfolio there. I bought some more J&J myself yesterday, and it was going to be one of my picks. We'll discuss all the picks as they get filled out moving forward here. But yeah, there's Reddit. We got that super chat about Reddit right back into the 200 period moving average right now for Reddit. I mean, pretty good, right? We know the large language models are using Reddit to, parse through user reviews and, to get some information from hopefully, forums that are obviously public that, provide you different information when you're asking for opinions or reviews on product or something like that. How to, it's kind of like the YouTube forum kind of base. There's a lot of ways to get questions answered through Reddit. And I like Reddit because I do think that there's an advertising aspect to that hasn't really been unleashed yet. Although if you open up the Reddit app, you're going to see some ads. But that's kind of par for the course with these social media. I mean, I guess Reddit's a form of social media, getting information that you can't maybe get on mainstream news, right? And so, and then yesterday we had, of course, everyone knew that, Trump was buying those airwaves yesterday, and it was NBC and ABC decided not to air his talk, and CBS did, and I think CNN cut it a little bit. And of course, I just went right over in the last 5 minutes. I don't, CBS cut it the last 5 minutes. I think so did CNN. So I just went over to, guess where, Fox. They kept it going the whole time. And yeah, I was expecting China to be, a little bit of, in a little bit of hurt today, so down 1.6%. And a lot of you did call that, right? They was like, okay, we knew that it was going to be something election related, and talking about the major players there. And I didn't read any. I didn't obviously go to whitehouse.gov or whatever and download any of those files. But
you didn't read the files?
No, if I did, I was just going to put it into Claude, or actually I'd never used Claude. Put it into something else. But 115 right there for Alibaba. So potentially a name to look at there. Those voting machines, there's a company that does the voting machines. I can't remember what it was, but they're probably down huge, whatever that company is. So, 812 right now, and we have some crazy sounds. I hope it does not.
I don't think it's through. No one's complaining, so it can't be that bad.
I think they've done a good job doing that. Oh yeah, and then we come back today, and whether or not you're watching, the president last night, that new show, The Hawk, there on, and it's not a movie. It's I've only saw episode 1 there, 35 minutes an episode is pretty good, on Netflix. And Netflix yesterday, we were watching it for the first 5 minutes, and it was upside, and then all of a sudden, right when we left you, it was starting to break a little lower, and then there's that break of 71 that we didn't want to see happen. Right into there for Netflix. So there's the break there of $71. And now you're downside, down 11%, and not looking any better here for NFLX today. So
not even thinking.
I'm sure we'll be talking about that live on our watch lists. There's tons of information there. Make sure you grab that membership, Sharif's Morning Note, which I don't know if there is one today, because I don't know. Okay, I didn't get it, so I was waiting. So Sharif's Morning Note is still there today. Read it. Wow, I didn't send it to Joe or I.
I didn't get it either.
Or Neil. Wow, Sharif. Okay. But yeah, it's out. So go grab that if you are a member. No, of course it's all good. Yeah. I just didn't want to say it. I wasn't sure if Sharif was. He's in here every day. I just sometimes maybe didn't get done. But yeah, every day Sharif's trying to get that done for everybody. So that's been a big bonus. So for $5 a month, you get about 12, 15 pages or so of information. And today it's probably loaded up, and here it comes. Sharif just hits me up with it right now. So I'm going to show it to you here, what's involved. I still have yesterday's open on my computer. That's hilarious. Okay, so here we go, man. This is Sharif's Morning Note, and as we had just said right here, the very first story is Netflix. So coming through there, SpaceX, the very next one. And if you're looking for information about what's going on with Netflix or anything like that, you zoom in a little bit here. It gives you all the rundown of the quarter. We also have it on our free watches. You can grab that link in description now as well. With just some, and this is all just AI generated, right? He's not picking up all of these levels, but he has it all programmed in there, depending if you're looking 15 minutes, 4 hours, the swing trades, potential bias. Here's a trade plan that's sort of been devised for you. And then, execution mindset, which sometimes I try to read. I just give a little bit of an idea of, key levels and where we're looking. And then again, there's the Starship on SpaceX. We talked about that launch not having, we didn't talk about it yet, but not super successful there yesterday. And they have to schedule some new Raptors. And I was thinking that was going to be Kawhi Leonard or something, but I don't know if that's happening anymore.
He might not be around.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait to see about Kawhi. We'll have to wait to see about Starship and all this kind of stuff, because SpaceX today is getting
We said this yesterday.
downgraded naturally.
Everyone's
by
excited
the
about the
markets.
launch, and I was like, look, nothing. Like successful launches are meaningless at this particular point. The only thing that's going to move it is if it's if there's a delay or unsuccessful. That's just how it rolls when you get to this point. So delay it and it goes down further. Had they gone forward with it, we'd basically be down probably like 1.5 or like whatever it would normally be a day like today. Now you're double down because of that. Hopefully we've got these, maybe we have Sharif's mic fixed because now everyone's got the note and we can get back up to this. I know we're going to have Michael Noss come through, but interesting to see his take on the market's turn here because I know he talks heavily about rotation. And Sharif, we already found Callan. It's in the watch list. But I didn't really see anything. I was looking at V to see if it was doing anything here today. What's on your radar outside of that Callan stock?
The dot, Neil, S dot, it's back. It's about 55%. It's trading above VWAP. It's not as cheap as it used to be, though. It's trading at around $22. Good gap overnight. We closed out yesterday at around 14.25, so we're gapping up substantially. $24 double top at the moment, but most notably for me, that $21 level, Adair. That's the volume-weighted average price. It continues to hold that. Let's see if it does by the midday.
Yeah, I already know what Noss is going to talk about here because you guys mentioned it. It's a stock we've already talked about, so stay tuned for that. I want to mention here, though, Netflix, NFLX, because guess people were not tuning in for this stock to the upside. This is still near pre-market lows, actually at pre-market lows here. This report was pretty mixed. The guidance, though, was a real concern for Netflix going forward, Sharif.
There's some concerns here, Darryl. Guidance was one of them. Narrow revenue miss, right? How about the 1 penny EPS beat? Or how about, Greg Peters, co-CEO, saying, explicitly emphasizing, actually, that they're trying to move away from these raw watch metrics. Maybe because global view hours only grew 2% year over year, some of the most anemic numbers in the company's history. Despite that, they do intend on buying back shares. $4.7 billion in repurchases in the quarter. That leaves about $27 billion on the current authorization, so that's good for the rest of the year. And how about live television? We've been talking a lot about live television. That was one of the focal points on the call yesterday. They look to spend, they're saying the expanded spending on content is going to grow by 5%, and most of that is going to be on basically live content. But it's only going to generate an expected 1% of views increase, but they're looking to the future for that. Last but not least, they continue to spend a bit more money, and that's hurting their free cash flow at the moment. So we'll have to see how that all works out, Adair, but a bit of a tough look here for Netflix.
You guys looking at Netflix for a trade today?
But Sharif, the last thing is kind of the important one. Like they're at a point right now where it's all about they're trying to move to live to get those views back, but it's 5 times the amount of spend for what you're getting in views, relatively speaking. So they're at a point now where the thing that they're looking to grow is expensive, and that's going to punish them a little bit. We're going to go zoom it out first because Netflix, from just a monthly perspective, this is a very intriguing spot for Netflix. But it's a monthly chart, and it's the 17th. So you hear Michael Noss will say the same thing. Like there's a lot of time for this to absolutely lose, and well, it's already lost $70, and we're trading at 66. We are underneath the 50 period on the monthly, right? Because this is not indicating the 66 that we're down. So you could easily have it hold this level by the end of the month, and then you'll have a monthly chart that shows a bounce at the start of next month, and it looks like in a good bounce spot. We're not at that point yet. Like we're still in the inside in the middle, so I don't want to think about the dip buy in the long term or anything like that. It flat bottom broke. It's been trend down. It's actually trending down pretty cleanly in the pre-market, which does set up a few things. It's follow trend, short VWAP. The pre-market high also works out to the wick low on the initial push down. That's about 67.5. So there's like a couple of good levels to look at here for a short pop situation. If it's out and about above the pre-market highs, that's one of those back away SSR kind of deals. So yeah, I am looking to short pops on Netflix here today. I don't want to be stubborn about it. And I'm not thinking about that, like this level holding on the monthly until we get into August. West Palm Beach trades. Yeah, this SK Hynix not looking so good. Well, I mean,
no, I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, insert like, chip name there. We talked about AMD the last couple of days. And as I said, man, I had Brian Shannon on here when AMD was at 550, and I was like debating to myself to sell it, and I should have done that. But SK Hynix actually flat today, so I'm going to take the opposite side of that. Is looking so good today, considering what the market's doing. So SK Hynix. I mean, I don't love the name. There was obviously some sort of an imbalanced situation here yesterday that absolutely tanked this thing into the close. Like, you were 156 down to 151. So it's a little misleading, the fact that we are flat today, because honestly, it should be down. Like, if we had ended the day, 10 minutes earlier yesterday, we would have, landed around 156. Then you'd be down to 152. The issue is where we closed yesterday was a little bit of a battle back. So yeah, I think I'll take back what I said back there, because it's definitely not looking good. Like, you're about to break through this 150 on SK Hynix, and when it does that, that's when some more emotional damage, breaking back below 150, because wasn't that the price for SK Hynix? Because it came out at 170. It was 149, right? Was the IPO price was 149, I believe, for SK Hynix, and I can probably ask Adair and she would confirm that, but
Confirmed, yes.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
oh wow, you could hear me back there? Okay, I was like,
Was that? No, I guess you couldn't hear me because I was saying it. That's why I put on the mic. But
yeah, okay, good. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so 149. Yeah, so that was a price that we're gonna have to watch out for today. So I'm gonna add this again. I mean, I'm tired of putting the same names on here, but honestly, man, when you're making money, you stick with what you're doing. And we've never had a day where we lost on SpaceX, and yesterday was an awesome day for SPCX where we were short. 2 days ago, we were short 139, and yesterday we were short right into here off the open, 137. 136.50, 137, and that closes 131. That was a $6 winner at the end of the day, and I think we could do the same thing here again today. We just got to be patient with it. You didn't need to make this trade yesterday on SPCX until 10 to 10:30 is when the levels sort of developed, or you use the high level, which is great too. That's about 9:45. So I think for SK Hynix, just because we got that super chat. And I know we're going to talk, we will talk a lot about Netflix and all that kind of stuff, but this is interesting because of that super chat. You are downside right here. Look at the same kind of trade there, 10-15 or so. Again, wait for the noise to settle, give a level, then you can hit that to the downside. Even more levels right there at 164. So I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity. And if Micron's down, SK Hynix is going to be down. Check out SanDisk, I imagine, as well to the downside. That's why we talk about DRAM. I mean, you can sort of pick and choose. There's no real individual stories that are going to help prop these names up, right? Like ARM is down to $200 again. Marvell's broke below 200, now to 185. Like Marvell, we were able to get some out very, very thankfully and fortunate to get some out at 330 on Marvell. That's, and again, talked about it live on the show. I'm not somebody that's going to sit here and tell you, like, I bought this stock 2 weeks ago and I sold it 2 weeks ago. Like, if I get out of something, I'm going to tell you, like, I bought Qualcomm at these levels live on the show. We bought, yesterday we bought J&J here as well. But Marvell, another one of those names, and we got out of all of our ARM, thankfully, looking to maybe buy some more in on that one. But look at this. Like a huge move down now for Marvell. Not even close, really, to the 200 period. You still got 50 more bucks to go. So I was saying this in the beginning when I sat down today. Everybody's so smart when stocks are going up. It's when it comes down is when you're really tested. And where did you sell out? And that's why yesterday I wanted to talk to Steve Tileman there yesterday and ask him, like, where is your breaking point? Because I'm tired of, honestly, hearing all these talking heads just go blah, blah, blah all the time. Like, oh, I was out up here, thankfully. And it's like, okay, well, what got you out? Because we have people on here that love playing breakouts, but then they say, oh, when it's failed, they just get out. So they could be rapid traders and getting in and out. But honestly, a lot of us will hold stock, and you got to make a decision at some point. And so the 50 period, I think, is a great little area that at least Steve mentioned it to us. There are some stocks that hang around the 50 period moving average. I'm sure I'll think of some. I think Amazon was doing okay these days, holding in and around. I mean, I know Meta's broken out. So Amazon, wow, sometimes I'm smarter than, I can't remember some levels. I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday, but we somehow remember that Amazon was right there at 248. And so, like, here we go. So this is the question I should have asked Steve right here. If you're long on Amazon, do you sell it now because you broke that maybe with conviction, right? And then when you do, it just rips back to the high side. So that's why I think, Neil, we talked about it selling pieces.
I think there's a difference.
So you're not getting out of everything.
Steve, what's good about Steve is he'll talk about the trade. He's in the trade, and it's like, yeah, he was in ARM for the trade and didn't sell at the top because he was giving it room to try to rally. But the 50 periods where you get out that last, like, I'm of that mode. Like, to me, ARM is like in the long term. I have like my rules are just they are what they are. Like, if it's in long-term holding, I pretty much will sell like 10% and then 10%. And typically, if I like it, I'm not trimming more than 20. To get me to trim 30% of something usually would have to be extreme. Like, do I wish that I had sold more shares of ARM? Like, I've been in the ARM game almost as long as I could have been. Obviously not as long as I needed to be, but that's breaking down heavily. And I am thinking 200 period buy to get those, because that 10 and 20% you sell, at some point the idea is to get that money back into the market. Maybe it's not an ARM, but that's what I'm looking for. We're all looking for some options ideas here with Joey himself. There's a million places this can go because volatility is through the roof. Let's see what he's got for us.
One place it's going to go here, Neil, is Micron. Potentially $800 is the strike price that we're going to be looking at here, guys. I mean, we're not too far away from this level, 820 and change there. But what we're going to look at is the open interest at this specific contract, 14,000. That's the most amount of supply that I've seen through multiple expiration cycles. So let's see if this can hold up. The stock's already off of the highs around 30+%. Now, as for the bid and the ask, relatively cheap here, guys, $90, right? We were looking at, at times $200 spreads on Micron. Now, considering it's a slightly OTM contract, $13 there, guys, at your delta, and almost no gamma exposure. That will accelerate after and grow as soon as we get closer to at the money. But as Neil was pointing out, implied volatility is definitely starting to ramp up, 107% here on Micron. Moving forward, we're going to be looking at Netflix. Sharif, Netflix, $74 strike price. Yes, this is a completely out of the money contract here, guys. But one thing that we want to focus on is why are we looking at this, a supply zone at that $74 marker? And if you look at yesterday's high, you can see we reject that. 29,000 contracts, so we'll look at that as gamma exposure there and a complete call wall at 29,300 contracts. Now, as for the volume, 19,800 there, guys, open and closed on yesterday's session, and a $10 spread. The delta sitting relatively high considering it is an OTM, but you have to take into consideration the close. And let me know in the chat, guys, have you had the ability to open and close your contracts post 4 o'clock? It should be going till 4:15 now, and I believe you'll have the ability to start derivatives trading a little bit earlier now as well too. I believe it's around 8 o'clock to 9:25 is going to be the pre-market action for options. Now, as for your gamma exposure, you're going to be sitting on $4, but the at-the-money IV, considering the earnings report here, guys, sitting at 227%. That's quite substantial. But one thing that we will know, 22% gain in this specific contract itself, but it's going to lose the majority of its value and probably then some to the tune where it's going to be expiring worthless by the end of the session. Now, that's some nice premium that you can collect if you did happen to write these contracts at the end of the day, $3.25 at the bid, guys. So that's going to be the collector's premium right there. Majority of that value, we'll take a look after the open, it's probably going to be diminished. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Okay, we're going to send it up here first because we actually do have, we're going to have Mr. Michael Noss, as always, coming on here at 8:30 a.m. to talk about a pretty interesting stock I think a lot of you guys are going to be interested in here, maybe even invested in. But we'll start with these economic numbers. We do have 4. So we're going to have here U.S. import prices coming out here at 8:30 a.m. Negative 0.7% is the forecast, 1.9% is the prior print. Export prices here, so that was import prices. Export prices, negative 7% forecast as well. Prior print, 1.3%. Housing starts, 1.31 forecast here. Prior print, 1.177 million, so 1.31 million forecast, 1.17 million prior. And then the other one we're going to look for is building permits. That's 1.403 million versus 1.41 million prior. So a lot of these we're expecting, other than housing starts, I think mostly expecting kind of gains here for building permits, everything else here very likely to decline. That number going to come out in just 30 seconds here, guys. We also have at 10 a.m. University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Just to give a reminder, this is a preliminary print for July. We are expecting a bit of an uptick here from that June print. 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations here are also going to be in focus. 3.3% forecast here for the 5-year, and the 1-year here, 4.4% forecast. That's not going to be till 10, the University of Michigan prints, but just to prepare you guys, lots of economic data in focus today, to be sure. We're just a couple seconds out here from these import-export housing and building numbers, which should be coming out at any moment here. So you get export prices negative 0.6% versus estimates of that negative 0.7%. Import prices positive 0.3% versus negative 0.7% expected. Housing starts 1.427 million here versus 1.31 million expected. So that's going to be quite a beat. Building permits, though, slight miss, 1.367 million versus 1.403 million. Lots of data there to digest, Sharif.
Good economic numbers. We'll keep an eye out on them. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the rate interest environment. With the increasing price of oil again, we get that headline number scare. So let's keep an eye out on this, Adara. The Fed's got their work cut out for them the rest of the year.
Yeah, and again, we'll get a little bit more context as well at 10, but providing some context on a specific stock today, and I think generally approach to this type of move is Mr. Michael Noss. As you can tell, I'm very excited for this topic today, but let's start. How are you? And good morning, Michael.
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys over there? Is everything? I wanted to reach out because I'm hearing the news of all the fires. Those are hopefully far away.
As far as we know, I mean, they smell sometimes kind of close, the smoke, but I think we're all doing pretty well over here. Let's get right into
Be
this.
safe.
Oh, pardon?
I was just saying, well, be safe out there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And same goes to everybody out here, wherever you are. Let's talk here about a stock here, SPCX, and capitulation. Let's get right into it, Michael.
Yeah, and this is something I've been doing more and more, which is I'm calling like semi-discretionary trades. I need to come up with a better term for it, but a little bit of technical analysis, a whole lot of statistics, and because the kind of processes I put together and the data that I have and the back testing that I have makes this a little bit easier, that when you see an event like we've been seeing in SpaceX, just getting hammered day after day after day, you can start to ask some interesting questions to see, is there any kind of an edge in a trade you can take? Before someone may just look at an indicator value and say, hey, this is, now it's oversold, so maybe I should buy some, but we can do better, right? And this is kind of how I am looking at the market all the time through a kind of stats lens as opposed to just the market. But first of all, right, here's the chart. If you missed it, this it's just been getting killed for a while here now. And what was really interesting to me is this RSI value, and it's small on the bottom there, but just showing that the RSI2, which is, there's a very famous trading strategy using a 2-period RSI. Larry Connors invented it like 50 years ago, and people are still trading it today, using this short-term RSI value to really determine the short-term kind of buy and sell areas. Now, if you've ever studied RSI, under 30 is generally considered oversold, and we are at 2. So it really can't get any lower than it is right now. I guess in theory, it could go to 0. I don't know if I've ever seen an RSI rating of 0. So as oversold as we could possibly get on this one, and then gapping down. They had they backed off from a launch or something, and as I look, we're down 4% or so. And that kind of made me think, okay, is there any kind of an edge here that I can exploit? These trades are scary, so I like the statistics to kind of make me feel a little bit better and to back up what I'm doing. So this next chart is a bar chart of essentially what happens, not to SpaceX because there's not enough data on SpaceX, but what I did is I grabbed the entire NASDAQ 100, which now this is a NASDAQ stock, and I went back years. I went back to 2010 to 2026, so 16 years of data, and said, okay, when we get an RSI value this crazy, like 2 or less, and then we get a gap down, what generally happens to that stock? And is this a kind of capitulatory event? And you can see that the kind of faded green, but the more kind of whitish line, that's kind of the baseline of what happens if you just buy a random stock in the NASDAQ 100 and you hold it for, same day, and then the next one's 2 days, or 1 day, 2 days, and 1 week. And you can see the baseline is like 50-50, right? A little bit, maybe an edge there, very slightly. However, based off of this indicator value and the gap that we're getting, you can see the same day there's a 66% chance we close higher than the open. 2 days later, there's a 75% chance we close higher than the open. And those stats sound amazing, and they are, but it's just important to keep in mind that 75% correct means 25% wrong, right? So every 10 trades you take, you're going to lose on 3 of them. So it's important to have a plan. But that's the first thing that kind of stood out my eyes. The next one is, this is just ranking by gaps. So if the gap's small, if it's around 1%, there's really not much edge. 1 to 3%, maybe a little bit of edge. But then this over 3% gap down, this is where the edge really comes from. Again, in these large NASDAQ 100 stocks. Now, the next chart is just ranking them by kind of cohort year, because I wanted to see, for example, was this all COVID? Like, did COVID, really kind of skew the results, which is important. This is one of the benefits of being a trader and sitting here and watching this stuff, is because if you trade during COVID, everything got really oversold and then had an incredible bounce. But no, if you do 2010 to 2019, the stats hold, and then 2021 onwards, the stats still hold with a 64% chance up in that kind of 2-day period, which is great. So that just proves that it's not like an artifact of kind of the COVID era. So the next one here is going to talk about kind of the actual trade mechanics. So if we put a stop, we're putting about an 8% stop on this one. And that's just from the testing, roughly what you want to risk. So when I'm sizing my trade, I have to have a stop. So I know if SpaceX drops another 8%, we could say 10% just to keep it easy. So $13 or $12 at this point down. I know I'm going to get stopped out around 17% of the time, and I'm going to win around that 60% of the time. And then the other ones, I will be wrong, but the time will have gone by in the meantime. That's why the 67 and 17 don't really equal. And my expectancy is, half an hour. So, say 3 to 5% gain on this one. So the last one is just the chart of the rules of the trade. And the main takeaway, right? I'm not telling you guys to do this trade. I'm going to do this on the open, but you guys obviously do whatever you want. But this is just a great way to use technology, to use statistics to kind of back up what you're seeing in the market. So you have this kind of framework that I don't have to guess what I'm doing with SpaceX today. The stats are, you buy the gap down, you hold for 1 to 2 days, maybe a week. If you want to hold on a little bit longer with about a 116 stop loss, and then you're targeting either a gap fill would be interesting if we got back over that 31 where we're gapping down. If we got back to 140 where we had support for a long period of time, that support could end up as resistance. So you can see how you just have an idea, and a lot of traders would just say, well, it looks oversold, so I'm going to buy it. And without this kind of statistical framework around the trade, you're kind of playing a little bit more off of vibes. And so when people say they're a quant and they're using statistics to trade, it's more or less this kind of thing, right? Is there an edge that I can prove? Yes, so I'm going to take the trade. I'm going to know what my stop loss is. I'm going to know that I'm going to be wrong, quite often, right? 3 to 4 out of 10 trades I'm going to be wrong on, and that's okay. But the entire plan is set out for me. So all I have to do now is execute. I don't even have to think about what I'm going to do next.
Yeah, awesome analysis there, and thank you, as always, for going over that. So I have one kind of, question or point of clarification that I want to make here. So I know that you've said, hold for 1 to 2 days, and I know the statistics went up to how it holds after a week. So I guess just to kind of clarify for our audience out there, this is more of like a shorter term swing trade, correct?
Yeah, it's a quick hit because you notice the risk is around 10%, but also the reward is only a little bit more than that. So we're not playing, the long game where we're trying to make many times what we, when we're right than when we're wrong. This is something that we know that there's a small statistical edge on. So we just want to take a quick hit trade, see if we can, benefit off that edge and then move on. So this wouldn't be like a core kind of trading principle. I kind of look at these as every now and then someone, leaves a couple bucks on the ground, and I'll see if I can reach out and grab it.
That's fair. makes a lot of sense. I guess another question too, just for parameters for those trying this at home. I know you mentioned that RSI of 2 or less. So just to clarify, This is not something that should necessarily be tried with above a 2 RSI.
No, and I'd have to test it, right? I never seen a long-term RSI get that oversold, but if people want to look it up, it was published in the 70s, but it was Larry Connor's 2-period RSI strategy. And it was essentially a way to buy stocks like this that were depressed in value. So when I was looking at this chart, that was one of the ones I went to, because it's all about gaining confidence, I guess, in the trade. And to be able to take the trade based off of the way you have laid out, you have to be confident in it. And what helps me with confidence, I know not only have I tested it on the entire NASDAQ 100 for 16 years, but I know that this particular strategy that I'm running with it is something that has existed since 1970. So there's some amount of kind of historical precedent that something like this will work. And then all of that work, which I think is kind of the crux of this, to come up with something that's going to be right 2 out of 3 times, if that. So, you can do all the work in the world, but then at the end of the day, you just have to raise your hands and say, sometimes I'll be right, sometimes I'll be wrong.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much to Michael Noss, CMT at Stats Edge, for that awesome research and awesome content. You can find him with us every Monday and Friday at 8:30 a.m. Have a good one, Michael. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic stuff as always by Mr. Michael Noss. Make sure you guys join us Monday morning, 8:30 sharp. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. A lot of red across the board here. Netflix down over 10%, guys, going from a strong buy to a market perform here. Now with a $115 price target by Raymond James. And then we have Distribution Solutions, a little bit more of a quiet one here on the downgrade side of things. We're down 2.25, guys, going from an outperform to a market perform with a $35 price target. Now Options Care also getting the downgrade too, guys. 2% to the south side, overweight to an equal weight with a $24 price target. That is down from $30. Now, Sonic Automotive down 1.4%, going from a buy to a neutral with no specific price target there, guys. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive things. United Health Group getting the nod. You're up about 0.25%, going from an underweight to a neutral weight here with a $453 price target. That's up substantially from $287. Now we have United Airlines, guys, another name that reported overweight with a $190 price target, up from $185. We are slightly negative this morning. Morgan Stanley giving that price target increase. Now, as for PayPal, guys, going from an underweight to an equal weight with a $55 price target, we are down 1 1/3 this morning. And then EchoStar down 1 3/4, going from a market perform to a strong buy, guys, with a $115 price target. Raymond James giving them that nod. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks to Michael as well. One of those upgrades had a nasty candle yesterday on the daily, and it's UNH. Good day. Well, obviously, the earnings were good. It's been trending going into it, but that's a pretty decent pullback that it did yesterday. Basically sold off, just profit taking, and the market didn't help. So many things were headed to the downside. You would have thought maybe with some rotation, the rotation aspect of it would have got this one to the upside, but just slipping on back to the daily chart. Given the 3-day rule, the 50-period moving average becomes interesting for this. And certainly, it already had a range off the lows where it held about 390, and that's a pretty key price for it. So next couple of days, this looks very spicy for bounce play. Give the 3-day rule, 390 to 400 on UNH. It did have to work yesterday in terms of coming back into that level. Could see a little bit more today. And I was trying to find it, but I'd swear I saw somebody upgraded ASTS, and it wasn't just in my brain. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Adara. Didn't make the list there, but imagine ASTS got an upgrade today, and they're seen as favorable relative to Rocket Labs, despite it getting absolutely woodshedded on their offering yesterday. Still think this one's falling. The 50 level going to come into play, though.
Yeah. Astis was $130 at the beginning of June, and when SpaceX came through and we were yelling to sell that thing. Now it's $52 ASTS, down 70% in a month and a half. Okay, yeah, just brutal price action there. Yeah, just to talk about what Michael was talking about there with SpaceX. I mean, like I've been saying, if you go back, and I can pull out a sticky note, and we've been really looking short and been really hitting this name. So I think we just continue. I don't know what that RSI level was. Like, I don't think it's at 2 at the daily, so I'm not sure exactly what that was, but you have to rewind, I guess, to get that figured out. But right here, 140 breaking back down below. We'll have to wait to see what happens. 125 right now. I mean, I guess it's going to break. We have the low as 124.99. I'm going to assume that broke already. I had what will break. I had wrote down 130 as a short, and we talked about just because again, like when we start the show at 8 a.m., you know, the 200 period is there. I had to do a better job of, you know, trying to. I said maybe we'd be at 128 by the time we started the show. But I also like to look a little longer term here. So the 200 period moving average is right here, and that's at 134 on your 5-minute chart. I don't think we're going to bump up $10 or anything like that from here. So I wrote down 130, which was basically where we had gotten into yesterday, right before the close. So I think a 130 short for me on SpaceX is something that we'll be looking at, and then we will have to double check what the imbalances are out with, right? I mean, right now there's nothing because it's not NASDAQ related imbalances. You only have New York or Amex, so this can come out a big sell. Like right now, there's a lot of buys happening here, so that's a little bit surprising to me. But again, Pfizer was actually moving higher today, so that makes sense. That's a buy. We talked about some of the banks still holding out some of their highs as well. That looks like that's going to be okay today. JP Morgan flattish on the day and just giving back a little bit off their earnings as well. So JP Morgan coming back in, and then J&J, like some of these sector rotation plays starting to get on the watch list here. But, you know, thinking about this imbalance locator is 925 is when NASDAQ comes out. So we'll have to wait to see if there's anything on there. Netflix is going to be a top story for us to talk about as well there. And then you mentioned
Don't forget Alphabet, too.
Yeah, Alphabet down another 1.5, I think today, 1.5% or so on Alphabet. But it's USO if you're looking for some strength, right? And again, I'm only talked about it. I didn't actually execute it. And I just recently got out of all of my XLE. That was yesterday because I had said that this move came way too far too fast, and I wish I would have actually bought something on that dip. We looked at XOM, we looked at CVX, but now that we're coming back to the upside, I dropped all of it. I don't really want to be in energy. I know we had Steve Talman come on yesterday and say energy does have you know, a good possibility of rebounding back to the upside. I just think there's so much value in these other longer term plays that I want to hold on to that I'm not really a dividend guy right here for energy. I'd rather take a dividend in a stock like a J&J, a stock like a Qualcomm, things like that. So yeah, right now we dropped out of all of our XLE, so I'm now out of that one, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening moving forward now with USO up another 2% today. So hey man, it looks like oil's trying to get back through that 50-period moving average. And again, if you're long, we talked about it, that would be a good spot to get out. Just like if you're short, when it breaks, it might be a good spot to get out. Maybe it's a good spot to think about emptying some of the clip here on energy. I did yesterday, so.
Full clip. Actually, well, I mean,
full clip.
Full, not empty the full clip. Maybe you just discharge a few rounds if you want to take some profits.
Yeah,
that could be something that you could do. Well, we're using the analogy. I mean, why not? Hopefully, we don't have to make that decision on Alphabet at the 200-period moving average. That would be the hope. But after the delay of Claude 3.5, sorry, Gemini 3.5, why is Claude in my head? I haven't used that in forever. Nah, you could be headed toward it. It didn't hold on to 350 yesterday. You're down now. It was 1.5. Now we're like 2.5 downside. Next week, we're going to get that. It looks like we're going to get that test next week at 330. So I think that's a good looking bounce spot here for Alphabet. It just kept dropping and dropping in the afternoon show. Little muted bounce at the end of the day, but flat bottom breakish here on Alphabet. There are some, oh, wait a minute. There we go. I was going to tell you how, you know, Apple, at least in the Meg 7, making those all-time highs. We did that poll, and Apple was number 1, and Alphabet was number 2. But there you go. Super chat from the Pepe Billionaire. Pepe Billionaire. Hey, why not?
Pepe.
I'm more of a fart coin kind of dude, but I have no idea about fart coin. It's just something Michael would say, and so why not? But congratulations if you're a Pepe Billionaire. Why not? How about the SQQQ here? Anytime no one says, if you don't say anything, the assumption is that you're always thinking long. That's just the way I look at it, right? So obviously the SQ is going to be inverted, so you're looking for market continuation to the downside. Trend is your friend till the end when it bends. That being said, I always look specifically under the hood and try to look at individual names. I think there's a little bit of edge there. That's why I like trading silver, IBIT, chips, like that's where it's going to be. One thing to consider, it is Friday, it is end of the week. My gut is telling me that we're going to have some relief off the open, right? feel better about it there being pops to short than the other day, specifically because it's going to be Friday and we have had that sell-off going into the week. So I think you're going to have to weather a little bit of that off of the open, especially in some of the more depressed places. Like DRAM is one place I'm looking for that. I think you get all the way back into prior lows before any kind of a fade. We saw this play out yesterday where it was trend down. It's trend down all pre-market, and then it ramped right into the pre-market highs and then faded. So this came back and went 2 to 2.5% up going into the open, then dipped, then bounced again and put another lower high. So yeah, the buying has been coming in to give you the short opportunities as opposed to just sort of sitting in it either at the open or right now. So I'm going to be very patient with the continuation plays because that's what worked. Like you had to wait for it to get up to some key levels.
Like yesterday, one of the biggest trades was shorting of the futures. So yeah, we'll try to be in that again here today. Yeah, I mean, I can show you yesterday. I mean, I think Joe and I will be the ones that will trade a futures product. And if you just look over here, every day, I mean, yesterday, for example, I had TQQ short 74, right? I mean, here's the trade that happened, and it actually started to go a lot lower. So try to be a little patient with it. We didn't get involved yesterday until 10 o'clock, where we finally found some levels. We talked about those earlier levels. That's where we shorted SpaceX and, you know, some of those other names. We had Apple with a great runner there yesterday as well to the north side. But yeah, there it was, man. The future is downside, and, you know, every day. Here's SpaceX trade yesterday, boom, to the downside. So, you know, if you want to check out some of these, like, positions that we'll put on and, you know, see what kind of damage we can do, go over here at Trader TV. Sean, his sticky note is actually now out today. Go check it out, and we'll talk about it when we get back and start to talk about some of the different symbols. But if you want to go check it out, I'll put it in the chat there. It's sticky note, you know, over 6,000, 7,000 views a day. So if you guys are able to go grab it, do that and give me a shout on what you guys like. But yeah, yesterday, man, we wrote down TQQ 74 short, and we had right into here. I just showed you guys, man. We had this 72.50 short, now 66 today. So, you know, the printer's still coming. Yesterday, we wrote down Intel short. We had Intel short. This is what it's doing today as well. So just bleeding down. We had Intel short right up here yesterday in this area, $100. Boom, down to $92 today. So that's 8% on your head right there. We just talked about with SpaceX. We had that short yesterday at 137 on SpaceX short. Yesterday's sticky note was just littered with all shorts. So thank you for asking about the SQQ. Today we've got some different ideas on there, but you got to go check it out for yourself. We'll show it on the show very, very soon. SpaceX for now holding 125. And yeah, AMD is going to be a disappointment for me because we should have got out. What was that, Sharif? There should be. I agree with that. Right now, 480 to the downside here for AMD. I mean, we've been, damn it, man, like trying to. I've gotten some out of AMD, but nothing really up into here. And now you're starting to break lower. So there we go, man. Break 50 period with conviction. See you later, AMD to the downside. And you know, I've been honestly all week been talking about this. Shorting this thing at 560, just the whole time was like, why every other name is dropping, but not Advanced Micro Devices, and there it goes. So we will pat ourselves on the back and take a victory lap on this one. This short, this was the one that we had sort of talked about, and there it goes to the downside. It's Advanced Micro Devices. So there you go. You know, call finally turning out here for us. But Advanced Micro Devices downside. We'll see if there's some battle back. I mean, you got to wait for earnings to come through on many of these names. But wow, Advanced Micro Devices has a long way to go here. Right now that it's broken below. So, all right, we can go back over to the desk. Thank you for all the super chats. Keep it coming. We want to give, again, a big shout out. We only have a few more minutes left, but shout out to everybody that's here today. If you're on TikTok, what's up to Icon right here? Do we trade gold? Not really. Everybody else that's on here, man, thank you for being here all day, every single day with us. So, yeah, we just appreciate everybody that's here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, get into the chat, right? Sometimes there are, like yesterday, we had over 40 super chat, over 40 memberships dropped in there.
You never know when you're going to get a free one.
You never know. So you got to get into that subscription and, you know, get part of the chat. There's only 20 or so people in the chat. Even see it in the midday, it's like 25 people or something. But
the ones that are in there,
and forth, yeah.
The ones that are in there at the moment when a membership gets dropped, like so, it's like KC. The last time, I think it was Casey and a few other people have. They dropped like 20 memberships or 10. It's whomever is in the chat at that moment that's enabled gifts, and it just gets distributed, randomly distributed. So you can get that benefit, but you got to be in there. So you hit that subscribe, you jump in the chat. Maybe you tell us what symbol you're interested in. Maybe you type $Netflix, and Netflix shows up. Maybe you type $stack which is if you're a small cap trader and you're interested in this one, what goes up must come down. I was just checking this out because I saw the drop and I'm like, maybe there was like an offering or something crazy to have this one lose everything. I don't actually see anything, but this is one of the reasons why you want to be in the chat so you can be abreast of what's happening. Give us ideas of what to look at. Maybe we're not seeing it. I don't know what SLND is. Maybe that's a good one to watch. But SpaceX, Netflix, Reddit, those all make sense. Stack was a small cap gapper, and now it is a small cap crapper. For sure. So I promise you, Sharif, this one ain't on your radar anymore, but maybe Luis was looking at it. What goes up must come down.
What goes up must come down. Right now, though, as we know, a lot of these Meg 7 names gapping now. We're going to talk about Apple in a minute, but I want to mention this story in Amazon. It's not moving like at all on it, but just so you guys are aware, I'm seeing that the Zoox unit of Amazon has apparently recalled its self-driving vehicles because there's an issue with them being able to detect or respond to heavy smoke. So make of that what you will. The stock's not really moving, but I think worth a mention. AAPL, though. You've got a couple different stories here. You have an upgrade, but you also have this Financial Times report here on Apple continuing to investigate OpenAI with that lawsuit.
Yeah, a legal dragnet era of sorts here. So Apple estimates about 400, give or take, of its former employees are now working at OpenAI of all different levels. What they've done is they've sent out legal demand letters for the preservation of evidence to 40 of those 400, so about 10%. And the idea here is for them to preserve evidence for discovery, where, to be quite honest with you, this case is going to be made. Now, the letters focus heavily on the electronic footprint of an individual by the name of Chang Liu. He is the one that supposedly exploited this network patch that allowed him to download previously unobtainable kind of technical designs by Apple. And he wrote to a colleague, quote, LOL, I found out I can access the network storage. So funny, while he downloaded simultaneously unreleased hardware specifications. These are allegations. They're not proven in court. There's also the other individual, Tang Tan. He is OpenAI's chief hardware officer. And he's being alleged here to have conducted the interviews to elicit some of the 400 or so former Apple employees that work at OpenAI. But the key thing here is he told them to bring in actual parts, digital prototypes, and CAD files from Apple's IP, directly into their OpenAI interviews for kind of illicit show and tells. Again, allegations, unproven. So we'll have to see how that cookie crumbles, but you mentioned the other HSBC upgraded era, a buy from hold, raising the price target from 260 to 366. They say, look, Apple's better positioned than the hyperscalers because they only spend about 2.5% of their revenue over their sales, on CapEx, where it's much higher everywhere else. They look at a strong multi-year hardware roadmap. They highlight, the upcoming iPhone Fold as well as the newer products, Dara, that we're expecting from Apple.
Yeah, and just getting back to the lawsuit, those two individuals that Sharif mentioned, they're both actually explicitly named as defendants alongside OpenAI and IO Products, of course, the Johnny Ive company. So interesting look there for OpenAI in that lawsuit. Apple, guys, thoughts?
Apple, well, I mean, we've been hitting
Better
Apple
than
like,
quiche.
we just got, Randy just showed us these are the worst breakfasts that we get right here. But by far, yeah.
Why are we hating on quiche?
Because it sucks. All right, so here's the
That's good
320
quiche,
break.
fine.
We had this 320 break on Apple earlier this week, so that was a great trade, breaking above that 320. That was a good one. We had that. We had Apple yesterday as well on the long, and we got a super chat, someone saying they thanked me for this long on Apple yesterday, and I think it's going to be potentially a long again here today. I mean, all of these levels, we just kept on increasing all morning, and Apple really starting to break out. It broke out at that 320 level. So there it goes up to 333. But you may be surprised to know that for the first time this week, we have Apple right here as a short. So I want to watch that 332 level. And the reason why I think it could be a short is just how far we've come over here. Breaking down off its most recent highs is a possibility for Apple. Look, I like the stock for sure. It's probably now my largest holding just because of where it's gone. And I was actually checking that out yesterday. Google and Apple sort of going back and forth there. And now with Meta making that most recent jump up, that's part of the story now again. And which is why I just was like, you know what, there's only a few stocks I really even want to hold. And I I think I have like 70 different names in my account. It's absolutely insane. But, you know, Apple right here trying to go break through this 333. I just want to see if it does do that here this morning. And I'm just looking at this 332 breakdown. It's not even like a big level. It's just where we sort of closed yesterday. Was it in around 32.50, 332.50? So I was thinking about this kind of a break. And, you know, if the market doesn't hold this morning, which doesn't really look like it's going to, I just could see some profit taking coming back in for Apple. That's all. I mean, you know, you're one min chi quo, you know, report away from this coming back down to the downside. Oh, Apple's no longer considering Chinese RAM downside, you know, and they're going to do this story just so they can get long. There's a lot of people that have, you know, missed this ride up. There's people that used to call this one, Sharif, the dead one. But man, is it woken up from the dead. And now it's just like absolutely a monster. And, you know, this name was, again, like, you know, when you're talking about it in the $1 trillion club here, this move from 275 back in June the 26th goes all the way up to 335. Like, that's a monster move for this name. We don't have any earnings. We don't really have anything that's sparking this other than the fact that it's kind of a flight to safety, right? I mean, we know the demand is there. We know the service revenues continue to go higher. We do get a little bit concerned that the fact is these iPhones are going to get more expensive. All their products are going to get more expensive. They talked about the iPad getting more expensive. But yeah, Apple right here, been a great stock. I just think it's probably a little too far too fast. And that's kind of, you know, what we talk about here. And so playing momentum right now for Apple's been great on these last couple weeks. I just wonder today, and it's only today, down 2% here in the NASDAQ, Apple flat. Hey, you're trying to sell some positions to gain some cash. You know, I wonder if Apple's primed for that. So I'm going to be watching 332. And I marked it down on the note that we have to be very patient with this. You know, this is not one where it hits 332 and we smash the short. Like, that could be a great long spot as well. So I wrote down, and we're going to see if we can hold out to this, 945. I don't want to make any trades in this one in the first 15 minutes. But I do like Apple, and, you know, I may switch up and go long. Let's see what the futures do. But too far too fast, I think, for Apple.
I think a lot of times it's like you have a situation where the Fed was looking at raising. Now it's going to be pretty much a nothing burger. We've got the ongoing conflict, so no one knows when that's going to end. Everyone's trying to find, okay, well, maybe we got to shift to dividend, maybe we have to shift to safe growth, and safe growth really just means Apple. Like, they're at the epicenter, right? Like, when you're chasing growth because you need returns, tech is usually where you go. But if everybody in tech is spending too much money and valuations are stretched, and you're really concerned about the bubble bursting because of the AI spend, well, then Apple's like that one place that you can go to. So it doesn't really need technically a catalyst if it's that sort of safe haven tech stock. I have an over-under level here, and if you're over it, the first look is always bounce. Obviously, and it's like the 330-ish area. It's like 329.70, so don't at me if it's not exactly 330, where you had that support. So you bounce off of this level. The same way I'd want to short pops if Apple's defensive, then to me, that's like a first look bounce long there. If it head and shoulders, consolidates, and breaks underneath, that's also an obvious reversal spot, right? Like, this has been pretty parabolic on the trend for Apple, and I don't have my tool drawn, but it's been pretty parabolic to the upside. And if you look at this pulling back into the trend since the 50 period, or the 200 period bounce, that could be all the way down into 323. So to me, if you lose 330 today, it's not ridiculous that you could see 23. So there's no fighting that level, not today. But it's already 9 o'clock. Let's jump up to the desk. We have to get into our free watch list, talk a little future with Sharif, and then do our little bit of a rundown on all the big names. Most of them are down. So the rundown is aptly put.
750 and 2/3 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY, guys. We are markedly below that right now. It's almost $6.50 below that. And it looks like we are headed down to an area low of 740. That is the last time, or that is the area low, excuse me, where we found support on the 8th of July. The 200 on the 4 hour is a little bit below that, and we've been defending the 200 here on a closing basis on the 4 hour for a number of months now. So look for a move possibly down into 740. If we do breach that, I'd be looking around that 737 area for the 200 hold. If we catch a bid for whatever reason, yesterday's closing print, a little bit above 750, so that won't be resistance today. We'll just go with around 750 number as R1.
Let's take a look here at the Trader TV Live rundown, which is always drawn from the Trader TV Live watch list. This provides you with a look of what reported earnings, what's going to report earnings, what economic data should you potentially be aware of here, what stocks are in focus, what news catalyst upgrades, downgrades should you be looking at, all of that and more in that free watch list. You can grab it with the link in the description or that URL you just saw flash across your screen. At the top of the watch list today was NFLX. Netflix still making new pre-market lows. This was a very narrow EPS beat, a sales miss, and guidance that was kind of an issue both for Q3 and for the fiscal year.
Yeah, I've been talking about this one for a while. We've been very negative on Netflix for a while, and for good reason. The chart's been bad. The numbers have been meh, and today reinforced more of that. A narrow revenue miss and a 1 penny EPS beat. That was as good as it was going to get for them. We're talking also some share repurchasing, $4.7 billion in share repurchases. And that leaves about $27 billion or so left on the authorization. They are looking at expanding their live programming. We're talking about like NFL deal. They say that's going to account for about 5% of total content spend, which they're spending quite a bit. You'll see why in a second. But it's only going to generate about 1% of global views. And that all that content spending has left them with a free cash flow problem. So they're down here to about $1.5 billion, and their debt jumped now to a total of, I believe, $5.2 billion in debt. So negative on the balance sheet there. And last but not least, CEO Greg Peters, he kind of explicitly emphasized that they want to strategically move away from the raw watch time metrics because global view hours only grew at 2% year over year, some of the most anemic growth numbers for the company in its history.
Bad look for Netflix. How you guys like the chart here, though?
Like it? Who would like that chart? Nobody likes this chart. I don't know. Bears like this chart. Like you're now at 66, $65.50. So you're underneath. This is the weekly. I was looking at a monthly before, but the weekly, you are losing the 200 SMA on the weekly chart. And as long as this, it just has to hold underneath 70 and a half to 71, and it's under that, and it's losing the major moving average on the weekly chart. So there's nothing about that looks good. That just means there's a whole lot of bounce that can happen, and this remains bearish. It could literally bounce $5 from here, and the chart's still dog. You know what?
Word? Yeah, Rainey brought the.
What?
Yeah, there's.
I'm not sure you brought enough cookies.
I know,
bro.
it's crazy, but at least they're the oatmeal raisin ones. Those are the
You can't
good
do
ones,
this.
at least.
You can't do that to me, man.
There was more hatred in the kitchen for the quiche by other members here. So
I'm gonna eat all of these.
Yeah, because of dairy, you know what? There's very limited egg, and it's all pastry, and then pastry is bad. It's like for me, it's like. Look, I like quiche. There's no doubt about it. But these ones, literally, it has like a drop, maybe like a quarter of an egg or something like that. But that's how they always are every time. So this is not like today's new findings. It's just for me, I wish it was. I like the scrambled egg or something like that would be good. But
give me an omelet and bacon, man.
Beggars shouldn't be choosers. So, but anyways, I wrote down. Look, this is another play. It's gonna be on the note today. It's on here. I'm not gonna show it to you guys and go find it if you want. It's just a 70 short. Now I don't know if that's gonna print or not. It's just right back into some of the levels that we dropped off of. So it's just like if we make a move higher for Netflix. I don't. Do you remember what the implied move was, Dara? It wasn't this much. Definitely wasn't 11%. So.
I think 8.5.
8.5. Okay, yeah. So, Dara, I like that. Right in the middle there, her face. Yeah, that was a new one. I like that one. But yeah, anyway, so 8.5% move for Netflix. Definitely something that we'll look forward to. An extension now because now you're at 11.5, 12% short on this name today. So yeah, it's too bad. Dara, we went over all the numbers there. I don't think they're necessarily brutal, but another thing is, I know Joe likes TKO, but the thing is like. The ratings and the popularity of WWE and from what I've seen with UFC lately is going down. And it's just like all of this kind of stuff. It's just like you got to watch out for these breaks lower. And this is not a Netflix story necessarily, but they did pay a lot of money to get WWE on board. And I don't even know what's going on with that. I used to be a big fan of WWE, and I know they're even I was reading an article the other day that they're having a lot of trouble selling tickets now. So I just think that the live sports are obviously an awesome catalyst for any of these streaming platforms, but at the same time, they're paying way too much money, I believe, to get access to all of this. And it's just at some point, the bubble is going to burst, and where they're holding the bag now when the earnings or when the ratings don't come through on some of these programs. So, we sat here before. Netflix just got the Christmas Day game, or there was a brand new game invented for Amazon day before Thanksgiving. Wednesday night now has an NFL game. So it's like they're lining up to pay for all this. It's just, I don't know what the price tag, if that's leading towards anything. And I mean, imagine Netflix has just gotten, Netflix just got, all of these into their system, right, in their platform. Live MLB, boxing, UFC, all this is already in the name, and this is what the chart looks like. So it's like, what is that next sort of idea with Netflix? I'm not sure. So we have to wait to see. They wanted to become $1 trillion company. That is now, I think they're 300 billion or something. Definitely getting hit here, Netflix. So it's not a very healthy stock, and I'm shorting pops in this one as we're still down now and getting lower here, now down 2%. So yeah, I like the software. I mean, I've been a Netflix subscriber since it was DVDs. So, we still pay $30 a month for it. We have the highest tier, and it is what it is, man. Netflix, I like the product, but the stock is a completely different story. So yeah, that's a problem, right? It's just like nothing is attractive enough to bring people over. And if that's not happening with live sports, then, what is going to change the tide here for Netflix? I'm not sure. So not a name that I would even really want even in the portfolio at this point. So, all right, let's go back over to Adair. It's 9:10.
Yeah, it's time to talk here about some of these chip names because they're all, again, along with the whole market, pretty weak. NVIDIA, got Intel, but then you also have memory plays here like MU, SNDK that kind of look like they're going to be gapping down yet again. This tech weakness in Asia continues to affect these American stocks.
It absolutely does, Dara, and a lot of this is because right now, there's a Chinese developer by the name of Moonshot. It's an Alibaba-backed startup. They debuted something called Kimi 3. It's their version, their LLM, and it's claimed to be the world's largest open weight model at 2.8 trillion parameters. And again, allegations, we haven't seen the benchmarks yet, but we'll look out for those. Apparently, it has performance that closely rivals Anthropic's frontier models. All the while, they are not using the leading edge North American chips, the Blackwell, the GB setup. For the most part, these are being trained on either illicit NVIDIA chips, H100s possibly, or the Huawei Ascended Air. And we've been talking about them stringing them together. They're not individually as strong, but as a group, they're able to achieve similar results to lesser number of chips from North American companies. So look, this could be some profit taking. This could be a genuine threat to North American AI dominance. We know President Xi, he's at an AI meeting right now. He's got the Russians on board. He's got the Brazilians on board. I think there's like 40 countries total, and they want open source models to be the leading sort of edge of AI. They kind of abhor the North American closed source model there, and they're championing a different alternative. It is a genuine threat.
I was hearing some decent things about Kimi yesterday as well when it was released. How do you guys feel here about these chip stocks today?
I'm gonna until the day that it loses. Right now it's gonna be looking short again. I just want to highlight one day here. So this is May 5th over in Micron. They had an announcement that day, and it started a big time rally. Right, you can see the behavior of the stock just started to change. Obviously, you had a little bit more volatility, bigger candles, yada yada, all that good stuff. Just wanted to do that so you could get an understanding where it seems like DRAM is headed. Because if you go back to that moment in Micron, this is right around when DRAM was starting to ramp. And it's down around 44-ish that it was on that day, 42 to 44, let's call it. And you've still got some room to the downside. What happened yesterday was pop, fade. Almost every single morning that there's some kind, even on the days where it sells off, it's like break of a trend, but initially pop and fade at the open. Here you had it was a pop and fade early at 9:30, but then made the low. So you're getting these opportunities, just dropped off a roof here, just dropped off a shelf, sorry. And then yesterday was a pop and then a fade. So again, I'm looking for the pop and fade. It can be all the way up to 51.8 and still look pretty good here on DRAM. But the first place to usually look for myself is going to be VWAP. Now, you just can't get married to it. Shorted it back through VWAP yesterday, but I think the notion of trying to get maybe a double top or just a pop into the pre-market high will be the play over here on DRAM. And the other thing to watch is SK Hynix. It may or may not. Well, it's probably going to break 150 bucks. This is SSR, so it's going to break that 150. I was going to say it may or may not break the 150 by the open, but I'd say it's a pretty safe bet that SK Hynix is going to lose that 150. If I'm sitting there and SK Hynix is absolutely flushing through the 150 level, then I might have to change mind about trying to get that pop in DRAM. Obviously, I might have to be able to short it at like volume weighted average price or something because this thing's falling all over itself. So watch out. This is not an all-time low for SK Hynix, but it is the, let's call it the issue low, IPO or whatever. The ADR low. The ADR low is here right now because it broke that 151.
On today's note, and I'll put it back in here again, is a perennial trading venue and tool that I use, and that's Intel. So we've been really taking some pretty decent trades on Intel lately. So now that we're under $100, it's looking lower. I'm trying to watch yesterday's close. That's around that 96. Now we're not. The problem is like I was saying, man, we write these things down over an hour ago, and the market at that point, you've lost a lot since then. Nasdaq was down about 1.7%. Now you're down 2%. So obviously Intel continues to go. And when we're writing down 96, like I said, the price was around 94 at that time. But still, it doesn't really matter. We're looking at yesterday's close. So Intel just continues to get destroyed here off its highs, right? You're now down to 50% or so from its, not 50%, sorry, $50 from its high from 140 right there down to 90. So this name just continues to get bled through. So we're going to be shorting anything, any kind of a pop there. Yeah, what's up, Rob? Shorty Sean. Yeah, you're about right. Yesterday we had all shorts, and we had one of our biggest days of the month yesterday, besides the SK Hynix first day move there. But yeah, so that was a big day yesterday, shorting everything. You guys were watching me do it, so thank you for that. And we'll see if we can do it again today, and if not, we can get out of the way. Look, I've been saying, you talked about Kimmy there. I've been talking about China and sort of this the fact that these guys can do it just so much cheaper on the hardware side. And their large language models cost not nearly the same per token right now. This is coming from the person that I know who uses AI the most, my 24-year-old. He's been through lots of different models. He was talking to me about Kimmy a couple weeks ago. And he's just saying that it's not, it depends on what you're using these large language models for. Obviously, Claude and all that, there's going to be a lot of power involved with all of this stuff, and powered by, not power as in IREN, but power as in the production power of these models there. And, Claude can do a hell of a lot of everything. But for most people, you don't need sort of that next level of token acquisition, right? And so for Baba and some of these Chinese names, it's just a little bit cheaper. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. I was saying that example that it costs, between $5,000 to $7,000 for Claude's, for Anthropic's $200 plan. So they're losing money every single time someone signs up for an account. It's kind of like a Rivian model. But yeah, I don't really like the space right now. I know that there's a lot of people in our area here that are picking memory names. I just honestly, that was a huge move higher. And the thing about, I'll tell you the thing about these names is we already know that Micron has no supply into 27 already, and the demand is still outstripped everything that they can produce, yet this is still happening. So it's kind of like it's flying against the fact that, hey man, why everyone was buying this up was because the same story of maybe why it's coming back down. So when I can't wrap my head around why this is continuously happening, then I think the best thing to do is stay away and then wait for that ultimate level of $500 for a name like Micron, right? If we can get chopped in half, basically, then I think that's a decent buy zone. I mean, you're already down from 1250 down to 820. So you're already down that 30% or so on Micron when there's not much changed as far as the supply and demand story. If anything, it might be getting better for Micron, right? Especially because we do have that US aspect to it as well, with more money coming in to the space. I mean, we don't have IBM written on there, but this is another name that this is coming next Wednesday. Yeah. And they already pre-guided and said that, hey, there's so much CapEx is going towards exactly the problem, all this DRAM. What? They've already told us that there's a lot of demand in that space, and that supply is going to be a problem. So that hits IBM. We know why that happened. But why didn't it give DRAM and all those other names a boost? So, you know, we got to be a little bit cautious here of too far too fast over the last 6 months. So for me on semis, I would still say if you're buying dips and I just put an offer near $500 for AMD. So if that comes anywhere back up to there and I put it out for 2 weeks, I'm going to be getting out of a third of what I have left. And I've already, like I said, I've already emptied a little bit on AMD. But I think the best one to buy is NVIDIA still. I just, you know, if we are thinking that there is halfway through this AI move or whatever inning we're in right there, you know, NVIDIA should still win, you know, no matter what winds up happening. So I like NVIDIA. It's actually done pretty, you know, Neil, we can sit here and kind of hate on what NVIDIA has been doing because it hasn't been doing anything. But at the same time, it's not really losing like the other names are. So I think this is going to be considered like Apple, like Google, like kind of a safe way to play tech without having to worry necessarily about, you know, losing your shirt. Like it's really held the 200 period, and I could probably zoom back.
Look at the accumulation.
This is what I'm saying.
I love accumulation on big stocks.
Well,
typically tends to be in a bullish trend is a good thing because all it's doing is it's just ramping up until it becomes such a good relative value that it goes again. Amazon did this a few years ago, and now NVIDIA is doing it. So I'm with you on that one. And well, maybe you'll get more value on that if oil keeps going higher.
Let's talk about oil here. You've got people from both, or rather, you know, government, military officials from both Iran and the U.S. saying that these strikes are continuing. CENTCOM saying they actually had fresh strikes in Iran and they still have 50,000 U.S. service members in the region.
Yeah, tough look, guys. Obviously very headline driven. Oil continuing to move higher. I just want to show the chart here if we can, because we were locked in a bit of a range here for the last few days. I want to say since about the 13th. Looks like we're taking out that range. We're breaking through the area high there at around 123. But I also want to point out that the RSI on the 4-hour chart, specifically on USO, as soon as it crosses 80, it has a tendency to revert here. So we're getting into that 80 threshold. So watch out for a bigger move and then a possible comeback in Adara of 122 to retest that area breakup. But it looks like a good-looking bull flag. And with that news headlines, I don't really see any relief in sight.
Yeah, both technicals and headlines in focus for oil. How are you guys looking at this sector?
Well, I mean, it's a break. Look, we're breaking out right now as we speak. So, like, USO is breaking the range. I thought maybe there'd be something a little bit more exciting happening in battle. It's up 5%. Like, maybe this will go, I don't know, volume's looking it's looking okay. It's got 1 million shares of volume, but it just wasn't enough to make the list. If we continue to hold above the range on USO, I think maybe a second look at battle after the open will be the name of the game. But as oil has gone up, the metals have been going down. Someone was asking, do we looking at gold? Not really, because silver just moves more. SLV just moves more than GLD. But this has been a short all week, and obviously a lot of things have been shorts all this week, with the exception of the second half of the day on Wednesday. Like, this has been a continuation play. And it's just been short the pops technically. Like yesterday, it was simply look at the prior low and short into the prior low. Today, that's a little bit tight, so I would want to look for the resistance here at about 50.40 to 50.50 as the first look, and then the resistance here up at 51. So I'm going to play this short, and if oil reverses, then I can expect that this could change too. Right? Like if we get back underneath, so USO, because that's what we're talking about in particular, if we get like a fail break here, and I don't know, like we get a truth or a piece of news that actually makes it hold underneath 122, then I think you could see a reverse and might think about reversing metals, but not where we're still trending up. I'm going to still be thinking short on silver here. And again, if we hold this up move and I actually see some good volume come into battle, that's probably worth going over to, because that's come back a lot, that small capper. Battle.
Yeah, I was going to look at it.
It's like,
it's actually bumping right now.
Yeah, it's starting to go. But it didn't really break that, like this weak resistance.
Hasn't really been doing that much.
No, there's got to be a better volume, small cap energy name. Throw some in the chat, guys, because Battle is one of the ones that we roll for like a lot of times because the short float and whatever. It'll just move more if it starts to squeeze when when oil futures are going higher. But it's not giving you the juice today. So it's got to be another one that we can find if we really do get a big move up today in oil.
No, and I mentioned today that we got out of XLE yesterday. So obviously, huge run up there from January. And I just we keep on saying like I'm not trying to be that guy that's holding on to everything for that long. And if it's in a space where we've done quite well on, forget about this split there, but that was something to be considered. So I at the 50 period we broke back above there. I know we're inching higher today, but we're out like right here basically at 57 and change. I used it's a different one in Canada, so it was ZEO is what I traded that. It's a BMO. Product, but it's very similar to XLE, very similar holdings. And, we had been holding this one for, I think, probably a couple of years now. So good trade there on XLE, and I'm just going to get out of oil now. I think it's just been a nice move higher. I still have Enbridge, which I think is a good stock, and that's actually doing quite nice. This is one of the very first names I've ever bought, and I kind of wish it wasn't. Like I wish that we would have just put all of our money into the big tech names, but Enbridge right here also at a spot where I'm debating, emptying this out as well. I mean, this is one of my largest holdings on the Canadian side now because we've been dripping into it for 30 years. But yeah, good name, solid dividend, solid hold. This is the pipeline company, Enbridge. Those of you that are in the Northeast or Northwest probably are very familiar with Enbridge. So shout out to ENB, another pipeline name that continues to pipe up the dividend, and we like that one for that reason. So that's why you're in energy, I guess, right? All right, let's go back over now. Sub 130, that's exactly the level that we have written down on the note. 130 there for Apple.
Ooh, buy bounce.
Maybe 330 for Apple.
700,000 buy bounce for SpaceX. That just hit a few seconds ago, so that's a buy bounce. You just saw Netflix there for a split second. Now it's down to 500,000. A Bitcoin, if you care, 600,000 sell on iBit. But the big one here, SpaceX, 600,000 buy bounce, and that would be the reason you see that $1 spike. So maybe it is going to get.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I've written down 130. Let's go find out the story. We'll come back with only 4 minutes.
Yeah, SpaceX here bouncing off those pre-market lows. And Balance mentioned here, bit of an issue with its 13th Starship launch, which actually did not end up happening.
Yeah, last second pad aboard is what ended up happening yesterday, guys. Specific software threshold here that was configured to prevent uneven thrust vectoring during maximum load. So 29 of the 33 Raptor engines did fire successfully, but 3 did not, so they didn't want uneven thrust vectoring. But this is only the second flight of the overhauled Raptor 3 engine. They redesigned the exterior to kind of cut down the weight, so we'll have to see how that works. But the payload here, Dara, that's one of the main stories, the unique nature of the payload. So the 20 Starlink version 3 satellites were on board, okay? They're not standard internet nodes. They were actually custom configured to test SpaceX's first ever data center architecture. They've been talking a lot about putting data centers into space, right? So this was going to be the first practical test of that. It was supposed to be run for about 20-minute suborbital window, so we'll see how that goes. But honestly, the real story is the 135 break.
Yeah, that 135 level certainly on watch. SPCX, guys.
Yeah, Sean likes 130. I like 132, but I think it's a distinction with a difference. It's the closing price is 131. So that the range it made at the end of the day was 130 to 132. You have to keep in mind. We talked about this with IBM when it had that plunge down. Even you can have a huge bounce that doesn't change the trajectory of the stock, unfortunately, because all it's doing is going back into like a previous resistance, and then it's failing that. And until you get to a resistance and break it out and hold above, you're still going to be in a bit of a downtrend. Just because I don't think there'll be another opportunity to talk about it. There was an upgrade on ASTS. Here today, and if it can get back, see the topping tail candle, and it's kind of hard to see. It failed 60 hard at the open yesterday after that offering. So if this one gets up, and this is a tall tail for it to get back to 60, that's like 10%. But that's a big level I'm watching on ASTS. Basically the same place as yesterday, but it's less likely.
All right. Yeah, I mean 130. We'll talk about it. I'll be on that. All right, well, we wrote down Apple short, and yeah, now this is what's happening. So, oh God. I thought I was sticking my neck out here a little bit, but we'll have to wait to see what's going on now as Apple just absolutely collapsing all over itself right now as the open is getting ready to rock and roll here. So that kind of little disappointing right there. I was hoping that we would be able to maybe smash that short there at 3. I mean, we don't want to trade it till 9:45, but I don't really want it to be starting this way because we might have already missed that trade here. I don't even see Apple on here, but darn it, man.
It's a sell, 300,000.
Yeah, 300,000. So, okay, small little sell there for Apple. Look, it's going to bounce around. This is not like woe is me here or anything like that. Let's just be patient with it. I was just hoping that it would stick above 332, and then, you know, with some momentum in the market, we would be able to hit that short. Maybe we will. Maybe we will get back up into the high side there for Apple. But this was like the one trade that I thought was like a little risky, a little counter to what I normally do. And there it goes, breaking lower now is Apple. Apple, Intel, Netflix, SpaceX, all on there. You can go find it. I put the link in there. But it's 50-cent spread right now on Apple. So with Friday upon us right now, with 1 minute to go, let's go get one more story about Meta, another name that possibly should be selling up here.
It's almost a follow-up from a story yesterday. We heard yesterday a longtime AWS executive left the company. Now he's reportedly joining Meta, another sign that Meta is continuing to pivot towards cloud.
Yeah, we kind of gave you the other side of the story yesterday. The incoming guy for AWS, the outgoing guy, well, that outgoing guy is going to Meta. To AWS, he's going to, yes, Meta. He's a former AWS executive, pardon me. It's basically Zuck's attempt here to kind of build out his AI infrastructure. Dave Brown, a nearly 19-year AWS veteran, he's going to join their infrastructure leadership team, and basically his focus is to expand the company's data center footprint. Adara.
Good look at the bell, everybody.
Yes, sir. And with about 10 seconds to go, the final opening bell of the week, brought to you by Origenics. Want to shout them out, OGEN on the NYSE. Shout out to Origenics. Want to thank him. SpaceX is moving to the upside. Netflix just made fresh lows right away. So Netflix just hit 65 and starting to get a little bit of a bounce. I mean, whatever. That's not much of a bounce.
Okay.
Sorry, it's not really a bounce. A tiny bounce as it tries to get into the volume weighted average price. But then maybe they grab that bottom here on NFLX. 67. That was the level. Yeah, I'm waiting for you to say that, Sharif. 67 was the low in the aftermarket on the first bounce, and then if it gets up there, that's the first place I will look for the fade. DRAM, no movement on the chip, on memory chips. Got to be patient. Was looking pop and fade like it did yesterday at the open, but they just made a fresh low here in DRAM. So I'm not shorting at the low of the day here on DRAM. SK Hynix, of course, absolutely dying.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I was going to look at that next. Yeah. SpaceX up to one. SpaceX got to 128, and yesterday, like I said, I'm trying to be, a different man. Like I'm trying to be patient here and not get super excited about jumping into the trades. I'm trying to use a little bit bigger share size for myself, like just trying to make sure that we get the right levels, and just sometimes early. If you shorted 127 there, it ripped up to 128.30s, and so you'd have had to hold that. A couple bucks against you, or at least $1.50 there against you. So it can be difficult to make a trade early. So be patient or lower your share size. It doesn't mean that you have to go all in on something. You can always, there's levels to this. But yeah, there goes SpaceX right now, watching out for that break of 125. I think that's going to be, I might as well just put in right now that breakdown if it happens, right? We're not SSR unless we were. How much were we down yesterday? No, I don't think we were, right? SSR, no. Well, we have an N right here, so we'll go SSR no for now, and we'll try a short through that level of 125. Okay, so if that comes in, that'll be our first little look there. We would have wanted 130. It only gets to 128. I was actually sitting, and I'm still sitting there 129.50, but that's not going to come in right now. You mentioned SK Hynix going to the downside. AMD
it's bounced, actually
hopefully bounces. Nope. Ugh. So I'm hoping to see if we get something around 490. We can empty out some of our AMD position. We want to do that. So hopefully that'll be a case that happens soon. SpaceX does bounce off that level. So far, not really so good on that trade. And then Apple, and we'll talk about Netflix in a minute as well. So Apple's kind of doing fine. This is what I was hoping would happen. We would hang around here, then we'd be able to see what the futures do. And now it's actually giving us some bottoms here. So, now we can wait to see what winds up happening with Apple. And maybe even if the short does break, maybe we go to 31.50 instead of 32 flat. So I feel like the very first position that's going to come in is going to be SpaceX. And I'm only crossing down 20 cents. So again, like a little bit bigger share size, don't want to cross down like 50 cents and get 50 cents out of the money immediately. So we'll wait to see what happens at 125. And if I miss it, I do think there could be a break and fake. Where we do where we do come back upside.
But that's what SK Hynix it looks like. It did the first time through. It lost. Where's DRAM going? DRAM was just going back into the upside. SK Hynix broke the 150, came back, and is now back underneath. So if this is the moment where I said, if this is breaking down, got to look at DRAM. Did you get?
No, I didn't. I mean, I was just
Oh,
looking
I,
at the
I
chart.
thought you meant SpaceX.
Oh, no, that didn't go yet. I was
Okay.
looking at SK Hynix.
No, I was
there.
basically saying hey, to short the pop on DRAM. The second SK Hynix went,
Here
you
comes
had to be
SpaceX.
already in this. So I might have to take a shot at this again underneath the 50 level and just try to scalp it at that price level. Because the memory chips are headed to the downside. Like we're fading. Maybe I get a shot at SLV, but that hasn't come into any levels yet either.
Now the market's getting hit.
Like that, I'm sitting here waiting for VWAP and SLV, and it's already starting to break the lows. And Netflix is the only thing that's going up if you're trying to short a pop. The market's at the low and getting absolutely rugged.
Here's a name that's absolutely ripping right now, and it's a name that you would have never guessed if I given you 1,000 choices.
1,000?
Oracle, yeah. 1,000. There's no way you would have put Oracle on that. There it goes to the upside right there, man. 125, like Oracle from 120. Wow, Oracle's was at 121. Like, wow, that's bad. That's all the way to 125 right now, and a nice move higher. But okay, here we go. SpaceX is coming in right now into 125. So we will sit up, we will get comfortable, and we will get ready to rock and roll here. And it's a little bit, the timing's okay. It's 9:35. So, you know, a name that we'll take a little bit of a position on. Like a 1 unit kind of trade here, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit more if it does do that fake up into 126.50 or so, you know, possibility there for a reload in SpaceX. But maybe, hey man, maybe that's not the break right there. I mean, it will happen, but I want to show you something else. Intel absolute crushed right now. We wrote down 96 short. It looks like 94 short was what was good right there. Okay, SpaceX, here we go, man. What kind of defense will there be at 25? We'll see right there, right now. Coming in is going to be SpaceX. So, yeah, we're excited to trade that through 125. Looking at what size is there, it's decent. A couple million shares, it looks like, on the bid. Right now, it's hard to see as it keeps on going back and forth, but we'll wait to see when it gets there. Right now, SpaceX, you know, moments away.
There's 500,000 on a single gateway.
Yeah, on one single gateway. So, moments away now from that break. So we'll have to watch. I don't know if you've been in anything, but that SK Hynix maybe is.
No, I'm trying to get into
I mean, the market is
a few things, but I don't want to short the absolute low of the day, so that's not going to be the plan of action. I'm going to move down on SLV here just a little bit if we can get it. I'm also watching SpaceX, but I think it false breaks. So if it false breaks, VWAP's at 260.
it's gone.
It's gone. Oh, my quote's jacked. Bye-bye.
Well, yeah, it's that was just par for the course these days when the quotes go. But yeah, so we get exactly that 20 cents lower. So we got, like I was saying, you know, that was going to be something that we were expected to do. So I put in the order there at 124.80s. So we get 124.81 right now. I'll take a little bit out there for, which I thought was 50 cents, which it's not now that I look down. We just get some out there at 52s, I believe, right there. So a decent out, 53s, decent out there for SpaceX. And now we'll wait. We only got out of a small bit, but here goes SpaceX, man. We're short it. We like this trade. If we could take it down $1 and then we'll just try to hold the rest. I'm bidding 124.12 right now. And like I said, man, we've been really trading this name quite aggressively for about, let's call it 20 days, however many days it's been in the market for. So here we go, man. It's a downside push. It's SpaceX. And hey, man, your boy did it one more time. So there it is again, man. Another 70-cent winner straight off the jump there for SpaceX.
Oh, very nice on SpaceX. We didn't get asked this up at 60, but this is now finally starting to break down. Day 2 short. If you want to short a pop, it doesn't get to your level, the next thing I look at is always going to be VWAP, probably aided by the fact that SpaceX just went down. But if I still like ASTS short, I got to stop saying that name. Then I'm going to grab it right here. So we're going to try to get some 60. I would love to get some 90s, get a price of 80, and risk 50 cents into the volume weighted average price. So that's the plan of action. Didn't get our level all the way up at 60, but it's the same setup as yesterday, where you have a big hammer candle. I did get that SLV as the market's heading lower, so we shorted VWAP. LOD is the first plan of action, and then we just want to hold from there and then reload every chance that we are able to get. Bleeding its own blood is this market as usual.
Man, that was something that Sharif always says, bleeding its own blood. I see it's made its way to our realm, and that's what happens around here, man. There's a lot of back and forth there. But here we go, man. It's $2 now. We'll see what winds up happening with this 123 level. Still got 70% on. Obviously, we just take another fill there at 123. So let's wait to see how low can this name go. I mean, potentially into that 120 level. I mean, it's blue skies for the short, right? I mean, here, I'm gonna take another. Every time there's a level break, I'm just gonna keep taking it out on the way down. There it is, one daily goal met already right there. So let's see if we can continue to make some, have some fun times around here. Hey, look, man, even as this market was opening up, we were waiting very, very patiently for that 125 to break. We mentioned we wanted it, and we just took it. So there it goes, man. I hope that all of you have this trade. I mean, it was just one thing, again, that not only, like, I'm trying to, like, also put my money where my mouth is, basically. And so we've been talking about the short. Look, I'm a long-term investor in this name for sure. But when it comes to trading, I really feel like we've got something here. So there it goes now into 122 again. Wow, now 250 in the money. This has taken me 4 minutes right here, and we've already made our goal, our daily goal, weekly, whatever kind of goals you have, made right there in 4 minutes. So this is what trading is all about, man. You want to have that lifestyle of being able to get in, get out, and sort of be less, like, more relaxed and maybe financially, stable. So have your goals, make them whatever they are, man. Just don't make them outlandish. Trading is quite difficult to do. I'm going to take another bid here at 122.80, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening. This could rip back upside. We've been here long enough to see that, these moves are not necessarily one direction,
Ooh, the band.
But yeah, shout out, exactly. We always used to say that joke as well around here. But 126 maybe is the out now.
Not a fan.
So let's just wait and hold it, and we'll see what winds up happening. But so far, so good. Now, people mentioning Lucid even in the chat.
Well, forget about Lucid. I mean, the way SpaceX is going, I shouldn't say forget Lucid. Lucid was an absolute barn burner yesterday.
Ridiculous.
So I don't get it, but Lucid has been incredibly strong. It makes absolutely no sense to me. So I'm going to continue to just sort of work in and hold this ASTS, but it is starting to blast up. Silver just did a topping tail, so we're going to get my order back in. So I just got the topping tail on SLV, but ASTS, it's going to break and hold through that volume weighted average price. I wasn't bidding till it was going to be $1 in the money, but I'm not giving it a full dollar. Like, the first take was going to be the $1, but I'm only giving it about 70 to 80 pennies on this. So we'll take the L on ASTS. This was one of the better ones yesterday, but obviously I'm not going to hold it through that volume weighted average price. When it lost VWAP yesterday, it was just all trend down. So that's what I was going to be looking to capture if we could. And then I want to jump back over. I saw somebody saying Battle. I know I was interested in Battle today, but it's at the highs and you just pulled back on USO, which is a good sign. USO retakes the high, then I'm interested in Battle. I didn't find anything. I saw people putting some names in the chat for other small cappers if oil starts going, and every single one someone put in the chat had lower volume than Battle. So I didn't see anything I like better than Battle. It's got to have volume. This is at 2.5 million shares. Those other ones were really, really tiny and just not my cup of tea. If you're going back over to the chip names, we didn't get anything in DRAM, obviously. Yeah, it didn't get anything in DRAM, so I guess we have to wait to short this pop. So we'll try to get this on trend. It's been trending all morning long to the downside, and we'll see if we can get involved. SK Hynix did lose that 150, and as long as it continues underneath there, then I want to still look short, even with the market trying to pop.
All right, yeah.
Oh, Commodity King. I'll check that one out. Keep throwing names in there. I want to see if there's something better than Battle for the small capper energies.
All right, yeah, let's have a look at those names for sure. Yeah, keep them going into the chat, right? I mean, we're always looking for more information and more things to trade. Yeah, so SpaceX, we were just getting some out on the way back up, so let's be patient with it. We don't necessarily want to punch out of everything. We want to be patient here with SPCX and just wait. Another name that's mooning here in this market that's not is Microsoft, right? I mean, we had Steve Talman on yesterday talking a little bit about it. There goes Microsoft up 1%, and we say mooning just because of where it's come from. But yeah, nice retracement back up there to the upside, back into 398. So just another one of those names here, Microsoft, where we're going to be able to see, exactly what the trade is going to look like here for MSFT. Breaking through 400 might be a call here today if the market does, figure out its own footing here and finally get a base. But wow,
yeah, I don't know.
I should have been shorting something else, man. I mean, what's going on with Apple right there? Look at this, man. This is what yesterday you said, like, that it was a pretty bad day. And I remember I was like, you know what? Like, Apple held, Microsoft held, Google.
It was just the chips.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like, Google yesterday held until we got that Gemini story. And guess what? Right now, see you later to Joe's and all of our trades here with Google, as that is now absolutely crushed, down 3% here today. So, like, forget about it, man. This name is now gone.
That might be my third largest holding.
Out of that's what I was saying.
It used to be two. It used to be one. Now and then it was
Now it's
two.
fallen
And
down,
now it's
yeah.
probably three.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's
Ugh.
going,
Hold on. That's
going,
gonna be
gone.
that's gonna
Even
be a buy.
Amazon is blasting to the high side. So yeah, the problem is in the chip names, I would say, because they can't find anything else. That's a problem. Marvell down 5, Google down 4, ARM Holdings down as well today. I would imagine down to 243 and change right now for ARM. So yeah, things are not going well in this space. That is for sure. And everybody's
Micron 800.
That's what I was just gonna. That was my next look. Was gonna be Micron 807. Right now, that's down 5%. And then the name that we're also excited about, SK Hynix, now down through 146 right now and holding 146. But that's a level for SK Hynix. So yeah, man. I mean, someone in the chat there, UNH. So shout out to you in the chat there, MF Dane Generous and Dr. Win and all that kind of stuff. Right there. This is another name that had a report there yesterday. Did have a good day, did pull back a little bit, but now today up another 3%. So, good on UNH and some of the healthcare names as rotation is definitely out of the chips and into some of these broader sector plays.
Well, one of those might be okay. It might be the banks because BAC's trying to go green. I'm just looking for some relative strength because if nothing's doing the pops to get into the short, I mean, silver did, DRAM's not. It's like, where is the strength going to be? Like, I can't sit there and stare at battle forever for this USO to break the high, which I think is going to happen. I liked BAC the last couple of days, but I didn't put it on the list today because it just wasn't breaking out 62. But I'll put it on the back burner. It looks like this is going to be relatively strong. Hold 61, hold VWAP, break the 62 level. Could be something to happen on that. The other thing is I want to get my... Yesterday, it was the only day that it didn't work for me on SpaceX. But waiting for it to get and test the volume weighted average price is a bit of a thing. So I'm going to let it get into 125, and then we'll see if we can grab it. There's something crazy about the way that this is catching a bit of a bid. But remember, every single time that it bounced in the afternoon, it was just another opportunity to fade it. The morning was weird in the way it was choppy trading, but now it looks more like the normal SpaceX. Bounce, revert, that kind of deal. So wait for 125. SLV started to head downside. That's pretty good. Netflix. I know everyone started talking about Netflix as some people were saying, hey, it's going to be a good value. Others say that it's trash. It's a polarizing stock. All I care about is it filled the gap, and now it has to lose VWAP, and we can finally get into the Netflix short. I want this under VWAP and fresh lows. I own this stock, and it sucks, by the way. That's the thing. I still own Netflix. For sure. My price is fantastic, but you know what? That doesn't matter. And I've gotten wrapped up in that myself, where it's like you have it for so long, so your cost base seems good, but if the momentum's not with the stock, then what difference does it make?
Exactly.
It's completely irrelevant how much
Holy shit,
you're
AMD.
up on it.
And AMD is a perfect example of that, and this is why I was like, I should have just trusted myself, man. And there it goes. AMD just absolutely crushed right now. That's disappointing, man. Maybe I only have 10 grand in it or something. It's not a huge position, but that's a nice move downside right there for AMD. And darn it, man, it was just Tuesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We were just talking about this with Brian up here at 560. I should have pulled the trigger myself. Oh well. Like I said, woe is me. These names will be back. I don't think that they're dead in the water. It's just, as we talked about, a rotation out of these names is something to fear, I think, and it looks like it's happening right now quite aggressively. That's needless to say in this space. So, be careful with AMD and the rest of them. All right, I'm still waiting to get short in SpaceX. We have less than half of the position right now. We just took another bid at 124. It's good to have that 122 in the account, but we sort of knew, we had seen the first time that it cracked through 135 that it went down $3 or $2 immediately, and that's exactly what it did here again. So the battle back into VWAP is right here, right now. So we could take a little bit of a reload now, and then I'm going to try to wait for 126-ish, something like that into that area where we can think about getting a little more aggressive on the short there, because we've already we've made the money. We don't necessarily want to throw it all the way back, but that might wind up happening. So 125.50, 126 area right here, something to be watching out for, in my opinion, anyways, there on SpaceX. So here we go. That's what's happening there. Anything else? Apple short. Someone's saying. This was a name that I was thinking about as a short, but for right now, if anything, it's been holding out good. Like Apple only went down there on those imbalances. So we can sort of scrap that sort of short idea for now and then think about what we want to do later, because right now Apple looks like it wants to go back up to the upside. So I don't think it's a horrible call to look for an Apple short here, but there's so many different names that you could actually look at rather than Apple that I think you may not.
If the market's bouncing because the chips want to go, it does make sense that Apple would also reverse, right? That makes I'm looking at DRAM, which that's starting to fly. I did buy the dip.
Sure. No.
Bought the dip on Battle because USO got back into the high of the day. So USO went to the high. Battle gave me the pullback on a 15. I'm giving it to like this candle, the 165. But look at this market try to bounce back with DRAM.
Here we go.
So it looks like, look, if the chips are the reason that we go down, then you got to feel like they're the reason you go up. But I'm not changing the thesis. It has to be wrong first. So I'm going to be waiting at VWAP here on DRAM to get into this one for the first time. So again, Battle 165, I'll give it to. If I just flat out see USO flush, I'll just punch out. But if USO breaks that high, I want to be able to hold on to BATL. Never came up with a better name, unfortunately. So you just go back to the one that you know.
All right, I guess I can hit to my 129.50 on SpaceX. That might not be happening.
129.
Well, yeah, it's because I initially wanted to 130, right? So. Yeah, so I had that order earlier. Okay, so here comes right back up to the upside right now is SpaceX 125.70 and change now, as the trade that was a darling short to begin with is now ripped back to the north side here on SPCX. So we do want to keep taking a little bit of shares up here. We don't even have that 1 unit. We got back into a half a unit now. As we had said, we had dumped out of half. We actually got a little bit less than half left. So now we have that half unit again back in. So now we'll wait to see where it goes. We still don't have as many shares as we did on that first move down, but waiting to get stopped out if that does happen at 126.50 right there for SpaceX with a couple reloads there. We want to be able to sit here and watch this stock. I'm still pissed off about AMD. All right, NVIDIA right there. That broke 2 bills as well. So that would be another play that potentially looking at a 201, look for VWAP. We're looking for names that are weak here today that might have a chance of coming back to the upside. One name that may have no more upside in it for a while is SMR. That's now $7. So, that just touched down to $7.20 right there. And you want to talk about a name that's just been killed this month. That's about down 50%. Its high right there was $14.
Wait till 5.
There it is. Yeah, wait till 5. Try to wait till 3 maybe. Who knows where this is going to go. New Scale, another one of those names that has now broken through those levels. And yeah, that's the thing. When there's a lot of downside pressure, you don't really know how low these names will go, right? And so Apple, Oracle, and then gold. Was gold moving around a bit today? It keeps on hitting the scanner, but that might just be because it's just hanging around. Yeah, so we got a VWAP look there, and it doesn't look like much happened down there at VWAP. But we got a little bit of a bump of about $1 there on GLD, and then I'll throw it back to Neil in a second. USO right now, just want to have a quick look, up 3%. So that was a great VWAP trade, if anything. So I think you want to take energy long, it looks like, and maybe just wait for this market to figure itself out and potentially buy some of these dips. But yeah, I don't know. So far, so good on all these plays. Apple is kind of the one name that I'm waiting. Oh, gosh. We just talked about this, and there goes Apple losing its bid again. So, okay, bye-bye, Apple. Maybe 332 might actually be a trade after all.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Like that reversal is definitely happening. I don't know what gold is doing, but SLV just broke that top wick. So you know how I roll. Either we get the low of the day, that's where we're going to be bidding, or if it breaks the top, we're going to jump out of it. Energy's going. We just broke the high of the day on USO. Battle is only trying to get there. If I get filled the top, I think just sort of going back in and buying dips. I have an order. Here, I'll show you. I have an order here in front of 80 and then one in front of the high from Tuesday, I suppose, at 188. And then $2 is another level up there. So those are some pretty clear targets for this trade. But you have to sustain the move. Well, the move has to sustain in USO. Like if USO pulls back heavily, then this trade is meaningless, right? Like it's basically just like a proxy and a squeeze play and all because it happens to have a big short flow. Without that, then you have absolutely nothing. All right, here comes back through VWAP. So I'm going to get into SpaceX for the first time here today. So it's back underneath the volume weighted average price. I'm still on the 15, so we'll slap over. Here it is. There's your topping tail wick. So I want to jump in on the south side of VWAP and give it to that wick high on SpaceX. So that's the plan of action with SPCX. And then VWAP, same thing on DRAM. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, my God. Someone just put in the chat, I want to say a big shout out to you, Commodity King. And look, He just dropped the orange. That's okay. That orange has been there all week.
I thought you dropped the coffee.
Look at Commodity King here. You know a Commodity King, and we're going to be on this one because Samsara, we talked about this 2 weeks ago with the kid. This is a name that I've been buying up. It's just been an absolute great run there. And thank you, Commodity King, for putting a smile on my face with Samsara IoT, Internet of Things, up another 5% right here. And look at this one, man, finally starting to break out. We're long this in the low 30s or mid 20s, something like that. We started buying it up here, which was why I got to find out what my average price is. It's probably low 30s. So it's not like it's a huge play, but there it goes, man. Samsara, nice upside play. And yeah, it does look like the reloads were real here on SpaceX. So here we go, man. Big move, hopefully coming in on SpaceX. And we're pretty loaded up right now. And we did finally take that trade on Apple. So, we do have that 32 short that we wanted. We're short at 331.90. So let's put a bid out here, like sort of where we dropped into maybe the 50s. If we do get a fill there, that's fine. It looks like we did bounce off of that level that we were like, hey man, we need to break through here if we're going to take the short. That move kind of happened quickly. So we are going to stop out if it takes 333 again on Apple. So we don't, this is a trade that we liked initially. But, with this market, look at this blasting higher right now. So there's a short coming in there. So we'll take our last fill on Apple and just try to give it, I'm going to give it a little bit more than 333. That is 333, basically flat. Let's go to 333.25. And again, it's not a name that we have a bunch of shares in right now, but we're going to watch it. It's Apple. We're short. The bigger one is here in SpaceX. So we'll have to wait to see what happens there with SpaceX. But we've got Apple short about a unit or so on Apple. But what's up, Adara?
I always have to shout out Eleanor Terrett here. She's a crypto-related reporter on X. She just posted something pretty interesting, and I looked into this, and this is very much legit. The House Financial Services Committee, the same committee that questioned new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh on Tuesday, they're holding a field hearing in New York City on the Clarity Act. This is called, quote, Building the Future of Finance, how the Clarity Act unlocks innovation. They've got a whole bunch of witnesses there. That's starting at 10 a.m., so you guys have to know that I'll be watching this with bated breath. But stay tuned. If there are already updates, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you there, Adara. I haven't even looked at crypto, 63, 62.8. Well, one of my picks is crypto adjacent, so I guess any movement to the upside will be good. It was Robinhood. We still have one more to give you guys today. I think we're doing it in the afternoon. Well, the two of us have one more to give you, I think.
Yeah, we can go over. I can go over some of the picks. I do have.
No, we can do it. Well, I don't know.
No, just the picks so far. We don't have to do. No.
We'll do it in the afternoon.
Show it eventually. We'll show.
Yeah,
the stocks. Yeah. No worries for now.
I want to dive into mine deeper later. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get into a deep dive.
We have talk about a deep dive. Let's see how far we could dive with Apple right now. Good position now. We're happy with where we've got it. Let's put some more bids out here on Apple. So we've got 332.25s. We kind of like this position. We talked about the 332 breaking. It's on the note today. On the note today is SpaceX short, is Intel short, I forgot the last one. Netflix, of course, short as well. But for right now, let's let Apple do its own thing here. The market is really retraced back up. We're still down 2%, but we are looking for lows coming in. How come I'm not bidding anything on Apple here? We should be bidding something. What is going on there? Oh, 331.60 I had, so I just put an 80 in there. Oh, that's too bad. We got into 70s there on Apple, but okay, so I put a 331.80. Hey, look, man, we'll take 50 cents and we're trading with upside shares. I keep saying we all trade different share size. I'm trading for myself a little bit higher here, so we got to be careful with what I'm trying to do. So I'm bidding some more out here conservatively, and then we'll look back an hour and say, why did we get so much out, right? That's how I trade. But here it comes. There's 80. Give me, we just missed it again. Wow, look at that. Look how violent that move was. We almost got 80s there, and then ripped back up 50 north side. So yeah, lots of action here this morning. That was crazy, man. We were on the bid, and then it just ripped back against us. So absolutely insane price move in here today in the market. But let's go SpaceX. Let's go
Same thing's
Apple.
happening at 30s on SpaceX.
Is it? Okay.
At 124, 32 to like 45 or so. Every single time it gets there, it's just bouncing. So you can you don't want to fight it. You got to be able to join it if you can. So I'm gonna hop on the bid and try and get those 30s if we can get it, and then try to reload that one if possible. USO's still going. Battle is still exactly where it was before. That's just, you just got to wait for it. Netflix is starting to head back into 67. So it doesn't, as quickly as it got underneath VWAP, it immediately came back and didn't really confirm that weakness. So Netflix is still driving higher, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I guess, if you're long. But if you're looking for the fade under VWAP, it's just not really happening for Netflix yet. SSR, remember. So that stock is going to be, it's going to have a little bit of juice to it. Maybe because people think it's oversold, but it's obviously going to have a little bit of that SSR bounce play. So yesterday it was all easy for the shorts. But today it's a completely different story because this market is now trending higher. Until we get to pre-market highs, if we're not in, it's wait for a re-entry point, because why fight it? If the setup is wait for the pop and fade, we're not even at the top yet. So more patience is going to have to be required. It's not going to be easy like it was yesterday.
Yeah, I guess that's right in the general sense. It's been pretty easy so far today, though, for this Apple and for SpaceX. And, here goes Apple to the downside. We're starting to cover a little bit more, but I do agree. It seems like a little choppier there with a complete V-shaped recovery in the futures. Wow. That was huge, man. What a huge recovery there. 28.4. Like, this is how the market is just all messed up, because that was just, heading to the downside, and really with no tweets or no nothing, you basically make that whole move back, right back to where we opened again. So what a wild 30 minutes, man. The first 15 was downside huge. The next 15 was upside huge. What brings the next 15 is really the question. And that's why, we're really happy to have everybody join us, man. Hopefully you guys are here with us right now. And let's do a quick little roll call to say hi to those that are here. Casey's here. Darkside is here. Bhavin Patel, thank you so much for being here as well. Ed Traveler is here. Neil's already been in and out of ASTS, so thank you for mentioning that one. Lily Cove, Tatsu, MF Dangerous, Andrew Chow is here as well. Everybody, thank you so much for, wow, nice move downside again. Apple is absolutely breaking. Thanks for the roll call, everybody. But there it goes, man. Again, some of the best trades happen when you're patient. Bye-bye, Apple. Now a monster move lower, man. And we've got shares on this one. Apple making it rain. It's almost like I don't even care about SpaceX anymore. Apple downside, downside, downside. We just got another reload there in SpaceX. Let's watch out for 126, but a huge move down right now. Let's go to Adara for University of Michigan sentiments.
We have actually higher than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment here, 54.4. That's going to be above estimates of 51 and above the prior print here, 49.5. So a little bit more optimism than maybe we were expecting here. 5-year inflation expectations, 3.3%, in line here with the prior print of 3.3%. The 1-year inflation expectation here is coming in at 4.2%. So that's going to be a little bit lower here than the 4.6% prior and the expectation of 4.3%. So basically what we're seeing here is people with better expectations for the economy in terms of consumer sentiment, but lower expectations for inflation. Generally a pretty good combo. We're going to take a look here at the market, which is just continuing to ratchet to the upside off these lows on these comments. We're still a pretty far ways away from breaking or from closing that gap, but in the right direction. SPY looking almost identical to the NASDAQ here. Keep an eye on tech. Now, NVIDIA bouncing here. It did break below that 200 level because Apple, at one point, I think now probably giving it up, it did briefly surpass NVIDIA for market cap to become the largest market cap company in the world. Here is SK Hynix. Another theme I think today are these recent IPO names. SKHY obviously bouncing off the lows, but it did break below that 149 IPO level for the first time. SpaceX, meanwhile, was still trading, actually made a new intraday low or new all-time intraday low. Currently here trading around 126. We know SPCE had a bit of trouble yesterday with its Starship launch, the 13th launch, which actually didn't end up happening. It was aborted due to some engine concerns, as stated by CEO Elon Musk. Join us here every single day on Trader TV Live. You can follow us on social media, each of us individually and the show, and you can stick with us all day, every day. We'll send you back over to Sean and Neil.
As you can see right now, SpaceX blew through the top and stopped that out. The markets have been very, very active lately. And for traders, this is the environment that's going to create opportunities, more setups and momentum. And that's what you want to see. But if you got to take advantage of this, you got to do this under the right conditions. And you need a couple of things: discipline and access to capital. And that capital, that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders get to access the firm's capital. That way they can focus on executing their own strategies and just managing their own risk. You don't fear blowing up your personal account. You're not moving your stop too early because you're worried about your own savings. That's limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets, without risking your own capital.
Wow.
Visit tradethepool.com. Shout out to Mitch. We had Money Mitch on, and of course, Steve Tom. I want to thank him for coming on through as the money is flowing back into those markets as they are going higher and higher. That rotation starts to come back into play for sure. I did wait for the price at 50-50. VWAP, 50-50, 51. Those are the levels we put down. So those are the levels we wait to trade. That's 50. That's it breaking. This is 50 and a half, and that's where we're going to be in the next time. That NVVV, I know there was that halt trade. A little bit late. It's already opened back up. Not V, NVVE. Already opened back up. This is your halt runner. But remember, this one does super low volume. Not even at 1 million shares yet, but is starting to go pretty precipitously to said upside. And then before we go back over, SpaceX took my first jaunt in SpaceX, and it broke that 126. Here, but we're trying to, come on, hit enter twice. SPCX. There we go. Did accidentally get back in, but I just jumped right back out of the trade. Like, that was an accidental fill, took a couple of pennies on it, but didn't want to be in at that price. It's like, no, want to wait for the actual high. So SpaceX heading right back in, not going to take it again until it either breaks trend or gets up to the top to fill in a little bit more of the gap. So the only new position is going to be that SLV, and that's an oldie. We'll get out in front of VWAP if we can, take about 2/3 out there, and then look to see if we get that low one more time.
Okay, good look over there. Yeah, I mean, so far here today, I mean, this is the trade right there. Apple 332 short. We just posted that up. We got the SpaceX. Well, we got stopped out as well. We're back in it, of course. But there's Apple with that huge move down and no Apple, no cry. There it is down into 330. We have some good fills there on Apple. So make sure you are following. I'll put this up there in the chat again as it's a completely free resource to talk about, the sticky note there as we go. But yeah, we'll have to wait. So there's Apple. We got some good fills down there as well. And, I think it might have been a little bit too fast for Apple. So we will start to get a little bit more out here at 330 once again and wait for a downside play. Despite getting hit on SpaceX, we still are at our goal, even though we did give some back there. And I'm going to take a little bit more out right now. Why not on SpaceX as we just we got stopped out at 126.50. That's fine. So we did give back, what we had made there. Good thing we had reloaded into there and then able to take some outs back in. So we do have a bunch of reloads and a bunch of more outs. But right now we'll short the top end of this trade, and now we'll wait to see. This is almost like what we did yesterday, where it came back in. And if you notice, yesterday it was around this time on SpaceX here. Maybe it's better if I just zoom back out a little bit here, and we can have a look. It was right into here. This is 10 o'clock-ish. This is 10. And this is 10:30. So remember, it was sort of going sideways for a while, and then it lost the bid. It could do the opposite today, where it goes sideways and catches the bid, but pretty choppy off the open. We saw that yesterday. And if you're looking today, obviously, man, I mean, that's where the bread is buttered there. But then on the way back, now it's starting to get a little choppy and making some new highs there on the day as SpaceX just for now. But we've got that short back in, and here it goes, hopefully breaking. I mean, I don't know if it's going to go. I'm going to put another bid here at 126 because it looks like it's definitely, but looks like it's holding that 126 right now. And so what I'm doing is just trying to scalp it out. We have a bunch of outs there in and around the 20s and teens and whatnot. And if this breaks 127, then we can say forget about it. Yesterday we took a 50-cent risk to make like $8 or $9, whatever that were, $4 or $5, sorry, on the way down yesterday. So well worth the risk right there. And we're just $3 right now in the money on Apple. So this is going to be what's to be a good trade. We have a quarter left of this one. Let's see how low Apple can go as SpaceX ripping higher again.
So it wasn't NVVE, that it did halt, but the big one is V. It's VEEE, and it's not good. This is now the third consecutive down halt. It's not even staying open very long. It's 3-minute candles here, if you guys are wondering, and it's insta-halted down. Reject, halt down, open, halt down, open, halt down 3 times in a row. This goes back into the meme stock days, but once a stock does this 3 times in a row, I'm looking for the first green. It's just an old pattern, old first green, and then back to either previous halt levels or the volume weighted average price. So V should be open up in about 2 minutes or so, yeah, because it's a 5-minute halt and it's 10:05, and if it's not 5 minutes, then it's going to be 10 minutes, but it's not NVVE. It is VEE. That's the one that's moving. It's just moving in the wrong direction. And when I'm talking about looking for a potential reversal, think about Lucid. That's the only example I can give you that'll be recent. So that's why I'm going to bring up Lucid. It was a couple of days ago. See all the cascade down, halt down, halt down, halt down, and then open up, make the low, and then break back above. That's what you're looking for on V. So it can continue to hold down, then you don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But for now, that's what I'm watching on V, E, E, E. SpaceX willing to give it another shot, not just the one. And of course, I pull it up in Toronto, where I am long in the long term, but it's going to have to break the trend. I like levels, I like VWAP, but I want to see it break this upward trend. It has lots of room to the highs to be able to do so before it gets there. But you've now gone bottom, higher low, another higher low. So there's a good chance this consolidation could take you higher. And until it breaks that trend line, I just don't want to have to fight it. T-Rob, throw up that super chat there, Andre. T-Rob is in the building. I can't comment all the time, but I'm always in the business.
Nice.
Good morning. I'm long the market for now.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the market is absolutely churning. Is this going to be the rally? Is this the absolute bottom? Or is this one of those like fake out rallies on the pullback? Look at SK Hynix. SK Hynix, 10% top to bottom, and it's just where it was in the pre-market. Like, that's crazy. Like, this is where it was in midday yesterday before everything fell apart. That's the thing that always gets me about these rallies. It's like if it doesn't break this top, it actually hasn't really broken the down structure if it doesn't break out this top. So that's one of the reasons why I'm still going to go with the thesis and some of these other names. Like SLV, we're just right back into it at the next level and playing back into the volume weighted average price. Like, stick with what works until it's proven otherwise definitively.
Yeah, and we're doing, it's too bad that SpaceX just keeps throwing us back and forth here because it's, just really Apple that has been the move to the downside. And yeah, there's STAK just halted right here again. So Stack, another one of those names that maybe some of you guys are looking at, down 37% here today as it just keeps on making lows right there. Stack, I mean, right now halted at, what was it, 209? What did I say? It was 221. So 225 there, the halt price for Stack, and now it's printing 211 for the tap. So it looks like it will open up just a little bit lower here as STAK.
Did we ever find out why that dropped?
No, I don't even know what the story was the last couple of days, but upside move there for Stack, and we'll wait to see 440 and change right now coming back in for that name. So yeah, thanks for the super chats again. 221 is again back to the tap of that. And yeah, if this is, as Neil said, maybe we are getting a good little rally here. And yeah, it looks like Intel is making that move all the way back up. I mean, wow, to short the market, I mean, we told you we're getting, I'm still unbelievable right now that it's $3 in the money is Apple. And, if you just rewind, this is one of my big moments because we had talked about how even though the market was doing what it was doing, we did think that Apple was a space that traders would look to take money out of. And that's exactly, like, honestly, man, all the years of experience, I feel like finally paying off here on this Apple call. So that was for me, I told you it was a risk putting it on the board here today, and I thought it was a risk putting it on the note, but, really glad we have it. This will be P&L number one for me today. It doesn't even, no matter even what happens the rest of the day, this is going to be a good one. I'm really glad Marvell's coming back up, and hopefully soon I get hit on my AMD price, which is $495. I put on AMD, so maybe we get out of a quarter of what I have left on AMD very, very soon. But yeah, man, Apple, one of the, one of the stocks that I was really happy with today because it actually printed out the way that we sort of thought it may have done that, and now we're $3 and change. And we wait for SpaceX. We have a Dara though with something. It's 10:11. What's up back there?
Yeah, just be aware, one of the risk executives from Bullish is actually at this House Financial Services Subcommittee hearing on the Clarity Act. So be aware here. There is a BLSH representative at this hearing. It's not moving, and I don't really expect that it will, but I do want to just make you guys aware that that's occurring. Back to you.
All right, thank you.
Well, it made me look. Yeah, Bullish not really doing a heck of a lot of volume. But hey, if you're looking at the name, then you want to be abreast of whatever might be happening with it. And right now, it's absolutely nothing. The market's coming up, but as I said, man, this is gonna break the trend.
Which?
SpaceX.
SpaceX. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to break this trend line, even as the market continues to go higher.
Oh boy.
SLV's about to do it too, so this is going to be an entry pretty soon here on SpaceX. You're seeing the Nasdaq go higher, and if something is pulling back, I still think this is the weakest one in that longer run. For sure. What's the old boy?
Yeah, we just got a new position on because, again, guess what just hit on the sticky note again? Like, if you guys it doesn't matter. I mean, some people don't have X. It's also on Instagram. But we wrote down what level here on Intel? 96 short. So there it is, man. We just took this 2 minutes ago on that trade as it just gets right up to 96. And there's the short back into 95 again. So this is what the oh boy is right now. It's a good trade there for Intel as we're getting into that dollar one more time right here, right now. And yeah, man, we almost have $1 back on SpaceX as we're back into that short. Just trying to clean up a little bit of this trade because we had given some back there, obviously, as we tried to go short there on SpaceX. We're now short 126.80s. Maybe this is the next name to sort of lose that bid coming through again. But we'll put another bid out there on Apple. We're back to our highest spot we've been at all day right now. So like, despite all of this like back and forth and, you know, losing the bids, gaining the bids and all that, we're back up to our daily goal right now. And it's been pretty good. And here comes SpaceX trying to do more work for us right now, downside here for SPCX. So just looking at that. What was that? The orange again? Just fell down. But okay.
No, it was the book.
Oh, it was the book. Okay. So here comes SpaceX. Back into 126, man. I'm going to take another bid here at 126 flat. Take that 85 cents and now see what winds up happening. We have half left here on SPCX. And oh boy, Intel downside. Everything working out, man. We're a couple dollars in the money now across the board. So far, so good. And there it is right now. $1 on INTC off our posted level.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow,
Love to
wild.
see it. And right back, yeah, now the market's starting to really rebound. Yeah, it was both of them.
I'm gonna have to have another cookie, man.
But literally, both the book and the orange fell at exactly the same time. And I'm not even sure what could have knocked it.
Get this orange out of here.
The orange was terrible, by the way. I had mine.
Was it? Okay, well, that's easy.
No, I had a couple of slices.
Did you? Yeah, I saw you had it that day. Yeah.
No, it wasn't very good.
Surprised it's not orange season around here.
What, you don't think it's orange season here in Canada right now?
No, yeah, maybe it is. Smoke-related
Obviously,
oranges,
no.
right
Obviously not.
We're just
kidding.
Yeah, we're just playing around. It's never orange season around here. Now it's $1 in on Intel. It's $1 in on SpaceX. It's $2 in on Apple. So $4 in the money on the short right here. I am getting a little bit interested in covering some of this because I feel like we got pretty lucky here, especially with this Intel. This just came back and said Merry Christmas to us. But there's Intel short 96. And again, like just following your rules. There's nothing more important than doing that. You know, I think sizing is the most important. The second one is having first is you need to have levels. So we do that. And then the next is sizing, right? And so, you know, I don't have that many shares on board here, but these trades is what we've been looking at here today. Intel short 96 is right there. Apple short 332. SpaceX never got to our level, but we're dancing with it anyways right now for SPCX. Wow, we are really starting to get some actual money back again here. In the account, and it's because of SpaceX, right? That's now 126 and change downside. Sorry, 125 and change. Now $1 and change in on that one. But lots of names, right? I mean, we're only covering these ones because we're trading them. But that stack did open back up and halted again. So this one actually opened up, got a little lower. Now it looks like it's trying to halt higher right now at the 237 tap on stack. So
yeah, V tried as well, but
yeah,
not
okay,
quite.
good.
V opened up basically inside of the candle, which is kind of the last thing I wanted. It's either open lower and continue to flush and then reverse. It basically opened inside and just stayed on the inside range. So if it can close, it'll have to close above 42, but that's not a cascading move down. It's not that's not the turn that I was looking for on V at all. I wanted to see it make another fresh low, maybe one more halt down, or just like a definitive move up like we saw in Lucid, where you're taking it as it tries to break that prior halt price or halt up on its own. So V will go on the back burner. Still going to have a level 2 up to watch it because it is, I mean, it seems like the smallish cap mover that's going the most and probably worth it if it can go. But that trend break, not to VWAP, half to VWAP on SpaceX. VWAP hasn't been respected this morning, so I'm really looking at support at 124 is a little bit more significant. 127 goes, that's easy. Trend break, prior bar, which is just above 127. So give it a couple of shekels above the 127 level. SLV came back in.
Intel is, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
It came right down into first support and is bouncing back in through the high. So again, it's the same setup as before. We get the reversal, goes to first support, and then it tries to break out the high. That's going to be regardless of how it works out, like that's the exact like trap fail if you trade this style for myself. But like I'm basically, it goes to my level and does a topping tail. I'm taking it every single time, and I have my take profits, and the structure is always going to be the same. But this is the day that silver doesn't want to hold that trend back in. Just looks like it's a relief rally kind of day overall. So far. I still hold that. Look, here's the thing. I said this before. On the 15-minute, if this doesn't break 51 today, then the overall trend hasn't changed. But like, it's still the same trend over and over. So you don't want to overreact just to the fact that it's going up a little bit heavier than it was in the morning the other couple of sessions. This is still very much structured down.
Okay, I was going to say to you guys that I think Intel might be a long. After all, we still are short, so I'm starting to cover right here. It's not. Oh, well, here it goes. I mean, all right, we got the reload and now it's tanking. But I was going to say like it was looking like it was real strong there. And okay, well. Look, man, I mean, I know it's been, depending on, what stocks you've been trading today, there's been longs, there's been shorts, there's been everything, but again, like you guys can, and I know we're talking about the same names, you can always ask us about what we've traded here today. I've only traded 3 names and we're going to be green. Well, we have to wait on SpaceX, actually. That's just battled back a little bit. We did empty out half of our trade again at the 200 period moving average, but please, put in the chat anything you guys want to. I mean, we talk about that all the time. Like, I don't have a problem saying, like, right now we're holding red against us on SpaceX, so we have to wait for this to break down through 126. We tried, there's too many shorts up here and gave back, because we only got out of half right there. We put on a little bit more there, then got stopped out right into there, and now we're just trying to see if this one can pull back. So here comes SpaceX again, back to the upside. So just be careful, with what names you're trading and make sure that the sort of the idea that you had in the first place is still holding, right? So even on this Intel, like I said, I've tried to switch it up now. I think it might be a long, even though we've written down a short. So I'm just covering like insane amounts right now. When that just dropped down there, I was coming back to tell you guys that I think it's a long, and then it tanked. So these are all fills down here into 95. So like just like this is a nice move down. I'll just bid and take another fill down here if we can get it in the mid 30s. So that's what we're trying to do. Just sort of massage this. It's already 10:20. We've done quite well today. Just trying to hold out some of these profits and make sure they stay where they belong, and that's in my pocket for now. I think all traders would think about doing that. If you're even green today, right? I mean, it's not doesn't need to be green every day. We talk about going back and forth with the market, and you're looking at quarterly, you're looking at monthly, whatever you're trying to do. But today was a tricky one because the short, looked so good early. And then all of a sudden, man, it was Taco Friday all over again. And you get a complete reversal there back up to the upside.
Taco Friday.
So, yeah. That's not, that whole Trump always chickens out, but I don't think he chickened out yesterday. That was
he didn't chicken out in that speech yesterday.
He didn't hold out anything on that one. So shout out to DJT for that. Whether or not you are, a fan of his or not, like he really threw some shade yesterday. That's
the DJT angle was one
results and all that stuff.
I'm going to stay away from that one. We try not to get political, but like there's that algo thing for DJT. That sounds real fishy to me, man. I don't know. Basically, they're going to sell data to algos from his truth account. So you pay a subscription so that traders can get faster access to the truth features and trade off.
Yeah. Sounds like a money-making man, that President Trump. That's for sure. You know what you're signing up for, right?
Yeah. That just sounds all kinds of.
They reelected him, my friend, and
no, I'm talking from the regular standpoint.
Oh,
like you do what you got to do. If nobody puts a rule against it, but like I got to feel like the regulators should be doing. Anyways, I'm not the regulators. That just seems really crazy.
Intel now just made that next leg down again. It just broke through 95 pretty aggressively there. Let's see what winds up happening now on that breakdown. And like I said, I still do not love this, but we're going to hold it in case we're wrong on this one. We haven't been wrong much today. We're just waiting for that SpaceX, and we're going to get ready to go over to Adara. Stack halts again. Is it Adara's call here, Andre? Okay, good. So we are going to go small cap recap, I guess. And here's another one. Stack, just halt. And then VIVK halting right now with 400,000 shares. This could be on someone's radar soon as it's making a move down. But don't listen to me. Listen to Adara. It's small cap recap back at the desk.
I'm going to start with mentioning a larger cap name, and I want to be really careful because I remember the last time we heard news about this segment of Walmart, the market and the algos got very confused. So Walmart International's COO, Kyle Kennard, is going to take over as the COO of Walmart US, according to Wall Street Journal. And I only really make this specification because we know when we heard at one point, oh, the Walmart CEO is stepping down. It was just the CEO of Walmart US. That's why I really want to make this distinction again. Wall Street Journal reporting that Kyle Kennard will become the COO of Walmart US. So not the entire company, but the US branch's chief operating officer. If I get more details or any confirmation from Walmart themselves, I'll let you know. Let's take a look here at SLND. I wanted to talk about this because A, it's to the upside, but the catalyst involves the home city of Winnipeg. Apparently, their joint venture was awarded a contract for the Winnipeg North End sewage treatment plant upgrade. I did not even know this was happening, but nice look here for Winnipeg and good look for SLND with a $56 million market cap and a 14 million share float. CJMB on watch. I could not find any float information. This is also a day 2 catalyst, so not day 1. But yesterday morning announcing a strategic partnership with Alabama State University to strengthen domestic pharmaceutical production. Last but not least, FFAI, Faraday Futures, a name I know we've certainly talked about a lot on the show in the past, pursuing cooperation agreements with a couple different universities, including Stanford and UC Berkeley, so very California focused here. They're looking for industrial security and education sector work. They have a $49 million market cap, 341 million share float, 15% short float for FFAI. Back to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Adair, we just saw 20 memberships drop. Shout out to Henny Wasson here. And remember what we talked about earlier. If you want to get those memberships that you hear me talking about right now, you've got to be in the chat, live in the chat. So hit the subscribe button, then you're in the chat. And then you're able to get this, the Sharif Morning Note, everybody. It's got oodles of information, whether it's key price levels, whether it's going to be the actual news stories and overall sentiment and idea for how to structure the trade. All of that's there for you, literally like 25 cents a day. You're talking about $5 a month, 21, 22 trading days in a month. So do that math. It's pretty darn cheap. But you know what? 20 people just got it for free. And that's even better than the super chats. You guys are paying it forward when you do that. So I want to thank Henry Wasson, 2666 in the chat. Grab those if you can. We appreciate you. It's a great resource. And you get more. We have those educational videos that we do as well, which are going to be in there. We'll drop those on there, some custom emojis, a few other things, highlighted, of course, by that morning note. So want to shout out to Henry Wasson for those. And as I said, you've got to be in the chat to benefit.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to, how do I hear? I can just, not yet, Andre, here. Hold on a second. Not yet. I'm just going to full screen this. So this is my daughter right now. This is her right here. She's at hockey camp again today, yes, in Canada and everywhere. We've been to Vermont and Minnesota so far this summer. But this is her out of school right now. This is her right here. Just casual. Marissa just said this. This is the first time I'm looking at it. Okay, a little bit of that. And then a shot. It is what it is. Right there, 11 years old. So I want to say, I mean, this is, if you want to know the reason why I'm here, you're looking at it right here, right now. So yeah, shout out there to that one. So we want to say a big shout out to my wife. Thank you for sending that to me, man. It means a lot to me, that is for sure. But yeah, that's her. Shout out to Gia right there. You guys can, see her hopefully at a rink near you. But yeah, okay. So yeah, Joe's got that look there as well. I don't know, Joe, when are you back on the ice? Not for a while. Okay, I was wondering about that one. Okay.
You're running again, though.
Oh yeah, he's big time running.
Yeah.
Hockey's a little bit of a different.
Yeah, of course, it's harder on the knee.
Playing into the sport there a little differently, making those skates work out right there. You need to use more shares, man, to pay for hockey in this country.
For those that don't know, Joe's almost all the way back from that ACL.
Yeah, man, Joe's great. That's no problem. When you're a young, strapping stud like Joe, it's not even a problem to recuperate from that one. I wish I had torn.
It's when you're old.
Instead of the damage that I did. Okay, so Intel's, again, 90, so that's still $1, still making lows right there as well, downside. But yeah, after having 2 boys first, definitely a girl dad right now. So that is 100% the truth right there. But still, was with my elder son this morning, dropped him off at the gym down here, and he's going to be soon to be employed, and very, very proud of him. Just got done school couple months, I guess a month ago, and is going to be working in some AI space down here in Toronto. So we're really happy for that. He actually got the guys to, it's like a home office, so he's going to be working at like a WeWork placed
Oh,
down
nice.
here. So yeah, he's really excited to do that one. All right, so SpaceX.
know the one.
I told him no matter what, you're not trading, my guy. That is for sure. All right, SpaceX to the downside right now. Let's wait to see what happens there. Bid there at 126. Maybe I forget about maybe. Let's just put a bid down there at 126 because at this point, man, it's stacks on stacks on stacks. I've been having a great morning, and I just don't want to give it back up. So sometimes there is some capital preservation. I think it's 10:30 already. I think some of that makes a little bit of sense to do that. So we will take out some of these shares at some of these levels here as we just we are happy with our day, end the weekend, end the day with positivity. Start your weekend on a good note there as well. But hey, man, it's only an hour in.
Well, that's the thing that's getting
so
me.
much more coming.
Yeah, like for me, it's my worst day of the week, but then it's also the only red day of the week. That said, the difference today is usually like my worst losses will be like a quarter of what the best win. If I look at my two best wins this week, like SpaceX right now is a little more than half that, which is more on the positive side for me. It's like 70% of my best win this week on SpaceX because of the multiple shots. But I'm not going to change the mentality. With this, I'm playing it to VWAP, right? Like obviously, this could go all the way into the low, and it's like, oh, that's a way to get everything back. But it's bull flagging, and to me, if it's going to go all the way to the low, that's multiple entries in. It's playing the lower highs. It's reloading underneath the volume weighted price. It's going from one trade to the next trade to the next trade. Not just I'm going to change the rules and hold this one so that I can make everything back. I'm going to stick to like the way that I work these. And if it forms an uptrend like this, then I want to play it to that VWAP and then look for the lower highs to start to come in. Kind of like we were doing with silver yesterday. Like if it starts to put in that pattern, then we just reload only on the pops off that volume weighted average price. Battle, here, this is battle. I'm not offering till the highs. We played the long in front of VWAP and we're giving it to the prior day low. Sorry, prior day high, which is the current low. Hasn't broken it. So it's just holding underneath. It's holding just above the prior day high and hasn't really done much of anything. USO still upward trending, so that one's still, it's basically still within the parameters, but it's just not squeezing. But USO is still looking pretty strong. Like I said, if USO loses a bid, I would just punch out of battle, but it's still upward trending and it hasn't hit my stop, so I'm going to hold on to it. That's the thing with a squeeze play. You never know how the timing is going to work out on those. It could go at any moment. It could never go at all. I do want to get to some other names, and I know we were talking about Twin V a little bit here. It's back underneath that halt price. Looks like it could have another breakdown coming in, unfortunately. So no long opportunity, at least I don't see it yet in V. I want to see it cascade maybe a couple more times if it can. If it halts a couple more times, starts getting down into some interesting levels. But just not yet for VEEE.
Yeah, no pressure yet for that name, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening there. For me on SpaceX, just a little bit of a different strategy there. I still do have a decent sized position. So once it comes into levels, I'm just going to, like Neil mentioned there, follow rules and take these out and then try to hold on because I do think it's a little foolish. Like it's been bouncing off VWAP, it's been bouncing off these areas. So if you do have the ability to get some out, I'm taking it. So there's another out right there at 125. But, we are talking about the same kind of names here. What's up, Salvador? Right there putting out some messages here. I'm just going to figure out what you put. I'm going to put it on the screen. I haven't even read it. Wow, 3,200 new messages since I last looked, since I last scrolled down on that right there. But there it is right here. What a day it's been. Yeah, you're right about that. To SpaceX short. Yeah, the 125 early break was absolutely huge. There's no doubt about that. That's what sort of buttered the bread on that one. But we're just kind of I'm just right now more like net higher than I was at the lows of this SpaceX trade, Salvador. So even though I've been sitting here for an hour just blah, blah, blahing, we're only now getting back to where we were net-wise on that early move. You got in SpaceX short early, just get out for a break-even trade. Yeah, see, that's the problem. That's what happened to me there, right? We give the money back a little. Don't give it back, but break even, so you only make half of what you could have. Then I got into this Intel short. That's a good one. And by the way now, Intel. Oh boy, no OB, definitely no problem. This is a big trade right here for Intel. And we just shorted it at 96. And where did we get that from, Neil? Nobody would know unless you're a sticky note kind of a guy. And right there it is right there, 96. That's yesterday's Intel, by the way, 102. Today's Intel is somewhere around here. There it is, 96 short on today's note. So far so good there. Apple, though, just got taken out at the highs, which is completely fine there as Apple runs back into our high. Despite all of this, as you just mentioned there, Salvador, Apple still, actually you mentioned SpaceX, Apple is my number one stock today, P&L wise. And yeah, man, here we go. Are we going to make it all back on SpaceX? Well, if I just take a bid right now, then we're back to flat on SPCX. So let's go and see what winds up happening now. Highest spot today and a great opportunity to go back over to Adara at the big desk.
Just beware, guys. Oil actually pulling back a little bit here, but we are getting some comments here from U.S. Central Commander CENTCOM on the operations yesterday. So this isn't happening now. I think this is just a reflection, but just to let you guys know because it's being released now. Apparently on July 16th, so yesterday, U.S. forces, according to the U.S., successfully destroyed the Shah Bahar Shahid Kalantari port surveillance tower by the Gulf of Oman. So this is apparently used by the IRGC to surveil, according to the U.S. So just be aware, guys, that just occurred, or that announcement just occurred.
Thanks, Adara. I took out SpaceX at that volume-weighted average price. Nice. We're going to look for any pop that holds this trend.
What VWAP? That's not VWAP.
That's VWAP. Yeah, it is.
Oh, I have it as my 50 period. Oh, no, that's Intel. My bad. Yeah, you're right. I was looking at Intel.
Okay. Well, you know what? It's worth look, this has happened before where, like, maybe, I could be missing some data in the morning. So it has absolutely happened before, and I know I've gotten out of trades. That's one of the reasons why. Like, I know we show you guys, like, these nice-looking, clean white charts, but I'm actually trading off my black charts up here. Like, you'll note that I've got SpaceX. I can drop USO down, and I got, there's silver. There's a shot where you could see all of this. There's battle, right? So I always have those up there. And I've seen where, like, oh, wait, one's different from the other, and I want to make sure you get it. That's why we have E-signal as well sometimes. But here's a bounce-off VWAP. 126.5, just to finish the thought. 126.5. As this is a bit of a trend down. So I want to see if we can hold underneath there for some opportunities, again, in SpaceX. I don't want to go back over to V because that would be, like, whatever. We've talked about that. It doesn't really look like much of anything is happening with it. But SK Hynix, if there is, like, an epicenter for, like, the memory names and what they're doing, you would say it's going to be SK Hynix over, like, say, Micron or SanDisk lately. This looks more bearish than when I look at the Qs. This looks more bearish even than when I look at silver, which I just jumped back into on a trend break. So this could be the place to watch for a better short opportunity instead of what I'm watching. And I got to be able to pivot every once in a while. Like, this is contextually failed at the high and is now putting in very distinct and steep lower highs and could lose VWAP. So it might be that SK Hynix is the better one. Did I even pay for locates this morning? I think so. Yeah, I did. SK Hynix could be the one. I'd just love to see it put in a head and shoulders at 160 or lose the volume weighted average price. I did jump back into SLV because it did a topping tail. I didn't get back in after I got wicked out, and then it did the exact same topping tail again. So I'm like, oh, gotta get it now, and missed 49s, got 39s, and tried to add to it. We're gonna look for just underneath VWAP here if we can grab it.
Yeah, well, we're talking about a lot of the same names here, so let's have a little bit of a broader look right now at some of the S&P 500 names that may be of interest. I mean, pretty, choppy here as we, not choppy in different sectors, but, you got some greens and some reds going on here with the NASDAQ being down right now. Let me just double check, down 1.1%. Wow, it was down 2.5% at one point. The SPY, the ES right now down 0.57. So with all markets right now red, shouldn't say all, oil is up. You're looking back here at some of the names that we like. We made one of our picks today, and they're all the prices that we have are going to lock in at tonight's closing price. So whatever happens today, sort of doesn't really matter. We're just trying to make the picks on the names. So we have Caterpillar there, flattish on the day, Jivanova up. You can see AMAT, a downside play, down 5%. Lam Research also down. And we had ASML report earlier this week, and they were sort of flattish on that day, and I think they battled back a little bit yesterday. We'll definitely check it out. And again, this is what I mean. Like, we make J&J a pick yesterday, and it's up today, so whatever. There's Merck as well. I wanted GE to be done again. AbbVie as well. GE is a good play, too. I like GE. I guess they're BMY, AbbVie, Eli Lilly coming through there.
Sorry, I just wanted to see, is Moderna down again today?
Where is Moderna?
No, never. It doesn't matter.
That's G Healthcare. Is Moderna even in the S&P 500? I don't even know.
No, it's not.
Okay, so
It
we'll be able
was
to
a
find it
Russell
there.
one, probably.
All right, consumer durables. I mean, it's this technology services. We saw Google yesterday on Gemini fears of the delay there for their release, possibly even into, I think it was September, October, which is not great. A couple more months there. Meta, which went way too far, way too fast for Meta. Like, I still kind of think this is a little interesting name that maybe I should get lighter on too. Netflix now down 9%, which was down 11. So Netflix batting back. We definitely have to have a look at Netflix. That's been one that I've sort of forgotten about here today. And then into the financials, not even a great day here either, but they're still holding out okay. Berkshire's up. That's an insurance play, I guess. JP Morgan there, BAC, Wells Fargo. So Goldman, MasterCard, Visa, all downside, Morgan Stanley down. So some banks working out well. There's Robinhood down there, down 4%. So just a pretty good broader look here on the overall market. If you're going to go green side, we talked about healthcare, and now you're looking at energy. So XOM, again, with USO up 3% today, Exxon getting a bump, potential look there. It's been a nice move higher in the oil patch names, and that's for sure, including Valero, as that looks pretty spicy right now. SpaceX trying to make a move back. We did cover some there into VWAP, which was good. We talked about that with Neil there when it hit VWAP. This name, VIVK, was another one of those halting names. Now it's starting to go lower. Potential halt alert there. And then Stack has halted a few times, but now it's not doing much. PLAG, not much going on. And then here's VEEEEE as well.
Still the same.
Not doing a whole heck of a lot. So,
what stock halts three consecutive down halts, insta down halts, and then just holds the same range at the bottom forever? That's why it's like I wanted to be along on that one. Because if it can't break the lows after 3 consecutive down halts, it's probably about. The reason I was asking about Moderna is because this one's really interesting on the daily chart. This is not one of my picks. I don't even like Moderna that much, but I don't even like Moderna at all. But technically, if you look at the prior high at 58 and then this support at 58 and the 50 period at 58, then that just becomes a good level to watch. And you like good price levels because it gives you a reason to try to get involved. I just think that's more of like a day trade opportunity bouncing, or like maybe a short-term swing kind of level. But it's been downward pressure. It was down 7% yesterday. And when it was C in the afternoon doing the Russell heat map. And it was like Moderna just stood out like a sore thumb as the absolute worst name in there for sure. All right, so just a quick little update. We've talked about a lot of the same name, but one thing we have not talked, we've talked about SpaceX bouncing, the market bouncing, Rocket Lab is bouncing. But one thing to remember, and I said this a bunch of times, and you will get these bounces in downtrends. Rocket Lab has $20 here, $20 there. If it bounced $20 from here, it'd be at 85 and still be following the same pattern down that it has been. So you got to keep in mind, like, these bounces in some of these names have been traps every single time on the pullback. Is this going to be different for Rocket Lab? It's not even back to where we were at 10 o'clock yesterday. And it looks like an absolute rocket ship when you zoom in. So the perspective sometimes when you zoom out might not be as bullish as you think. We just had a look at some sectors. Let's look at some more with Adair.
This is great timing because I just heard a headline that I think is absolutely worth addressing here out of Iran. So this is, again, being reported by Iran state media. But apparently the Iranian army saying that the U.S. is, quote, getting closer to the 0 hour for operations against CENTCOM naval units in the region's water. So Iran more or less threatening here at any moment that there could be an attack against these CENTCOM naval units in Iranian waters. Let's take a look here at the sector board because there's a lot of everything here. There's a lot of strength. There's a lot of weakness. Let's get into it. Strength, you've got health tech. I mean, obviously some exceptions. Intuitive Surgical day one earnings down a whopping 11+%, but a lot of these other names are looking pretty good here, including Abbott Labs continuing to be strong after a fairly solid day one earnings reaction yesterday. You've got health services here, generally green. UNH also strong here in day two. Communications green. Energy minerals grain. We just talked about oil stories, so as we know, there are unfortunately continued tensions in the U.S. and Iran, and that's going to be a good look for oil utilities to the upside, with the exception of Coca-Cola, of course, with this issue with one of its subsidiaries. There was a breach here. Other than Coke, though, and Monster Energy, a lot of other things are doing quite well. Now let's get to what's weak, because it unfortunately is the largest names in the market, and that's going to be these tech plays. You've got electronic tech here, lots of weakness. I mean, Micron and SanDisk trying to battle back. GE as well to the upside on earnings day too, but then you've got like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Broadcom to the downside. Tech services is a more interesting look. You do have some strength here in cybersecurity. Palo Alto Networks up 3%, CrowdStrike up 1.5%, and Oracle up though, not as much as it was earlier, but still to the upside here for ORCL. So we'll give a hats off to that. But you do have weakness in the likes of Netflix and earnings day one. Apple have been down another 3.5%. CNDNS, Cadence Design, they're down 11.5%. Meta down 4%. Microsoft and Google red. So a lot of big tech weakness today, without a doubt. Back to you.
Clawing back, though. There might be weakness, but it's clawing back. Like, that's the thing. Like, well, some things are clawing back. You have to remember that if there was relative strength in some of the mags, then when the chips go back up, then you could rotate back out of the mags. And unfortunately for Meta in here, that's not a good thing. One thing to also keep in mind, we haven't talked too much about it here today. I don't think we've even looked at like a Palantir or a Microsoft. The IGV, that's a bull flag. That's a threaten to break downside on said flag. So yeah, you are having a nice little rebound in the market, but we're starting to run into the skids just a little bit. I don't know if we're going to get, I mean, SpaceX is getting real close. I know we're talking about some of the same stuff before, but it's what I'm watching. There's that trend line. It's pressing back into like the top end of the trade and bouncing VWAP. So this would be like the next available curl. So I'm going to try to slide in here at 126. You guys can see high, lower high. Of course, once it makes a topping tail, a bunch of other people try to sell too. So sometimes you get fill, sometimes you don't. I'm just going to stick around here at the 26 level. See if we can't pick up that fill, give it to the top end of the range, and try to rinse and repeat that bad boy. There was a name I just turned to Sean and said, this is getting out of hand. Anyone seen Boston Scientific? This is the most, this is the stock that doesn't get a lot of talk. It is one of the worst charts out there on the weekly. But it's also a bottom, it's also a double bottom on the same weekly chart here. Double bottom and a potential breakout. It hasn't happened yet, but that looks like one heck of a swing opportunity if you can break out on the weekly. It just has to get above 47 bucks here. Yuck, yuck, and more yuck. But I mean, come on. We talk about stocks that go up too fast. This sucker looks like it's primed for at least a dead cat bounce.
I would agree. I mean, we talked about, I remember I was like, oh, BSX, I don't know if I keep saying the wrong symbol, but it was the right one, of course, Boston.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Just noticing right now, I just put a bid at 80. This came right into the 200 period moving average of 65 and should have been sitting there. We talked about, sitting at these 200 period moving averages. And then again, okay, we just got it. Then again at VWAP. So we'll sit a little bit ahead of that and get the 80s right now as a nice pullback in for SPCX. Yeah, we just did a little cover there on the market. And I did want to show you, we are making some picks now going to be due at the end of the day. So if I actually even just zoom this in a little bit, maybe we can just go over what some of us have chosen so far right here. So we can, I don't even know where Obi is. We can try to see if he has any new picks coming through. So those are old ones. Joe has, these are his old picks as well, but he's going to stick with them. Just look over here. Everything over here, other than, this is the sector that they're in. Don't worry about the prices for now. Those are all going to be adjusted in it tonight. So, oh, wait a second. No, these aren't the right ones. Where are the new ones? Summary?
You sure it's wrong?
Yeah, because I had Marvell. I was just looking at this. I don't have Marvell coming up. Okay, I'll sort that out because I was just looking at it. I don't want to show it if it's not going to be right. You know what? I probably need to refresh it maybe. But I was just looking. Oh, there's a season button. Oh my God, there's so much to do over here. All right, halfway picks. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so here we go. So now I'm going to zoom this back in. Wow, Fabian really built this up. Yeah, there's something down here you could see last year's. By the way, right now, SpaceX tanking, Intel absolutely tanking, man. The tank is real right now in this market. But let's just zoom in a little bit so we can have a look at those picks. And you guys can let us know in the chat right now what you think of some of these picks. So that's why Obi's, we don't even have his new ones yet. So here's Randy. Randy's going to go with SanDisk, ExxonMobil, and NVIDIA. This is for the second half of the year. So, wow, Both these trades now, Intel and SpaceX, both $2 in the money. You know what, maybe we'll do this in a minute. The market's coming right back in pretty good, man. There's SpaceX, there it is, 125. We get a VWAP fill as well, so shrapnel everywhere. And then here comes Intel to the downside as well. So we'll take another bid here if we can get it into the 80s again for Intel as that's fallen back in. It's not even like the market's bleeding that much. I just went over and changed as if, man, I put my AMD offer at $495. Okay, I put that in the pre-market. I told you guys about that. It got to $493.50, so I just adjusted it back into $490. So if we do get a little bit of a bump here today, I do want to take out a quarter of my Intel position that I have left. Of my AMD positions. That's going to be something to get rid of. But here we go, man. SpaceX, now $1.50. We'll see what winds up happening. I'm going to take one more bid here at 125 if we can get it. And then we'll wait to see if it finally breaks below. There it is. Did we just get it? No. Breaks below this 125 now for INTC. We'll see if that one gives us a capabilities there on SpaceX. Sorry. Yeah, Intel's trying to do its best here to make a move. We did not get that fill down there, so let's punch a little bit here at 30 and now wait to see what winds up happening. But yeah, we can, you have any new positions? I do want to show these portfolios.
I just DRAM kind of finally made a topping tail at the next level. So we played it underneath the volume weighted price. It broke that. It came to the next resistance level. If it gets to 54.5, that'd be the next place I take it. But there's your false break of the high. There's the short underneath. And I have that season button doesn't work for me, but anyways,
okay.
You have it up there.
Yeah,
so
it's working for me.
I gave Fabian my last pick, which if you were paying attention, I did say out loud, but we can save it till the end.
Hopefully it's in here.
No, I don't know if he's done it already. I just gave it to him now.
Okay, we'll see if it's in there. If it is, I might have to refresh it. Okay, so Randy Sanders, here's Fabian, TSM,
How'd you make this?
so Taiwan Semis, ASML, Broadcom, Micron, and Kausha Holdings. What is this name, Fabian? This is a chip name as well? Yeah, I know, Japanese company. Yeah, okay, chip name. So, wow, this guy, chip game. All right, where's Fabian thinking the second? Yeah, I just need some dip now. You should add some, bless you, you should add some Chipotle to this one there, then you can get it. Oh, what? I went right back here again. No, we got to go to this, the season. I think it just reset there on my season because I didn't even click this. All right, halfway picks, here we go. So, Adair did make an adjustment. Yeah, I know you made two. All right, this thing is not scrolling anymore.
I am prepared for people to completely lambast me and throw me over the coals for one of my picks, and I don't care. It's all honestly, in terms of my level of for it, it's at the bottom of my personal. Okay, I'll just say it. I went short Intel, and I think it's probably the one that has the least likelihood of working, and I'll say that openly. But I will give my reasons for it later. I'm short Intel, and I don't hate it. I love it.
Okay. I've taken out, I guess mine are not updated yet either. I've taken out Micron. I put in Caterpillar and J&J into that as well. The chat, we're going to figure out what you guys are going to do later on. Oh, Joe added Google as well. So what a surprise there as I make that announcement yesterday. Joe hopping on board. No, I'm just joking. I know Joe loves Google. And there's AMAT. We can double up our picks. I love the fact that we have our symbols here right now. Adair, the one with some shorts. Andre, Embraer, yeah, I know, yeah, Brazilian company. Come on, guy. Over there. Eli Lilly, Deere, and Amazon. A lot of chalk plays there. I like that with advanced micro devices. I'm Oppo on that one, of course. Tiffany with NVIDIA, Apple, Taiwan, Semi. So again, big plays in that space. Neil goes with financials, AbbVie, Warner Brothers, Robinhood, and then he can tell you his next pick. Brendan, I think they're the same ones, Tesla, CG, and IREN. No updates there. Sharif is going short on Netflix. And then it just reset itself again there. Yeah, so I don't know. Okay, this just keeps on getting updated.
Speaking of Netflix.
But we'll figure out that portfolio tracker and go through it. But there's a couple plays. Let us know what plays you guys would have if you were in there, trading with us. So let us know, and we can try to put those ones into that tracker as we go. But yeah, I like that Joe's on the Google there with me. That should be a good one, despite its recent move down. Like this space, I think it's kind of like, I was going to maybe even add the Qs instead of Google, but I still think Google is pretty good. I'm a little nervous about the report, coming through, with a lot of these names still hovering around some vulnerable levels. Like you could still lose this 200 period on Google, and we have reports on Wednesday. So we wanted to get these in before, the major earnings replays come through. And of course, even though Sharif is going to be short Netflix, everything goes in as of tonight's prices, right? So yeah. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Adaira's up to.
Who cares what I'm up to, Sean? Let's talk about what the U.S. dollar is up to. The U.S. dollar is actually up today for the second session in a row, though a little bit of a topping tail candle here for the DXY. We did bounce here after breaking below that key 105 support level on Wednesday. We then bounce off of 100.37. And again, right now, kind of holding that bounce. We'll have to wait and see what happens. We have to talk about some economic data. Just to go over this economic data we got at 10 a.m. here, University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment preliminary print for July, well above estimates, 54.4 versus 51 expected and 49.5 prior. One-year inflation expectations and the five-year inflation expectations here showing that inflation's not, I guess, increasing in terms of a level of concern here, because one-year inflation expectation 4.2% below the estimate of 4.5% and the prior print of 4.6%. University of Michigan five-year inflation expectation here as of preliminary for July 26th. That's going to be 3.3% in line with the estimate and the prior print. Let's take a look here at the CME FedWatch tool for the July 2026 meeting. That's going to be, guys, in less than 2 weeks now. 90% chance that rates will get held, 10% chance of a hike by 25 basis points. If you take a look here at the probabilities, we're still seeing that September hike and then not much else. Back to you.
Yeah, Sharif just coming back here, and I was like, yeah, big time recovery in the market, but it's trying to lose a little bit right here. And there's been a few, we've talked about a few of the small cap trades to look at here today. You're going to get some of those.
Keep an eye on V, Sharif.
Right now, yeah. Well, V's not really doing anything.
Well, I just think if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go.
Yeah, higher?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
X2C. X2C, you've been sending a lot of super chats. Thank you. You thought Roblox is a no-brainer for the summer WTH. Well, you know what? What made you?
I made that play a couple of years ago.
What made you think? I'm just curious. What made you think Roblox was a no-brainer? I'm just out of morbid curiosity. Like my daughter still absolutely loves Roblox. She's again, and her friends too. It's just like they're all over it. They love the product. It's just, I don't know. It hasn't been able to get out of its own way. The good news here, I'll give you good news. Reverse head and shoulders setting up on this. There's your smiley face, rounded bottom. As long as this holds the 50 period and 45, I see a little bit of a rebound play. I think we have like 0.8 or 1% or something, and my daughter's college fund is in this, because I was like, hey, we'll put 1% in something that you like, and you start naming like public companies, and like the only thing she even recognized was Roblox. So like, what are you gonna do? That's the one that she knew. I'm like, yeah, why not? It's 0.8% or 1%, so it's not a heck of a lot. But I do like this rounded bottom that we see in Roblox today, or right now on the daily. But unfortunately, that's just been trending down all year long. You're getting a trend break, and I'll steal something from Brian Shannon, which I always say every time I see it. Downward sloping 200 period moving average, temper your expectation on bounces because the overall trend has been in the other way. So a great target on any long in here to me is in that 70 to 75 range of the 200 period moving average.
Yeah, we have a Gates of Hell request.
That's something that saved me some money.
Mr. Westermeyer, I saw you there in the chat. You want the Gates of Hell? You got it right there. And he wants it for Intel. So, yeah, man, I mean, it's unbelievable that once again, on the note today, we wrote down 96 short. We got it twice right there. Now it's down to 93.70. So, good move there for Intel. We really hit this one yesterday. My P&L number one today we're going to go 3 for 3, but Apple right there is going to be my best trade of the day so far, as that one really fell in. We took $3 there and change on Apple. So that was a really good one. Then Intel's now $2 in SpaceX. This is going to be position pending. If we flatten it right now, we'll be flat on the day. But we're looking to get a breakdown through here. So I think that is going to happen. So, SpaceX does have the chance to take the crown today for top stock. But right now it's Apple and Intel right behind it for me. Let's see if we do get that breakdown now. So I'm bidding right here 80s. So hopefully we can get that. That's right where this level is. And then if that break happens, we'll be sitting right here at our next level. And I'm just not smart enough to trade, to figure out exactly where this is going to go. So I'm just going to use some of these levels as indicators. So if we come back in, we get one more out there. We've gotten a lot out. Then we'll take another piece right there and then maybe leave it for 123. So there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. That's the face slapper right there as now it's coming back in for SpaceX. So far, so good on this name. But more to come, right? I mean, you never know. It's still pretty early. It's almost 11 o'clock. Unfortunately, we don't have the what's for lunch, and we don't have the menu this week, so I don't know what's going on over there. Breakfast, pretty disappointing today. We'll see what winds up happening with the lunch. I think it'll be good. I think your pick is finally going to come through. You've been saying sandwiches every single day this week.
But I just say that because I want it every day.
I'm hoping.
It's basically the same thing as me saying the Buffalo Bills are going to win the Super Bowl every single year.
Well, no, there's a chance for sandwiches. I mean, we have to be completely real with that one. So, have we gotten sandwiches before in your life? Answer that question.
That
was
unnecessary.
No, but I'm just saying, one thing is, it's like he said it's like asking for sandwiches is like asking the Bills to make a Super Bowl. And I was just saying we actually, one is,
win a Super Bowl.
A little bit,
The Bills have made the Super Bowl.
It's like Italy still got
won
4
the
World
Super Bowl.
Cups. You know what I'm saying? So
But I
I'm
didn't see
upset
them
they're
there
not in
this
the World
time.
Cup now. But at least I can remember 25 years ago, Italy will be back at some point. Apparently that coach of England there is a problem over there.
He's on the hot seat.
He is definitely signed until the next Euro. He may not have that job for very
I don't think
long.
Look, man, I don't think
over there. So.
I didn't agree with the decision making either, but I'm not an expert in football. It's just like my layman's brain is just I really hate any time in sports that you do something to get up or to take a lead or to have success and you veer from that to get defensive, and it's just
that's why fantasy football is kind of tough because a team gets down, and then all of a sudden, like every player on the other team can all of a sudden, like they could be having the worst game ever, and then they just throw some bombs. Next thing you know, like some receiver has like 300 yards and 2 touchdowns, and their team lost 54-12 or something like that. So.
Remember Xavier Worthy in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he got a little.
Like he did absolutely nothing.
Last-second touchdown.
And then all of a sudden, this guy he had like 160. The final tally was like 160 yards and a touchdown, some nonsense. But really, he was a complete non-factor. It was meaningless. But that's because the other team took the foot off the gas. They could. They were up like a bajillion points. But in general, you shouldn't do that. The market is, like I said, the market is coming back in. We lost on our first DRAM trade. Only about a minute ago, so quickly just review through. That's lost in the first DRAM. Then it came to our level, so we let it get back into resistance, and then it does a reversal here. Look in VWAP, which is 51.5. We'll look to see if we can grab that as we head back into set downside. And one of the reasons why, for obvious reasons, if DRAM's going down, SK Hynix is losing VWAP, so we like that. And Micron heading down to VWAP. So DRAM is more resembling Micron, but if SK Hynix loses the bid for good under VWAP, then that turns DRAM into a hold through the volume-weighted average price. I'm going to watch pretty closely what's going on at SK Hynix. If that continues to lose the bid rapidly, then I think it's a hold through VWAP into some of the lows. Still going to have the eyeballs. I'll give that V a chance because. Like the way I see it, if you flush 3 times halt down and don't break the low, look at it hold the bottom after 3 consecutive down halts. I still think there's a potential breakout here in V, but the volume is kind of crap right now. It needs to pick up, bust 44, maybe take it through VWAP with a 44 stop, something along those lines. I'm sure Sharif will be on that, but for now, like what we're seeing in DRAM, we'll be able to get that one hopefully back. Hasn't been the best warning, but at least this one has a chance to get back down for us. SLV, same thing. And then Battle, still offering for the tops. It never broke the prior high. The prior day's high. That bounced almost cleanly off of it. I'm offering in front of 180. I'm offering in front of 190. I'm long at 173. So I'm not really trying to take profit till it gets to that 1-to-1.
All right, man, as we leave you, man, we are $5.50 in the money now, including SpaceX is just tanked. So we get that fill that we wanted to. We're now $3 in the money here, and we're $2.50 in the money on Intel. As Intel coming right into some more key levels. So guess what we do, man? We take it out on VWAP there for Intel. That's a $3 winner there. All on the posted notes. And there it goes. Wow. I mean, SpaceX now just drops below 124, and we get that fill as well. So this is just like, what a dream SpaceX has been there since it's IPO'd, man. It's really been quite an account changer, that is for sure. Thank you for watching us. It's 11:01 right now. And as we always say, man, like, if we do not go over to Joe as fast as possible and let him go past 2 o'clock, it's a problem. We've actually had meetings about this.
Yes.
He likes going past 2 and he likes getting on before 11:01. So right now, Joe, I apologize, man. We're a little bit over time.
Give that man
so let's get going. Good day. We'll make some money here in the midday. Let's go back over to Joe and Sharif. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And thank you, everybody, for all of your continued support on the show, right? I mean, over 580,000 subscribers, everybody on TikTok, everybody eating these cookies. We want to say big shout out to all of you as well. I think Randy, how many cookies today, Randy? Oh, Randy's watching YouTube videos, so don't worry about it. We'll talk to him later. All right, see you, everybody. We'll see you soon.
That's why he's got his desk like that,
Yeah,
right? Like,
exactly.
think about it. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options. I am Sharif, and we're having a chuckle at Randy's expense, but he can't hear us. He's not even noticing we're
tapped
looking
in,
at
man.
him.
He's
He
watching.
is tapped in. He's looking at the new X-Peng that I sent him today.
He's,
the LO3, my boy.
He's on card.
You see the LO3, Katina, man? $35,000 starting
sure.
price. Looks like a dang X4 with 500 kilometers of range. Katina Man wants 3 immediately. Shout out to Gorev. Shout out to Angry Wife. Bhavin frickin' Patel. Happy Friday. Right back at you. Arcane FF. We got B, 6 Floors. JC Trader. Trader X2V. Mr. Thumbs Up 2005. Shout out to my man Scott H. Isaac Frost. We got Oxlong 777 and RS Bob Muffin too. My man Other Zinc. 63 Wicks. Let's go. Smith 1997. Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, I'm in a singing mood today. You guys better watch out, man. Put down the volume. Howard the Usher. We got OAF Geese, Extreme Sash, and Kirk D. Let's go. Shout out to the man, Andrew Chow. We got Sophie Morrigan, 311. Sorry, Soph, probably butchered your name. No teeth, please. Oh, I'm not going to say that last.
For some reason, he gets a shout out.
Yeah,
every
he's
day.
cool, man. But yeah, his name's a little, it's a libelous name. Alan. We got Green Saber, Roger Noonan, and Terrible Trades, Mr. Love Shack, Juan Padilla. We got Manny Oliveras. Shout out to Mark, 9760, dropping $2 in the super chat. Do you prefer metric or imperial for car stats? So I'm just gonna say metric because we do everything metric when it comes to cars up here, right? Kilometers, what's it called? Liters per 100 kilometers, speed-wise, everything like that. But it's a mixed bag in Canada. Weight and height, imperial. We go feet, we go weight, we go pounds. But when it comes to speed, for some reason, we go metric, Joey. So we're a hybrid system. I've always said Canada is a bit of a hybrid. England/USA. You got a little this, you got a little that.
Look
right?
at the thermostat, right?
There you
look
go,
at your
Celsius,
thermostat.
not Fahrenheit.
Exactly.
I love that.
Well, mine's
question,
actually, but mine in my condo, it's Fahrenheit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Move
it's
out.
mad. Yeah, I have to immediately.
You probably just need to switch it on the thermostat.
I'm trying to. Yeah, you probably could, man.
Settings.
But you know how it goes. You don't mess around with the thermostat.
You don't touch it, man.
No,
Make
but in all
imperial great again.
Yeah. Randy put a lockbox on the old thermostat.
On all
around.
3 of
Yeah,
them.
All three of them.
And
And then now we don't know where the keys are, so we just
What keys?
Yeah, exactly. What keys? All right, guys, let's get right into some stock talk here and see what we have going on in today's session. Man, oh man, what a missed opportunity for the kid. But it is what it is.
Bless you,
right?
Ram.
It took us a couple attempts to get this one going here. Now, we went short on the NASDAQ with the intentions of getting this move back into the volume-weighted average price. Where we're sitting in the queues is just, honestly,
Yoso's dropping.
it's breaking down, right? Like you're through some key support levels. This rally was just, whatever, let's trap a little bit more longs before we head a little bit lower, in my opinion, that is. So we take attempt number 1, doesn't work out. We take a couple of cent loss, and then boom, we get that nice flush lower, and then what needs to happen is, all right, let's absorb some more liquidity and wick some people out. So I get stopped out about 25% of my position right there. So what I do is like, all right, where is the additional turnaround point here? What am I looking for? So I posted up at 35s, but it never pulled back into my level after this print. So I posted up after the low of this candle, never got 35s after that point. So I'm like, gosh darn it, right?
Whoa,
like,
whoa.
yeah, is that too much?
No, it's not. But I like exaggerating. Even Neil was tripping. There.
Yeah. Oh, was that aggressive? All right,
No,
sorry.
no, it wasn't.
My apology.
You don't have to apologize. We're just exaggerating.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I thought I kept it PG there
you're
at
good.
some point, right?
You're
Because
good,
we
my
could
guy.
definitely use some other terminology that we
Ooh.
won't. But anyways, we get stopped out, and then I'm like, oh no, at this point we're gonna break through this support level that was established at the time. So I'm like, let's get in some more. But then it was just a bunch of tomfoolery going on right here. So we did cut half off right there, and then just took the rest. And then sure enough, it's heading towards the volume weighted average price right now. But as for Meta is, I mean, absolutely tank city, and it's been a tough look in some of these tech names. Watch out, guys. Before we send it back over to Sharif, what we will do is we'll give Bravely a little shout out, and then we'll take a look at the NASDAQ from a bigger time frame. The daily is what I'm referring to, all right? So who we have here, Bitcoin Trader TV. What's going on, everyone? Ed Traveler. We have Odin, Kira, T. Alexander, Grewal, Gumret. What's up, everybody? Apex, Dan Chat, Disosado, Dado, GM. What's up? Good morning. Ika, Creative, Peace, Leanne, Mr. Phil. All right, we like Mr. Phil.
Dr.
And,
Phil?
Yeah, Dr. Phil. Yeah. And who it is, Steve Gordon, Wesley Francher, as the population and our viewer base is continuing to grow over there on TikTok. Now, before we send it over to Sharif, let's take a look at the NASDAQ in the bigger picture. I think it's important to note, guys, and look at it from a higher time frame. And here it is on the daily. Right? Like, I just think this was just a little bit too much. Up here at 670, I think would have been a reasonable break at the high. You come back and retest, and then you continue to go. But that wasn't the case, and that's not the world that we're living in. Instead, we decided to go parabolic for a couple of months, and then now we're starting to cool off. So once again, man, when you see all this fun being had in the market, don't be shy to take any profits, because at some point you're going to be pulling back pretty aggressively. I'm not saying that's the case in the NASDAQ, but if you pull over to the Marvells, the ARMs, and the Palantirs of the world, then you're down 50% if you decided to hold some. So nothing wrong with taking a little bit of profit off at the top.
Don't disagree with that at all, unless you want to hold it for the long term.
But even so, yeah.
Like, I mean, long term. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, so here's the deal. Up until last August, I had not been buying the market, not buying the S&P, not buying the Qs. That just hadn't been my mode. Since then, that's all I've been doing. Any new money just goes into the market.
Yeah.
So then sometimes you're in the money on that, but like, I'd never think about selling that. That's retirement money. That's like house money. That's down payment money.
I don't think I agree with you. I don't think you manage the overall index like you would individual stocks.
I completely agree. It's like, it's different because it's just so much.
Yeah, exactly.
S dot is moving up apparently according to Bubin. All right, I got a couple of positions here that I want to talk about. First and foremost, we just got into KLRS. This one is pretty much close to the day's high, 15 pennies, 10 pennies or thereabouts. It feels like there's a big seller at 550, Bubin and everybody else. 555 is the high, which is okay. What I'm worried about seeing here is a rounded top pattern rather than a flat top break, right? Look at the top chart. So the top chart for the newer viewers, that's always the 1 minute. The bottom chart is the 5, right? You can see this clearer, I should say, on the 1. And there is a lot of 1 minute candles that reject right off that 550 level. In fact, I don't think we've had one closing print on the 5 minute chart above 550. So I'm starting to think, possible flat top break. And we've got the ascending wedge pattern, higher lows, et cetera, et cetera. Now I don't mind DCAing into this. What did I get? I got 47s. I don't mind holding into the 20 penny area. If it loses VWAP, I'm out, okay? But I'd rather not DCA here. And the reason I say that in this specific instance, as opposed to others, is because I'm worried about the rounded top pattern rather than a flat top break. So if we start getting that rounded top, then, to me, it's just it's destined to fail VWAP at some point. Whether or not it does it in a straight line, it's a little bit different there. So anyway, we got 47s, showing 44, interested in adding more. Another position, there goes FLSY. Obviously not strictly a small cap gapper, but it's got a nice little chart pattern, so I've moseyed on in. I've got
What's up, Andre?
What's going on, Andre? I got 2111s, and we just went the beak there at the $0.25. Now, what I'm in this for is a very, very simple reason.
I can use a different date. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just mute your mic when you talk to him, because actually, he probably won't be able to hear you. My bad. So I'm looking here for a VWAP hold. That's why I got into FSLY. 21.93, essentially $22 high. and it's kind of making its way down into 21, which happens to be VWAP. So I'm looking for a VWAP. Hold here. It doesn't manifest. I'm out. It's really that simple. All right, KLRS1 knocking on the door of the $0.50. So I'm going to throw in a liquidity tester. I'm going to put it at 1 penny above the $0.50 just to try to see what kind of aggressive profit taking and or short selling is at the $0.50. So let's see if I can get filled, or am I going to be met with a wall of sell orders that prevent it from ascending. I often do this around key areas of technical support and resistance, put liquidity testers to see what kind of animal is hiding behind there. I'm kidding, of course, right? So we're keeping an eye here on KLRS1, but we've got more to talk about on the 8 trusty side charts here. As you, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking immediately when this one came on. But I'm like, there's such an old group, like people may not know who
How do
they
you
are.
not know what?
What
Dang.
Bro,
Dang.
Step into a world. Oh my days.
The only song I know is from Get Rich
You know
or
that
Die
one,
Trying.
Katina Man? Katina Man's vibing to that one, man. Exactly. All right, so KLRS1
dang.
top of the screen, Joey. We got TRVI middle left of your screen, SLS middle right, IOVA on the top right. On the bottom, we have EOSE. A lot of these are former convicts that we know before. And then you have 2 non-small cap gappers. We have the sell, which I did get stopped out of through the break of 20 yesterday or the day, whatever, I don't know. FSLY, the one I'm involved in, of course, and then GLXG, which currently is bleeding its own blood. Zigging and zagging here, an unbroken downtrend after that topping tail candle at 10.55. So, you know, the pickings have been slim all week, and they're equally as slim today.
Oh.
That's the nature of trading. You know, you go through these cyclical periods where there's a lot of strength in small caps, and then there's crap. So there goes KLRS through 550. So we get that quick liquidity tester. But look at the spread rocket. Oh my days, the spread opened up to 14, now tightening up to 5. So the bid moving up, and there it goes, Mr. Options, into a high a day. Let's set something up at the 2/3 of a dollar. See if we can get something there. 2 New York cents. I'm number 1. Sorry, I lied. I'm number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yes, to New York. He knows. Aren't they from New York City? I'm pretty sure KRS1. The video, anyway, looked like they were from New York. And there goes KLRS through the high of the day again. We get the beak wetter at 63, but there's no continuity. Look at it drop right below the $0.50 again, up 20%. Ozan, yesterday I think I broke Sean's heart. Why? What did you do? What did he do, Katina Man? He did.
Yo, are you tapped into Unity, my guy?
Don't worry about him. Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Hey,
Joey, my
I'm
bad.
worried about it.
Yeah.
I'm worried about it.
Yeah, I'd be
my
worried
guy.
too if I
All right?
disappointed SSE,
Yeah.
man.
All right, guys, let's do this. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Refrain Finance to support EV financing access. While Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight the VinFast broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. There it goes. Yeah, you got a couple of moves going on there, guys. I tell you, we take 1 loss here today, and then we're fortunate enough to put on a couple of W's after that. So we're just going to be looking for that next trade. But with that being said, it is Friday, and I'm not going to call it a free fall Friday just yet. We did have a nice little recovery. As soon as I seen this in the morning, I'm like, okay, I'm just scrolling through my phone looking for a specific catalyst that would say justify this sell-off here in NVDA. It doesn't necessarily be find anything really. But look at this. There's no coincidence, right? Like, that's why you see Sean picking out his support and resistance levels. Here it is. So rejects that 206 level to a T. What does that correlate with? That's yesterday's lows, all right? So you just see it holding that level, comes right into that marker, wicks it, and then just comes straight down. So that was a nice little play there. And if you get into the nitty-gritty, i.e. the details, look at this print right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good short signal, Gorp. Hopefully you had success on that one, my friend, because that has been a nice move back towards the volume-weighted average price. One thing here it is, that we'll do the segment a little bit earlier. What grinds my gears is that wait, is it too early?
This guy, bro, he's got a lot of grievances to straighten out.
Yeah. I wish that, but too bad no one's listening, man. It's all
everybody's listening. That's the thing.
No, I'm obviously being sarcastic, guys, but no, it's just like these moves in these hefty pullbacks.
Nobody's
and then,
birthday.
Yeah, it's nobody's birthday. That was
Wait
crazy.
until you guys hear this
Nobody's
story from
birthday,
this
man.
morning.
Yeah, this is crazy. So apparently on NVDA, it's nobody's birthday today. So it's just like straight to the downside. But these pullbacks is what can get you going, that's for sure. And I'm going to pull over the NASDAQ. And that's what I was talking about not too long ago, ladies and gents, was just the fact that we have the right thesis. It's just that this initial pullback, then it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. Boom, AC Slater. And if you don't hammer it again at the break of this high, then you might run into a little bit of trouble. And we tried to. We were posted up at that level, but we just weren't fortunate enough to get any form of a deep pullback. But then eventually it did, but just not into the marker that we were looking for. So, yeah, I mean, hey, it's definitely a little bit of a tougher look if we pull over and head over to our watch list. Meta's just been getting absolutely destroyed here, down 5%. This is what I was doing last night. So, yeah, so much for this. Hopefully the level pulls up, right? But I thought we'd get a little bit more of a test, but clear resistance zone on this one. So there's a couple of lines that we could probably remove at this point. It's been a choppy mess over here. But other than that, man, small potatoes, stick with it. Nothing, brother. I mean, small potatoes. Listen, I like this. And I talked about being patient on some of these memory names for quite some time. Now they're 40% plus off of the highs. So maybe you start to dabble a little bit in it if that's something that you're looking to get involved with. Sharif.
There goes KLRS into $0.75. And while you think about that, let me tell you about this. Quick reminder. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's, mine, daily morning research note every single trading day that I am here. We're talking about the big market stories. What's moving in the market? The key levels to those stories. How about the trade plans, the catalysts, and what we're actually watching into the open? It is only $4.99 a month. What was the math, Katina, man? 20 pennies a day? 22 cents a day. And you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the join below this video to become a member. Shout out to everybody who's already joined, and shout out to KC520-6, man. She's always gifting these memberships. So if you are not in the chat, you can't get gifted, and you can't take trades like that. There goes KLRS into $6. Joseph frickin' options. Katina, man, I love this guy, bro. There it goes, Katina, man, through the area high, through $6. Let's wet the beak there. There's the area high. We're looking for more, though, Katina, man. We're looking for 6.25 now. So let's go ahead. We're going to wait a little bit in the teens, Joseph options, because we're still dancing here with the $6 level. We're doing the said dance with no underwear or pants at the $6 level.
I haven't heard that one for a while.
I know, right? We got to throw that in from time to time, my guy. Right, so looking at the 5-second chart now on KLRS, trying to look for areas of resistance that we can't shake. It is a 610 high at the moment. Here comes 610 again. We just flashed 10s on the ask with no continuity, but we are holding above 6. And here it comes again into a new area high, and we're taking prints there. Boom, into 620 goes KLRS. Very pleased with this trade. Looking for a move back now into $6. Let's see what we get. We won't get upset.
You're not gonna get it?
called it, says KC526. I know for a fact she has not been a member for 12 months. She's been a member for way longer than 12 months. I don't know why it says that, member for 12 months, but yeah. I've been seeing Casey in the chat for years.
For a hotter minute, then.
What trading platform am I using? Dark. This is a proprietary trading platform, brother. It belongs to the firm that we work for. It's called P8. The firm that we work for is called Real Trading. They basically operate everywhere other than the United States, all over the world, right? So that's what we're looking for right now. Thank you for the question. You wanna cover that one?
Absolutely.
That's your world.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about that one here. There's a whole heap of
Casey
tickers
just
on
dropped
there.
20 members.
Yeah, of course she did, man.
Of course she did.
What else do you expect from this individual? High performance. Casey, did you play any college sports or anything?
I feel like she's a D1 athlete.
I do, because she's
like
high performance. Yeah. That's what I'm really curious.
Get it, Case.
Because that's what trading is, man. It's a high performance sport. Don't get it twisted. Now, let us know, Casey, if you played any sports in university or anything. I'm sure Sharif will see that. Short, SMCZ, no idea what that ticker is. MSTZ, seems like a MicroStrategy, MUZ, SSPC. So a lot of inverse ETFs here going on. SQs, SOXX, BTS, PLT. Brother, how much are you short over here? Like bit I long rotation with Walmart, DUK. How far down will tech go after Kospi opens on Monday? Oh my God! Like, are we already that forward thinking of what's going on with the Kospi there, Sharif? Let's pull it up. Shall we do it right now? Yeah, we'll do it live. There's nothing else other than taking a look at some of these other the South Korean market. And this is what we were talking about yesterday. That this has just become significantly more than just an American ADR thing now. It's just like it's evolved into something that you personally don't want. You notice all the stocks that nobody talk about, and the good ones, I believe, are just like, hey, they're just appreciating living in their own world. But this is when you fall into these where everybody's and their mother's brother is covering it at some point. Here's SK Hynix. Now you're officially 37% off of the all-time highs. I talked about as soon as this falls 50%, there's a reason why I was going to say North Korea, South Korea isn't issuing any more leveraged products. Because if you've been buying in off the highs and you're down 50%, it's officially you've lost every single penny of your investment. So if you want to talk about that, ask me about Aurora Cannabis, down 99.99% in my account. It officially can't go any lower after multiple. It's
I don't know what to say to this. What do you say to this guy?
What do you mean? What is there to say? That's what happens, dude.
I know, brother.
That's what happens. Like, yeah, it went up in flames. So put that in your pipe and smoke it there, Sharif. Like, this is like, man, when everything's, listen.
Yeah.
You know what you know what I also
You're gonna
believe
get lit up now. I can feel it.
You can feel it.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
I'm about to go on Joe's rant. No, I don't know if you've been feeling this way over the past little while, but these leverage products are popping up like bad weeds in a horrible
100%
garden.
agree.
They're like getting slightly carried away
agree.
with. And think about what we've experienced over the past little bit with mass liquidations via Bitcoin. I bet you the headlines in South Korea are just absolutely littered with it. Show them what's going on with
the
Tilray
Katina
there.
man is down 97.47% on his Tilray position.
There's nowhere
I don't know why
more
I
to
even
go.
want to celebrate that, but like it's.
But
comical,
a lot of people
in a
have
sense.
been through that before.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I guarantee you, some of the financial headlines in South Korea are just people getting absolutely destroyed via all these leveraged products.
Yeah, no, Joey.
You know what I
think
mean?
like it becomes like a generational thing where you get clipped. Like everybody who got clipped in the GFC,
Yeah.
they had post-traumatic stress disorder for like a decade subsequent, right? Like the people who got clipped in the .com bubble, some of them never re-entered the market either.
It's like,
right?
why would I do that if and I think it's such a big lesson for us to learn as a group, and that's why I was talking about for quite some time. Over the past couple of months, I'm like, there's zero chance that I'm chasing DRAM, SanDisk, Micron, all of these names because I've seen it before. Like, it's all fun and games when we're moving up, but then after, when it's not so much fun and somebody gets hurt, everybody's scratching their head like, what even happened over there? Are we on this angle over here? I thought we were on this one in Assassino.
Don't worry, bro.
No, we're not.
Assassino, he does
Everybody everyone's like, what's going on? Like, I thought stonks only go up. Well, no, that's not the case. The smart money takes theirs out, and then everybody's left scratching their head at the end of the day, looking at their accounts like, what the helly?
What the helly? All right, we're building a position, Joseph Op. I love that. Man, that meme, bro. Live rent free in my head. We're building a position here on SG, okay? This one isn't the greatest, but we're trying our hand at something here. So SG, shout out to Bovin. Thank you for pointing this one out. He also pointed out the dot. The dot is also very much similar to this pattern, SDLT. So SG, bull flag kind of pattern here. I do like the higher lows, area low into 705, area low into 713. So, whether I get the breakout now or I have to build into the position, we'll all find out. So what I'm looking to do here is, the latter as opposed to the former. I'm looking at building a position. I'm looking for 7.25 with my out below prior area low. That takes it down to about 713, give or take. Ideally, we don't get all the way down there because then that would put me out of the money by a little bit. So I'm going to build a position here on SG, watching intently as well as to see whether KLRS can do one of two things here. One, does it come back down and test that 550? It's ripping into 6. Or does it take out 6 again and hold above 6? I was thinking maybe 560, 550 dip trade on KLRS. I'm exhausted my shares on this one, so I need a little bit more. Here it comes though, so we're pretty close to freaking day high right now. 625 on the table. We're showing 11s. Let me spot the areas of support and resistance. I got to flip to the 5-second to get a better look, and down goes Fraser again below $6. So 610, a pretty convicted seller, Mr. Options, at 610. We saw him rear his ugly head at 11.18.25 and 11.18.20, and then he reared it again not long ago, 11.26. He showed up again, despite the fact that we did pop into 25. A repeat offense area here is 610, 611. So yeah, I don't know how this cookie crumbles, but I'm not jumping in quite yet on KLRS, but it's definitely on my watch. Now I'm watching here as well as forgot to mention, sorry. I have to mention this. Got stopped out manually here of FSLY. It's below VWAP, man, and I don't want to have to be, expending mental energy on a trade that's basically doing nothing. So I just cut my losses and got the hell out of there. Let's focus on what's actually moving. And we move up to 610 again, Joseph.
Yeah.
And again, we're met with a wall of sellers. And now we're a penny or two below the prior area rejection. And we often talk about that. That area rejection, the way you're able to tell whether the algos are stair-stepping down is that, you'll see it reject at 611. And then next time around, when it gets back into that price, it'll reject 609, 610. So they stair-step down the sell order. It's not a person doing that. Typically, it's an algorithm who's positioning against you, right? So be on the lookout for that. I think a decisive move here above 610, especially with these higher lows that we're currently putting in, puts us, in position to take out that 6.25. And here we are again. Are we breaking out? We got some selling right into that. There we go. Let's see if we can take it out here. What do you got, Joseph?
Good stuff. I want to talk. I don't got anything right now. I'm looking at a potential long here on the NASDAQ, but I don't know if that one's going to pan out how we want. We want to post up as close to the volume weighted average price as we possibly can. Casey, what sport did you play? In the meantime, while I wait for that response, I actually want to talk a little bit about Tesla. And guys, I want to mention something in the chat as well too. Do me a favor and don't make fun of other people and their picks or pick on them because they're up or they're down, because it's the market. And if you're around here thinking that you don't lose, then I don't really have any other choice of words from you. But you guys, it's all about bringing each other, uplifting each other, and making each other feel good. You don't need to bully other people and stuff like that. Yeah, here's Tesla. Speaking of bullying, this is what this is what's going on here in Tesla. Like, you can get prices from half a decade ago, and that's kind of what I'm worried about here for SpaceX. And I know that may not necessarily be the case, but like, data centers, I think are significantly closer than mining any form of asteroids. I love the optimism and just kind of the forward thinking of Elon Musk, right? That's just the nature of how he is. But think about it. You're actually back. If you want to get really stingy, Sharif, levels of 2021, November of 2021. So you're only a couple of months away from hitting that zone, right? And other than that, it hasn't been the greatest investment. I mean, there's good swing trades within all of this and everything along those lines, but half a decade ago, that's not the best look. And that's what my fears are in SpaceX. And the individual, I don't know if I told you guys this morning. I don't think I did.
What did you say, Joey?
I had an order at 125 on SpaceX.
Okay.
I actually removed it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go down, and I'm gonna probably not even put any other good till cancel order out until I feel like the stock is based. And if it has, then I think it's going to display itself on multiple high-quality entries. But this is just another forward-looking stock, in my opinion. I can't wait to see the earnings report on it. I think it's going to be really interesting where we're going to be heading here in the near future within this name. But, yeah, I removed that 125, and I don't feel any type of way. Let's send it off to Juan and Adara.
It's 11:30 a.m., which means that the European session has closed. But as we await now here with 4.5 hours to go of the U.S. session, it's time to take a look into what happened in Europe. Here to explain that is one.
Thank you, Adara. So European markets ending the week in the red. Basically, I think Joe and Sharif mentioned this earlier, the tech liquidation cascading from Asia, pulling benchmarks in Europe all the way down to mid-July lows. So if we take a look at some of the indexes, Stocks Euro 600 down by 0.62%. A lot of global AI scaling doubts triggering that broad-based index de-risking. Even the Euro Stocks 50 also down by 0.73%. And if we take a look in Germany, their third consecutive day of losses due to, of course, the tech sell-off, as well as Middle East tensions, the US-Iran war, of course, elevated oil prices from US-Iran attacks, basically sustaining inflation fears in Germany. We expect to see the ECB holding rates steady next week, but preparing for a potential September rate cut. Some of the key decliners in Germany included Infineon. They were down by nearly 5%. Siemens Energy were down by 2.6 or around 3%. There's also a lot of pressure on the banking sector. Deutsche Bank and Commerzbank down by about 1.5%. Now, if we move over to France, the CAC 40 also down by 0.67%. Some of the major decliners there, ST Microelectronics down by 7%, the biggest decliner in Europe. We've got Schneider Electric also down, and also Airbus down. One interesting to note was luxury brands like Louis Vuitton and Hermes, they also dropped based on Burberry's weak Q2 results. Now, that was in the UK. So Burberry, they led decliners in the UK, falling by about 5% on lower than expected Q2 earnings. They're blaming that of tourist spending being impacted by that of the Middle East conflict. And interesting to note, politically, Andy Burnham has been confirmed as Labour leader and will become the Prime Minister in the UK by July 20th. But overall, the markets, it's all about tech portfolios. That's the main theme, a great aggressive global reset, overnight session, of course, and also Netflix earnings, bringing everything down. So institutional desks, they're locking in their profits. And in Europe, the broader tech sector down by more than 2.3%. That was the big main story over Europe. But let's see. Hopefully it'll get better next week.
Yeah, just like in the US, Euro is reacting to tech and earnings. Who knew? We're going to send you back over to Joe and Sharif for now, but you'll see Juan and I again at this desk in about 4 hours to talk about the Asian markets.
Thank you very much for that, guys. Great information from Juan. All right. We did it live on the breakout on KLRS. I got back into Defend 6. I don't know how this cookie's going to crumble, Mr. Options, because right now it's below 6 and it's turning into an inverse hammer candle pseudo topping tail. So we're like a couple of pennies out of the money. Now we're break even. Now we're in the money. But I don't know. It's not immediately apparent whether 6 is going to be a decisively cleared level for KLRS. We've been topping tail multiple times through this level, and we break through. That's the thing. But the short seller comes back in. And that's been, that's been really the characteristic of this one. Moves above 6 to breach prior area high, but nothing sustained and nothing holds above said $6. Now, we're doing it live on our other trade over here. Go SG, slower mover. We're nicely like 12, 13 pennies in the money on this one. Let's wet the beak here. And then we're going to cancel that, and we're going to move it on up into area highs. So looking for the move on that. And there goes KLRS. We get 15s. There's no continuity. Looking for 25s next, and then 35. Every single time it pops up, it's being met with aggressive selling. And there's 25. It didn't cross, so we didn't get the print. We're waiting at 25s again, and then 35. Look at the quarter dollar being defended aggressively by the short sellers and or profit takers. So 625 is the high, and that's where I'm sitting. That's always a risk, right? Sometimes you want to take it a penny or two below the high of the day because the shorts and profit takers are wise to that. They're looking to defend the level as well. So we're showing the teams right now. I don't want to take anything out here. I'd rather this one either stop me out or, you know, breach prior day high, which is 625. Looking for that big orange tape, orange color to come in on the tape, telling me that people are punching into this quite aggressively. Not seeing it, though, quite yet. Dropping back down into 6. There it goes. Fluffy says Koru, K-O-R-U. Okay, so I have to mention a couple over here because did I take out the other one that I want to move out? I'm going to take off FSLY. I'm going to put in SLND because Amir pointed SLND out for me, and I like that one. And I'm going to look at KORU for the Fluffsters. Good call, Fluffy. Yeah, no, this is good. It's only up 1.5%, but it's got a good-looking chart pattern that we can work with here. Let's see, what are we looking at, Fluffsters? We're looking at an 1870 closing print. We're looking at a lot of 19 resistance here for whatever reason. Bull flag pattern, the low of which, let's just say the range is at around 18. The high is around 19. So I'd work with that until it breaks out. Look at KLRS, right back below 6, and then right back above 6, guys. We haven't cleared $6. This is going to be a thick trade. I don't know how this cookie crumbles here, whether or not we get that 6 clearing. It's putting in a bull flag pattern, and there does seem to be buyers below 6 vis-a-vis these wicks, below $6 on the 5-minute chart, but it's light in terms of continuity, so I'm not really sure how to... It was you, GCA, Starism? Oh, man, I knew it was you, bro. You're always trying to hold back my trades. I kid, of course. We got to pause for a second. We're sending you up to see you.
Yeah, USO just had a little bit of an uptick, not anything crazy, just a little bit. Market dropped a little bit to this. So I'm just going to read out. This is a comment coming in from Iran's IRNA, that's a news agency, and a deputy governor from one of the provinces saying that oil tanker empty and docked at Kyrgyz Island was hit again by U.S. missiles. This is coming from Iran's IRNA saying that oil tanker empty and docked at Kyrgyz Island was hit yet again by U.S. missiles. There's a little bit of an uptick on USO, nothing major, just something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, that is going to be an issue. The on again, off again belligerencies, in the Strait. President Trump, I think, made statements last week about, how he could take Kyrgyz Island, and there's nothing the Iranians can do about it. I think those were his words. So
I have a super hot take, man.
Let's hear it, brother.
No. I'll tell you off screen. That's
no, we want it here. We want the controversy, my guy.
Of course we do, man.
I like it. I like to,
You know what I could do?
Push the boundaries.
You know what I could write it.
Nature.
I could write it down.
You can write it down.
I could show
then people can't hear it.
That's maybe people aren't meant to hear everything there, Sharif.
Oh, that is a
tell us,
statement.
Joey. No, I'm gonna leave you guys in suspense. Speaking of suspense, let's head over to our watch list and see how some of these consumer staples are doing here today. Not very suspenseful, is that? Now, Walmart. We talked about we talked about a potential bottom on this one here around 107. So it's been a nice little rebound here for Walmart off of the lows. That's why I'm going to be rolling this pick, to be honest with you. I like Walmart where it is right now, and then also JPM. That's a name that topped into all-time highs earlier in the week. I believe this was Wednesday's session where you run into 352. We're going to continue to roll with the banks here. And then Taiwan Semi being another one of my picks, a stock that I don't believe deserved to be down around 20% off of the high. Now, for those who are
Was that part of your new picks, Joe?
Absolutely.
Oh, man, this guy's making...
And you know who else is a part of my new picks there?
Ooh, Joey.
Applied Materials.
AMAT?
Yeah, Applied Materials, my guy.
Yo, I was running it by Claude, and Claude told me to punch into AMAT.
Did it actually?
Yeah, I swear to you.
Yeah,
It's telling me to punch into the memory names and AMAT. I'm like,
No, I'm going where the hyperscalers are spending their money, all those little widgets and all of those things over here. So I like Applied Materials all the way down here, down 31% off of its high. We're going to rock and roll with that. So you guys seen our picks over there, and we're confident on it right now. We can pull up the other ones. I know Sean and Neil were going over it bright and early, but we'll go over it one more time as your boy, Joey O, sitting in that second slot right there. Slot 2. What do they say in F1? P2.
Is that what they call it?
I think so.
Pole position, because the first one's pole
P2,
position.
P2 right there for your
all about that life.
Yeah, I was hoping I would get a confirmation behind there.
What are they called? Not pole position, so not the first spot. What's the second spot?
P2, right?
What do you mean?
In F1.
In F1, like second pole, yeah, it's P2.
Yeah, P2, man.
Like
there we go.
P2, P3. That's
it's like a garage.
Yeah, P2. Yeah. Are you on P1 or P2?
I'm on P2.
I'm on P1. Watch out, P1.
Sorry, P1.
Yeah. You're on P. You're on P1. You got P2.
I'm on in my condo.
Yeah. P2. All right, man. Good stuff over there. But your boy over here, P2. You got the exactly that high quality. You got the premium parking spot. Yeah,
I got the guy with the
How
Vantage.
close are you to the elevator is the real question.
Pretty close.
All
There's
right, there
three
you go.
though, because there's a low-rise condo, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
only
yeah,
like
yeah.
6-7 floors.
All right, right.
Really
6-7 over there. So Joe, yeah, we're doing over there. We're doing all right over there, and then we'll take a look at
CID's
that.
moving.
But yeah, I think we can grab the throne off the Obi here momentarily with the picks that we got going on earlier in the year, and then we'll continue to rock and roll. Don't forget your boy came from dead last, podiumed. To that, but yeah, we hit the podium on P3 over there, so having a lot of fun with that one. I don't have a specific trade on right now, maybe a potential short on the market.
Ooh, okay. Sounds appetizing. We're still holding KLRS and SG. I am running out of patience with SG. It failed the $0.50. I don't want to see it lose the 10 EMA, so we'll see how that cookie crumbles. But there's others that are moving now, that are making moves. SLND is looking pretty good. Shout out to Purple Drank for calling, actually, that's not even Purple Drank's call out. I think that was Amir's. Let me just look quickly at KLRS because I'm going to get stopped out here. Yeah, and I just got stopped out through the break of 588. So this one could be losing trend. Still very positive on it, so very happy with that. But this one, SLND is going here, Amir. Good call out, my friend. We're going to put this one up on the side chart. Oh, SLND, Sharif. SLND, there we go. Up 65%. What's going on with my scanner today? Why are these ones not showing up? How is this one not showing up, dude? Am I filtering in the wrong way, or what's going on? Like, I'm missing so many on my scanner today. Oh, I'm just looking to see if I have it here. I don't even think it's there. Huh? Yeah. What the hell is even that? Oh, it's on the bottom. Oh, because it gapped up initially at 9:30, and it's not up big since the open, so that's a problem. So I filtered my my scanner there to see, or to put the highest names, or the best performing names since the open. And so this one is kind of flat since the open. That's why it's not showing up. But hey, man, it's working into that 115 area high. Here it is with that pre-market high at 905 at around 117, 118. So build your position carefully on this one. But KLRS, good stop out for me. We'll end up losing a little bit on that, but we'll be positive on the name as it comes back down here. I don't know what your move here is, Bovin. Is it? This is not halted, is it? Why is it stopped moving like that? 584 now. No, it's not halted at all. It's just, you know, there was an equilibrium between buyers and sellers there. Let's see if it moseys back above 6. I mean, I don't have anything on this one now. Let's pull up SLND.
Can I mention Google here real quick? So we had an ascending wedge here. It's a flat top break. So now Google's breaking through resistance zones, going to the top side. So a nice little recovery. I don't know how you feel about this, Sharif. But like selling off 5% on the delay of Gemini, I think that might have been overdone.
All right, sorry, I just have to cover this super chat. Thank you very much, Traveling Trader, for 10 Canadian. Sorry about that, brother. I missed it. So here's what he wrote. Today's data by KLRS is potentially best in class. They had last raised at $10. Can it be inferred that the next capital raise would come above $10? Analyst targets are north of 15. Thought, Sharif. Great question. I like how you're putting that there. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever asked me that before. You know, the capital raising sort of time structure of these small cap gappers. It's like they're almost destined to raise. Yeah, I would definitely be looking at some analyst targets, and then I'd be looking for them to raise a little bit below that. Should, you know, those analyst target act as resistance. I was watching a really interesting video about some institutional traders, right? Some guys, they didn't really say they were like covering their face and stuff. My suspicion is they're from Jane Street. That's just my suspicion. I have no idea. Okay, but their philosophy was technicals are important, but they're not everything. A lot of the decisions that these institutional traders are making are based on fundamentals, and then they refine their entries, etc., with technicals. So with that in mind, then analyst price targets become awfully important, especially for issues like this when you're talking about raising. So I like the way you're thinking with that. I think, you know, probably a little bit lower than 15, especially if it has a few more good gays. Usually they take advantage of that. Great question by Traveling Trader, and the fact that he's Canadian. He gets one more. All right, we got XKR2 dropping $4.99 in the chat. What, according to you, are some key support and resistance levels for the triple Qs? I don't see anything obvious lately. Do you want to cover that one?
Yeah, I would gladly. And, you know, I honestly don't want to discredit your super chat. Thank you very much. I kind of see what you're getting at, but we were talking about it briefly this morning. Now, there was a support level right here. The more touches, right, the stronger the system can be. And that's what we're looking for. And I know maybe a rule of thumb sitting around three touches, but there it is. Like, we have a wedge that was being formed, and then at some point, it's going to break, right? And then we just have that strong gap down. So I think Neil and I can agree is like we don't love shelves being formed. And I think that's what we had going on right here, this shelf in the NASDAQ without any steady form of a pullback where you can make that additional leg higher, right? Or even test it. So what we have right now is, I mean, is this a horrible thing to come back and retest this previous consolidation zone? I don't think so, but it would be disastrous for a lot of people if we did come back down 15%. But we will get a pullback. Now, is it going to come all the way down to here? I'm not too sure of that. All right, so maybe look around 10 plus %. I think that's completely reasonable. All right, so from 740, from this previous high, what are we currently sitting down right now? Around 7%. That's not horrible whatsoever. Look for a little bit more downside, guys. Now, I think we're in a stage within the market where any form of negative news will help with that selling, but then things will turn around. And congratulations, we're heading into earnings season. And if the numbers are great and fantastic, I read an article yesterday that we're looking at potential Google Cloud coming in at 70% growth. Like, what is even going on here? It's been double digits for the past couple of quarters and maybe
70%? I think we've been in the 30s, haven't we?
Dude, I'm telling you. So I forget.
Is that why they're renting from XAI?
I have no idea, man. But it was, I forget who wrote it, but it was off of our news blotter. It's like, yeah, predictions for Google to absolutely just blow everything out of the water with 70% growth. Now, I'm not going to take everything that they say literal because it could just be, and then that's why it made me actually make it one of my picks.
Interesting piece from CNBC on their website. They did a little hit piece on XAI and the Memphis data center build out. I don't think they interviewed anybody in that piece with anything positive to say about that. It was just like everybody. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not attacking their points. Their points probably have merit and they are probably factual in some sense, but usually you give both sides of the story and then you let the viewer decide, you know, where to fall. That wasn't what they did at all there, but
it's just completely lopsided bias. You feel?
I stopped watching 3/4 of the way through because there was just nothing positive being said about it. So it's like I was like, I already know all these arguments.
Do you think Do you think the majority of it had to do with just Elon himself, or?
It's hard to tell if it was just like an Elon focus.
Like, give me one of the points that they
everything. The gas turbines he's using, he didn't have permits for them. They didn't have they have to put this thing on the top that filters it to clean. They hate the noise. The people that were living in and around the area, they had homes that were quiet. Now they're not, right? And then there's an entire like kind of group of Memphis that is annoyed with the pollution. They're annoyed with the power, right, with issues with that. Like, all that is, these are fair points. You can't, like, these people feelings matter, right?
Yeah,
these
completely are valid.
Right? But the fact of the matter is, like, let's talk about the other side as well. There was nothing positive being said.
Yeah, but how many jobs did he create?
They don't really create a lot of permanent jobs, brother.
Yeah, they don't.
They do.
But there's
for
still
the construction,
there are a couple year projects though, which is good, right?
No, but like, there's not a lot of people working in them. People build them, sure, they're temporary.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting. But like a couple years to build the project, right?
No, man, you know what they were saying about Elon? They were like 230 days from breaking ground to training models.
No
it was
way,
insane.
Bro.
Yeah. Anyway, you can go watch it for yourself, make up your own opinion, and But KLRS dumped, big time drop. It popped through 620, and in the same 5-minute candle, it has a 537 low. So almost $1 a range on that one candle there at 1145. I see LCID, Zen Zombie. I promise you, I loaded it up right here. See, I had it ready. I didn't have to type it in. But I was worried about this double top coming into 7 on Lucid. Now, Lucid continues to recover and recover well from the sell-off earlier in the week on rumors that they could be taken private and or go bankrupt. They pushed vehemently back on those reports. And quite frankly, when we did a little bit of an analysis about their cash on hand position, it didn't really jive with the story. They have about 4.3 to 4.5 billion in cash. So it doesn't make sense that they would be looking for Chapter 11 bankruptcy quite yet. However, let's let the story play out and we'll find out more later. But anyway, they're looking pretty good here. I'm seeing resistance at 7. It's a 7-11 high, but I'm fearing a bit of a double top, but we'll keep tabs on that, Joe.
Oh, okay, yeah, Gorev. Listen, brother, I hope for the trading gods themselves that you're right. I truly do. I mean, I'm hella long a lot of tech names, right? Like I tell you guys all of my holdings, but I just think there might be a little bit more downside, a couple percentage points. But we're rolling into earnings season, right? Like, I mean, we talk about, I believe it was Micron or somebody along this, Micron Sanders just have stupid numbers and the stock decides to sell off a little bit, which is totally fine because it grew into the forecast before the numbers were even released. So if they come out good at some point, they're going to continue to rally. I don't deny that. But as for the nearer term, maybe we see another couple percentage points off to the downside. I could be so wrong it's not even funny, and I would more than happily be wrong, right? I'd gladly be wrong just due to the fact that I'm long a lot of these names, but I also don't mind the fact that we ran into $200 here on NVDA. Like, look at this daily chart, right? Almost right off of this trend line right here. And I'm just smiling. I'm grinning ear to ear because why? I get to buy some more. I was telling Sharif, man, like, listen.
What?
I'll transparent with you guys. I'm putting on, like, this is going to be the largest position that I've ever put on in my whole entire life.
On NVIDIA? Yeah, you were telling me that yesterday.
Like it's
like a psycho.
Hey, man, listen, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be a little bit crazy in order to do that, but with big risk comes big reward. And I understand that there's the opposite side of things, but I'm going to be an optimist here and just say, hey, like I'm ready to rock and roll on this thing and just make something the largest that I've never seen. And I'm more than willing to get uncomfortable, and I'll get comfortable with being uncomfortable. The thing is that we watch this stuff every day, so it's just like when you're putting on that size and I'm continuously buying more and more, and the fluctuation within the actual underlying asset itself can be intimidating. But hey, man, I've been there before. I had some fun with Canopy Growth Corp and Moderna, so I'm like, what am I even doing here? I have a diverse portfolio already, but now it's just time. Concentration can give you the biggest reward, but it also gives you the biggest risk as well, too, and I'm willing to sit through it.
All right, man. Shout out to Big Bobby, Top G, Sharif. I'm back from France. My FIFA bracket was all over ESPN. I had the last standing bracket for 2 days, LMAO. Sad England broke my heart and took out Haaland. Look, you know, I wasn't sad about that, right? I was cheering for England. What I was sad about, of course, was the English result versus the Argentinians. S. Dot just, okay, I gotta interrupt. Get it, Bovin. S. Dot just halted up. Bovin was of the opinion that this one had to take out $24, and boy, oh boy, was Bovin right on this one. Attaboy, Bovin, we are halted up on SDOT. 26.18. We're going to pull up the theoretical auction price and the halt time in 1 second. Let's load it up on a trading screen because the dot is back in business, baby, and we're happy about that. That gives us something to fixate over right now. Okay, Joseph, Mr. Options. The tap Bovin is 26.18. So right at the halt price, the halt time, it's 19 now, up 18, 19. Halt time, 11:53:54. Earliest open, 11:58:54. Get ready, because this one could have a good move. I built in a position here into SLND, and I also want to build a position into the sell. We're going to take off KLRS because that's losing. It's losing it a moment. The sell looks like it might be headed to 19 here. So we're going to give this one the old community college try. And we're going to give this the prior area low, 1858. All right, so let's go ahead, throw that on there, Mr. Options. We'll give it a little bit of room. What do we get? We got 92s. Let's wet the beak here in front of the whole dollar area. There it goes right up into the whole dollar area, but doesn't cross. So We need this monster to cross. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher as well. And we'll set up some orders here. This will require, of course, a high day break, but let's see what we get on this monster. So that's what I'm involved with now. We're back. We're in the sell. I was never in the sell before. And we are currently still holding a position here into SLND, which we're all of a sudden break even on. So let's go ahead with the beak at some possible levels here. We'll see if SLND can take out area highs, Joey, because it's zigging and zagging. Bovin, S-Dot could get into $28 and break. That could get to 30 quick. Don't disagree with you, Bovin. I just saw this thing rip up from 24 and change. Where's S-Dot? Yeek. Okay, so let's put S-Dot over here. We're going to take, oh, that's why. I had to click it one more time. It's like, I thought I loaded it. 26.19 still. The way that I saw this rip through 24, Bovin, into 26, I wouldn't put 30 past this at all. It could absolutely do that. So be on the lookout for that. But there goes FCell. We got 92s. It's already taking out some area highs here through 19. Let's wet the beak and see if we can take out a little bit more. 19.10 high, Mr. Options. We're showing 6. We're looking for more here on the sell as it looks to recover. I got stopped out, sadly, of FCell in my swing account, but we stayed profitable on it, so pleased about that. Not pleased, of course, that it has a 10% day without me, but the market giveth. And you know what else it does? It taketh away. Sometimes with two hands, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little stingy on the giving sometimes, and then it takes that's for sure. It makes it a lot more difficult. There goes the cues. Yeah, I mean, buying pressure stepping in. And I said to Juan, we were thinking about the long here, and it's like shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Like I see the prints. I'm a little bit more patient just in case you get that breakdown. But now you're putting in a new high of the day. You're still down 1.5% here, though, or down 1%. Sorry, I should say. This is 3x. For some reason, I always keep this thinking it's 2x. But anyways, aside from that, a nice recovery across the board, and I think this is justifiable. Okay. Gaurav and I were talking about it. Like, what are we gapping down here? A couple of percentage points for, and then now we're starting to recover and head back towards there via momentum. And same thing with the SPY. SPY doing some good things here. Let's head over to the financials actually and see how,
bro. What are they looking like today?
I mean, they're chilling out, man. They're not doing anything crazy. They're just.
I figured we'd move a little bit after earnings. You know, a couple of days, 2-day, 3-day rule.
With the numbers, yeah. But see, the thing is, though, Wall Street has a lot of time, Sharif, and they're gonna be like, hey, man, we'll just ride this out. We'll allow this in a couple of years because our positions are so big. I don't mind 3-4 years to make a couple billion or whatever it is that they make. But we had Walmart that was up pretty big, almost 3%, bright and early this morning as the rotation as some of these staples is driving right back into the tech trade because where are we? Almost at the high of the day on NVDA, which was down $6 almost from where we're currently trading at. There goes the high of the day on the NASDAQ after that gap down. 20 seconds to open. There goes CrowdStrike and PanW. PanW up 2% here today, tapping into a new all-time high. So that's looking pretty good. And then Robinhood. I like that. I talked about this here, ladies and gentlemen. This $100 level, right? It didn't hold up. Broke down into 98s. Let's see if we can get any form of continuation on this bad boy here right now. As for Coinbase, AC Slater to that one.
50 seller ripping new highs. This is really going, guys. S-Dot is on the move. Here comes 27, Bovin. 26.70. There seems to be a seller here on the dot. Flipping to the 5-second chart. Limit down, 23.56. Limit down, 23.56. That's flashing. We're still showing 25s. All right, so 26.5-ish seller, even though the high of the day is 26.95. Bleeding its own blood here into 25.50. Looking at the 5-second chart to spot areas of support. Not seeing any support quite yet, to be fair. 25, nope. Still continuing to put in lower highs, lower lows on the 5. So let's let this one set up. Look for a 24 to 25 hold. Let's see how that does. How are we doing over here on the sell? The sell continues to please me here, man. Right up into the area high. We get 17s. We're looking for more now, Joey. We're looking for 20-something pennies there on FCEL. We're packing the patience on that. And I don't know about this SLND fake out, breakout, man. I'm looking for that continuation into the mid-teens. We're not getting it. How's the dot doing? The dot's back, and it's got a new high a day, 27.40. What a hold there of 25.50. Man, this one, I look away for seconds, and it just rips back up. Here we go again. showing a good amount of buying here in the mid to high 26s. Let's see. Do we get a buyer stepping in? We're in the low 26s now. Let's give this one the old college try. Break through 26, ends the trade. Oh, well, it's coming down into 26, Joey. That's not good. We're looking for a move above 27. 49 buyer here. Let's see if we pop back up. Anything below 26 on the ask ends the trade for me on the dot. We're not going to, I just have too much going on today to be able to fixate on this one, especially multiple halters. Let's put something up in near 27 and then maybe a little above 27. That's, of course, predicated upon it holding 26, which it's at, and it failed, and I'm out. I have to give back on that one. That sucks, but the market giveth and the market taketh away on the dot. So we suck on SDOT.
Something's stepping in.
Yeah. FCell just ripped up. Something's going on in the market. I'm looking at my blotter just 1 second, Assassino, because the market went all sorts of haywire. Right now, did you see? What would you see specifically on the T-triple-Qs? Okay, so something's going on there on the T-triple-Qs. As soon as we find out, we'll let you know if there is anything. We're going to send it up to Sia for happening now, and then Neil's lesson of the day.
Keeping an eye out here, market dropping a little bit, and also Google a bit to the downside as well. So Google significantly delayed. Our sources familiar with the matter that are stating and have told the LA Times that Google is significantly delayed on its flagship Gemini 3.5 Pro model because of difficulties improving its coding capabilities. Google sliding towards the downside. Gemini 3.5 Pro model delayed because of difficulties improving its coding capabilities is coming from sources citing the LA Times. Let's take a look at what is going on with the market. As you do know, the SPY currently sliding to the downside. It's down very inching close to 1%, just a half less. We have the triple Qs down 1%. The Dow is down significantly flat on the day, inching towards red. The IWM down 0.41%. Let's take a look at a couple things that we're talking about here. We're going to take a look at BRKB first. Let's take a look. Berkshire Hathaway. So climbed more than 1% today, currently up 0.50%. It's 0.50%. It had outperformed the broader market as investors have rotated more into defense stocks over all the tech sell-off that we're seeing going on in the market at the moment. And the gains have also been fueled by growing optimism that BRKB has stepped up share repurchases in the second quarter. So this is like Barron's estimate saying that Berkshire may have bought back the range of between $5 billion and $11 billion of its own stock during this period based on calculations that have been used by information disclosed in Warren Buffett's securities filing that was earlier this week tied to his annual charitable gifts. Also, certain retail stocks have sidestepped the broader market's volatility this week as well. We're going to take a look at the ticker XRT. That's the State Street Spider S&P Retail ETF, gaining over 2.5% so far this week. We have, by comparison, the broader S&P 500 has fallen over 1%, over 1.5%. Auto retailer Group 1 has also led the ticker higher this week with the gain of more than 9%, stock being on track for its biggest weekly gain since the year of 2024. We also have names like CarMax, that's KMX, and National Vision, that's EYEI, also following, each adding more than 8% to the same. The ETF XRT down on the day, very close to 8%. Before we get back to the guys, we're going to hand it over to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. Before we get into the lesson of the day, just quickly, I didn't really see or find a headline for the spike there in USO, but I know there is. And if we can, Adaira's going to put up on the screen. I was just going to ask, Adaira's going to throw it up on the screen to explain what just happened in the market, sending dozens more refueling planes to Israel ahead of possible escalation. That's from Axios. So there you go. That's going to be the cause of that last little bump up that we just saw over in USO. A little bit of a downtick in the NASDAQ and the ES after we got this. But anyway, now I can get into the lesson, because I think one of the things that you saw this morning is, you know, I'm a big proponent of I'm going to follow the pattern until the higher time frame pattern until there's time that it doesn't work. And we're going to roll with it. And if something works every single day, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to take it on the 5th day. And as long as it follows my patterns, I'm going to keep giving it shots. But you have to find a way that if you're going to be wrong on something, you're going to lose on something, how do you minimize the damage, right? So, every single day I've been short silver multiple times, not just like, oh, short it once and then be done, find places to reload, try to get the secondary breakdown. Like when it breaks, short it early, but when it breaks trend, get it later, and short consolidations, like just continue with the trade, not just get it once and hold it all day. But as it's trending up, I have to apply the same mentality when I'm looking for multiple things. Like I want to short under the prior low. I want to short key resistance. I want to short underneath the absolute top from yesterday. So those are going to give me some levels to work from. And the most important thing that I've found has worked for me is it's this. If I enter a short position and I have my stop, like I don't want to be shotgunning out in the bottom. I want to be holding through lower the day, giving it room to work. Once it's broken, I'm going to flat out leave it alone for the next gap. Once it breaks out of here from that prior low, I want to engage not at all until it goes to the next resistance. Like see that little, like this little effort in here where there's one little turn back and you're like, oh, there's another short coming in. No, I try not to take those and just sit it out until it gets to the next key level. And then when it starts activating off of that level, 50.5, if you saw in my note, I put down 50.5 for SLV. So when it got to that price level, this is where I'm engaging. I engage short, take some out at 1-to-1. It runs a stop at a topping tail. I get back in. I'm holding till that volume weighted average price. It bounces off VWAP. It then topping tails again around the same price. Like you get back in, but don't let it go through the top. It now breaks trend around that level. So I'm willing to engage multiple times in my key price area. In between, no mas. Once it was above VWAP here in that prior low, I'm not multiple engaging unless it's trending lower or giving me lots of reloads around that price. It's about being, one of the things I'll talk about is like, you gotta be where your bread is buttered. You not only want to trade the strategies that make the most money for you, but you want to be the most active around the key price levels that you're supposed to be engaging in. So like I'll be one and done on a stock if all it does is shoot one time here and not work and then just go parabolic up right through every other level, I probably don't trade it again. But if it's gonna linger around my key price level, I'm gonna try to stay active if I can because it's fitting my rules, it's doing what I want, it's showing me resistance where I'm expecting it, so I wanna make sure that I'm gonna take advantage of it. What that does mean, and this is where the discipline comes in, there will be gaps between key price levels. It's entirely possible that I get stopped out here, it never gets to the levels that I wanna start trading it again, and next thing you know, you're heading lower, and I might miss the trade, right? Like I don't get back in, like this one right in here was the top, and then it flushes, and then I miss that pullback. That can easily happen. I'll show you, like if you were in here on SLV a few days ago, when it just ramp job to the upside, does a bit of a triple top, and by the time it takes VWAP again for this, if you miss this short, like you're just sitting there FOMOing yourself. Because it's like, oh, like maybe I liked 55 or something, or 50, and it just, you miss all of that top. You've got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. That's a certain part of being disciplined in any regard. And sometimes you're just not going to get in again, and maybe it continues flushing the rest of the day. Or ripping if you were trying to buy the dip. That's going to be par for the course. Because ultimately, you've got to stick to what got you there. And if following a pattern for 5 days now on SLV will make it my best stock in the week, on the 5th day, if the short's not good, then I lose on it. So what? So be it. That's part of trading. The way I always approach it is when you make a bet in trading, I get in, I have targets, I throw stop. I have spent that money. 63 short, 77 stop, that 14 cents plus plenty of slippage, 15 cents, that is I've spent that money, it's gone. It's out of your pocket, it's out of your account. And then it's just a matter of whether you make it back and whether you make money on it after the fact. And when you start to think of it that way, you'll never really see me get like too worked up about it because like, hey, the money's out of the account every single time. And if you've been able to get it back on that same strategy, well, then it's okay to keep going to the well, but with discipline, right? Like I'm going to make sure that I take some profit, know where my targets are, never hold past the stop, wait till it's at my key price, and then just rinse and repeat. It's the best way to get not emotional. You'll never really see me get emotional about wins or losses because that's just how I roll, because everything is pretty structured in that regard. But I'm going to get back, and we're ending the lesson of the day, and I have to talk about lunch because I have to. But USO right back into the highs as it continues to break. But the good news is the market is going. So the market's still going, even though we're getting oil flashing higher. So the strength that we're getting on the bounce in some of the chip names is able to withstand the spike that we just saw due to the escalation that could be pending. I guess from Axios, we could be pending. I'm not impressed. It was like rice and pork and some vegetables. The pork was basically like each piece was maybe 10 to 15% meat and the rest was fat, which is okay if it's got that nice crisp or like the melt in your mouth kind of deal, but it was like the middle, like rubbery and whatnot. I'm giving this lunch a 2.7 and I've never given anything under 5. 2.7. It's batting 270 and this ain't baseball, okay? This is lunch. And it wasn't, and I'm not usually that harsh. That being said, sometimes all you got to do is make it up with a delicious oatmeal raisin cookie. And this is the last one. I'm going to eat it now. Joe, I know you're not a big cookie guy, but you know what? It's like in the Matrix. You have a bite of that cookie and you forget all your troubles.
Man, go grab a nice slice at Nova too there, my guy. Because with that 2.7, that's not acceptable around these neck of the woods. But anyways, aside from that, guys, yeah, I'm not gonna be eating that pork either. But
wow. You're not gonna eat the pork?
No.
Okay.
No, no.
Am I allowed to have it?
Yeah, you want it? I give it to you.
I'll give it a try if it's good, you know.
Well, I mean, you get it. It's all right. It's yours now, my guy. So
hey.
There you go. But anyways, aside from that, the TQQs, you guys, maybe a potential short here on this one, but some indecision prints that may indicate that we might take an additional leg higher. Now, what I want to keep my eyes on for, and it may take a little bit longer than what we're expecting, is a run into this prior 703 level. I believe we're just going to continuously wick individuals out until a nice steady grind up into that north position there. Now we have NVDA doing the exact same thing. Look at it. It's almost a double top at this point, 205.31. And if we reject it again and we see some hardcore indecision prints, I think there's going to be a good opportunity. Or I could just be totally wrong here on the intraday session that the shorts aren't going to pan out how we were expecting it to. I'm going to allow that gap to get filled before we engage anymore. But here it is, the 3 attempts, I should say, we took. One of them was wrong, 2 of them correct. So that's why I'm being a little bit more patient here on today's session. Now, Google, as for Google, yesterday the news dropping a little bit of a delay here on Gemini. Oh, okay, here. I'm going to send it over to you, Sharif. Oh, is it my mic or?
Are you
to Unity? Yeah.
Just gonna read VinFast, brother. I think that's all they want.
Oh, okay. Did you not tell me there, Assassino? I didn't hear anything. Oh, okay. Now I hear you. Yeah. Okay. Now I hear you. All right. Let's do this. Thanks, Tiff.
Get it, Joey.
VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast and BF6 vehicles together. These moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS, almost a new high of the day of the NASDAQ.
Boom. There goes S dot, man. There goes the dot through the high. Is it? Yeah. 28.13 high on the dot. We got 26.92. We're looking for more. While Neil was dropping said lesson, we got involved with SDOT, and more pleased I could not be. Let's see if we can decisively get through 28. The answer currently is a no. 28.13 high. Looking for the seller here at $0.75 to get removed and taken out of the way, but that is not immediately happening at the moment. In fact, we're stair-stepping down. So let's see what we get here. I expect probably a little bit of a reversal. Current bar low on this one is 26.23. So we just opened up a new bar now. Watch out for the loss of 26.23. That changes the position here. So I'm out of the money now on this. So as it dips down into 26, I'm looking for a prior bar hold. right? Not strictly. I want this one to be trading above 26 generally, but this is putting me out of the money here now. Watching, we're just like almost $1.50 in money. Now we're out of the money. That's how this one trades, man. It giveth and it taketh away. Continuing to watch, looking for areas of support and resistance. Let me flip to the 5 here, which I just took off. Great. There we go. Let's flip to the 5-second chart. Buyer at the $0.50 here from previous occasion. Let's see if we can kind of mosey on back up into some area highs. Let's put some beak wetters above that level and then into 27s as well. What are we getting here? We're getting a $0.75 seller again, but now I'm seeing it move on up a little bit. I just saw the level 1 flash 90s and it's flashing 80s again over here. So bizarre, the level 1, the level 2 not jiving, but looking for a bigger move up above 27. I've got 81s now, having defended that $0.50. I saw a bit of a buyer there from the prior area low. So the prior area low was right at that 26.23 area. Let's see, the $0.25 not being cleared here, Joey. So S dot slowing down a little bit, and I'm starting to get feels that this one could flush a little bit. So looking for that loss of the $0.50, that gets me likely out of the trade. But if it can curl above 27, this one would be good, especially with a big price spike up. But here it comes again, testing that $0.50, showing 67 on the level 2. So there it goes into 91. No continuity, though, through that level. And when it gets higher up on the ask, the bid doesn't move up. So the spread really opens up, and that makes it hard to get a fill, right? So that is what I'm kind of dealing with. There it goes, through 27 again. Can we get a little bit higher? 26.80, looking for a nicer move here to test that $28 level again on SDOT, but it's not immediately apparent when that's going to happen, Joe. So keeping an eye on this one. What do you got?
Good stuff. All right, yeah, we're just looking for a little scalp here. Oh, see, that was my opportunity to take that scalp on the NASDAQ, as it's going to scream and probably put in a new high of the day right now. So you have to be cautious with this one, right? And we went full risk on that. Should have took the scalp for what it was. As there goes Meta, something popping in Meta here. That's going to be our green light to get out of Dodge on this bad boy, Sharif, as we get a big time volume spike on META, Zuckerberg and company. Now, a couple of spikes coming into the market here today. We'll hold on to this until we have a 1-minute candle open up above this range, and then that'll be our green light to get out on this one. We'll give some back, stay slightly positive, and then we'll just wait for a couple more opportunities as we're starting to come back in here a little bit. If this thing sells off now off of that volatility spike, then I think we'll be okay. Maybe we can get out scotch-free. So let's see, man. Keep an eye on this tape. It's definitely been a war, and I'm going against trend right now, which makes things significantly more difficult and uneasing. So there it is, a 1-minute candle opening up on the top end of the range here, ladies and gentlemen. We need that next clean flush to come in on the bid so we can push price a little bit lower. If it hits the ask, then we might be in a little bit of trouble and continue to grind to the northeast. There it is. We're going to get that Meta news. There is our green light to get out here on the NASDAQ. Tough to short this bad boy with Meta going higher, especially after that move. What do you have, Dara?
Meta's still climbing here as the New York Times reports that the company is in talks to lease computing power to Anthropic. So once again, New York Times reporting that Meta could be leasing some computing power to AI giant Anthropic. Back to you.
There you go. You've been calling that for a while. I got to give you credit on that. That was your call. You asked, and Zuck granted. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Selling it at $1.50, man. Cheap barrel of compute. Yeah, all right, we'll go over to see it for that small cap recap. Let's pull up Meta's price action here. As it was selling, it was definitely one of the heavier hit mags this morning. Now we can just abandon, like we're slightly green. We do give back the majority of that here, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Meta to the top side, this is one of the hardest hit mag 7s. That's why I just always stick to, I typically stick to the long side of things because you never know when these volatility spikes are going to step in. I'll try one more attempt on it, and if it doesn't work, then by all means, AC Slater to that one. See ya.
The IWM currently is down 0.31% at the moment. Let's take a look at 2 individual tickers I picked for you right now. ENOV down 3.6%. So this is an innovation-driven medical technology growth company. It has announced that it will host an investor conference call and live webcast to discuss its second quarter 2026 financial earnings on Thursday, August 6th. This will happen before the bell pre-market. BYRN down 1.4% on the day. You have the company has reported a weak second quarter, with revenue down 42 to 43% to $16.39 million and GAAP loss of $10.09 million.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Still in the dot here, back above 27, but for how long? Seller at 18, 19, in and around that fifth of a dollar there. Goes into the quarter dollar. No continuity, though. We've got 75s here. We're looking for more. I'm looking for a bigger move on the dot. I'm looking for a big $28 breach and take. And we're suffering here with 27. Into 27 and a third, half dollar showing up here on the dot, taking out most of my orders. Now, the great majority of my orders that remain are above 28. Is that too, is my head, too much in the sky, thinking we can get back above 28? But we're about 50 penny buffer, which means 0 on S-Dot, because this thing can move 50 pennies super quick, showing the third of a dollar here resistance. Now, I got to mention that I'm still involved in SLND, but I'm liking the look of that one's jib right back down below 27 again on SDOT. Jeez Louise. This is very sideways price action. It's not bad price action, though, which is why I'm not bailing, right? I don't see bad price action here at the moment. I'm looking at the 5 second. I'm looking at the 5 minute. There seems to be a buyer of note every single time at 26.50 to 26.25. That's happened multiple times. But by the same token, that same seller keeps coming in at the third to half of a dollar, 27 and a third, 27 and a half. We're showing the third of a dollar again, zigging and zagging between that and the quarter. So yeah, I'm looking for a bigger move up. Below 26 ends the trade for me. I've been adding on the dips, as you can see, on the 26 and a half, 26 and a quarter defend, which has certainly helped my cost basis after an initial high entry for a breakout trade. But the fact of the matter is, we're still sideways price action here. So there's nothing to celebrate, even though we're in the money. But I'm looking for a bigger move through Joey. Like, if I don't get that 28 breach, I wouldn't consider this, a positive trade. Into 69 we go. There we go. Seller at 69. Let's wet the beak. We're pretty close to 28. There's a huge 69 seller there. Look at the amount of selling coming in at that level, and it doesn't even budge. Into 77 we go. No, but they're showing up again at 68, 69. So now we're over a dollar in the money, but there it is, into 45. Can we get another 28 break? We got good shares, so we can take a little bit more out here. There goes 28, Mr. Options, and there is the half dollar. You're up, bro. There we go, into 29, new high day break. We're up big on this one now. Let's take it out here. Let's take out some out here, my man. Boom. On the dot, into the high of the day, $2 in the money. We took out 3, $29.50 is the high. Let's watch out, $29.86 limit up. Watch this one to try to limit up here. Big move on S-Dot. Very happy with this trade. Mr. Options. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, all right, let's see. I'm posted up. Now, as for the NASDAQ, we had that top picked out, maybe just a little bit too tight of a stop. Now I'm going to post up for this pullback here and wait to see if we can get that additional leg lower. What I'm looking for is a bounce at this key pivot. I wasn't going to chase it because we're going to keep a tight risk to reward on that one. So we'll keep an eye out on the NASDAQ here. Now, Joe, bag holding INTC 108, worried about a gap fill towards $70 after earnings. Sell 108, 7 covered calls now, or wait until after earnings? That's a great question, man. Let's pull up this name and see what we got going on now. Yeah, I don't know if you're like, hey, I understand the situation that 108, I don't believe is a horrible price. What are we trading at right now? I don't think this is absolutely disastrous, if you ask me. I think if you're a little bit more patient, you'll be able to get out maybe break even or something off of a couple of solid sessions. Like, it's not all the way up here, which would be more of a stretch. 108 is definitely something I can see a pull back into. I don't think that's high enough in order for you to write some covered calls, especially if you're looking for longer duration. Anything can happen obviously after the earning report. So do this. Let the report release. If it works in your favor and it climbs back up to 108, then maybe you can relieve some pressure. But if it continues to tank, what will happen is you'll have an increase in implied volatility, which will allow you to collect a little bit more premium on your contracts. And if it's south of some of the support levels over here and enters this gap that you're referring to, then you can write something a little bit closer. I think that's the ideal plan, just due to the fact that you will get that increase in implied volatility. So I would wait after the report just in case it comes against you, unless you're willing to get your shares assigned at the 108 strike price, which is your average, all right? So here it is, right? So just another missed opportunity on this one. Couple of more minutes if we held it. So now this pullback, as long as we fail to establish a new high, then I think we'll be okay on this one. And we'll see how this pullback reacts right now. It's going to happen. But what I'm noticing is that we're tracking NVDA price action pretty close here today. Very identical chart patterns on the session, except for this name actually didn't put in a new HOD. It just put in a lower high. So we'll keep an eye out on it. We will get that level. We're posted up at 70s. We're going to go full size just for that additional move back into VWAP, Sharif.
All right, man. A little above 29, Joey. A little bit below 29 on the DOT, SDOT, of course. We lovingly call it the dot because I always have to give these stocks little nicknames, man. It's just kind of in my nature. I'm looking for a 30 breach, guys. It's a 29.74 high. Current 5-minute bar has a higher low. There's zero reason other than, just a monster seller coming in at random levels and halting down at 25.36, 25.82. There's no reason for me to get out at the moment. I'm looking for a decisive hold above 29 and a 30 touch. Right? It's a 29.74 high, so my next profit taker, by definition, will require a high day break. But you know how these the magnetic effects of some of these some of the price action, right? You get in, there we go, here we go again, Joey. 29.50. We're looking for a breach of the high day. Big seller at 50, monster seller at 50, 50 and 46, by the way. Keep showing up as sell orders there. So we haven't breached prior bar high. There's the 49 seller again. They killed him. It's up to $30. We're looking for more, Joey. Big seller at $30 here. We're looking for 30 and a quarter. So maybe we should flatten out here. Maybe we should flatten out the high at the $30 area, or should we wait for 30 and a quarter? There goes S-Dot into 30 and a quarter. And Assassino, while I was getting really excited, I got unplugged over here. So we got to get plugged back in. But there it goes. This is a good trade. Very happy with this trade over here, man. 30.49, the high of the day. Pardon me?
So that's what I'm talking about.
I appreciate you, brother. 30.49, the high of the day. Go, S-Dot, go. It is on a rampage at the moment. Thank you very much, Neil, for telling me to look at this thing. I didn't have it on my purview initially because it was just moving sideways, but we kept the conviction behind it. Shout out to Bovin as well. Bovin was very biased with a 24.50 break and more accurate. He could not be. So we are done our trade on SDOT and we're positive on the day. More pleased I could not be. Now, we're going to keep a look here on SLND because this one we're break even on and it's doing nothing. Now, we did wet the beak here at 112. It came up into 114, didn't cross, didn't get the print. Let's go back to the dot, because I see that the dot is back above 30 again, and this one could be a 35 touch and drop. Who knows? Let's see if we can get up number one into 31, or we can take out the 30 and a half, which is the high of the day currently, right? 30.49 HOD showing 40s again. This is going to explode again, isn't it? There it goes into another high day. 30.67. Here comes 31. Limit up is 32.20. There's 31. 30.97 high a day right now on SDOT. Up 115%. 17 million shares. That's all we've done, guys. And I really do mean that's all we've done. A tape mover like this, usually we're seeing 50, 60 million shares, but that hasn't happened yet. 30.97, still the high of the day. We're showing 60s here, so the buyers are still in control and the shorts are running scared. Let's see when that turns.
Absolutely. All right, man. Considering we're in FBL now, just printing an absolute disaster, so I was going to take it off of that high of day pop, which worked really well for us, but now starting to come back in. But here, we'll get into the report a little bit. Man, I don't know why I use my Frex at this break of the high of the day. This is a mega cap name. Like, the momentum style plays don't typically work as well, but we'll hold it off. We'll hold on to it for as long as we can. If I realize this, we go back negative on the day, but that's all right, man. We got plenty of time left in the session, and we came out of a crazy hole yesterday, but we didn't close off. That was my only red day. I don't want to go back to back red here. Here. let's head over. I know Adara was touching on it momentarily. $10 billion deal here with Anthropic. Man, these guys need as much compute as possible. Why am I looking for this? Here it is. So Meta shares pair losses after report of potential $10 billion computing power deal with Anthropic. So a big-time move right there. Now starting to give back a little bit of its move here. Not too good of a look, especially on the 1 minute time frame, man. If we crack the low of the day, then we'll just be back to where we were on that initial loss with the TQQQs, which it looks like it wants. That pop up into there, now it's to the downside. Oh, man, oh, man. Yeah, and you got to watch out with these leverage plays here as this thing is absolutely tank city. All right, let's send it off to Sia.
The fastest. Let's take a look at what the market is doing right now. The S&P 500 down 0.60% on the day. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers right now. Electric tech, we have NVIDIA down 1.1% at the moment. Apple trading flat. We have AVGO down 0.53%, whereas MU looking a bit strong today. Good looks since it's been bearish for the past 2 trading days. Up 3.8% right now, followed by GE, Cisco also up, and SNDK to the upside, the Dell RTX, and WDC Marvell as well. So we have TXN down 1.5%, AMD trading flat. We have tech services, Google down 2%, Meta down 3.5%. So Meta planning to hire top Amazon computing executive Dave Brown. And we had news, Adara broke a couple moments ago, the $10 billion deal with Anthropic to lease computing power. Now, Google is down 2% as well. They delayed their Gemini Pro 3.2 launch as well. We have Microsoft down 2% as well. Oracle up 2%. Palantir down 1.5%. With PNW up 2.3%. Netflix continuing to slide on the downside after its earnings report yesterday, which we will discuss in the news segment a bit more in depth. So stay here and don't go anywhere. We have Finance, BRKB, JPM, BAC all trading flat at the moment. We have Visa and MasterCard down over 1.5% at the moment. MS is down, but technically trading flat on the day. GS down 1%, over 1%. WFC flat. AXP down 1.5%. Retail trade, you have Amazon trading close down to 1% on the day. Walmart is flat. Costco and Home Depot that were bulls yesterday, a bit of a bearish sentiment here and now. Costco down close to 1% and Home Depot down 1.1% on the day with TJX flat. We have producer manufacturing, AMAT down 3%. CAT is up close to 8%. LRCX down 1%. GEV down 1.5%. Consumer non-durables, you have KOO sliding to the downside 3% here. We have PM down 8%. PG flat on the day. Health Tech looking a little bit strong with the latter half looking a bit bearish as well. Lilly and J&J, Lilly's up 1% and J&J's up a little over 8%, with ABBV up also over 1%. MRK trading flat on the day, and ABT up a little over 1% as well. Consumer durables, you have Tesla down 2.2%. So as of yesterday, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, that's the NHTSA, has said that it was denying a 2024 petition that was filed by Tesla to avoid a recall fix for nearly 20,000 vehicles with headlights that may exceed maximum lighting levels. XOM in the energy mineral sector, very strong today. We know that we don't want this sector to be that strong because that means the oil prices are strong. XOM, CVX, all up. MPC, COP, PSX, all up on the day. The sector looking like one of the strongest for the day. However, utilities, transportation, communication, non-energy, a bit of a mixed sentiment across the board for these 4 sectors. However, in transportation, you have Uber down 2.7%. With that, consumer services also a little bit of a bearish sentiment, with McDonald's and Disney down over 1% on the day.
Thank you very much, Sia. Great information, of course. There goes the dot, not into the Hyatt day. My man, Adam James frickin' abroad. He's not really abroad anymore, Joey. Yeah, technically he's far, kilometer, mile-wise, but he's not abroad because he's on the other side of the country. Shout out to my man there. He was doing it live in Van City, enjoying his time as he always does with the wifey. Love the videos, love the pictures, brother. Keep them coming. Love the content, by the way. Smash Bros. If S-Dot clears 31.25, then it races, baby. Yeah, well, we'll see. But let's see what Adam's talking about. Ding, ding, ding. See, you didn't talk about the McGregor fight, eh?
Nothing to talk about, man.
Nothing to talk about there, eh? He clipped his, what is it, his knee?
Yeah,
What is it, the knee
ACL.
there? Oh. All right, let's look at this, Joey. So what are we talking about here, Adam? I like that $40 level on the dot. Why are you looking at 31.25? What are you seeing, Adam? 31.25. This is the July 9 high, which is 35.70. We haven't been at this level, Adam, since the July 9th high, which ended up being a red day. So tell me why you're looking at 31.25, brother. You don't need to super again, but just tell me. Bovin, I'm 100% done after S dot ends. Huge green day, not giving it back. That's what I want to hear, Adam. Obviously, love to hear that, but I want an explanation as to why you're looking at 31.25. In any event, explanation or not, S dot's kind of compressing here, and it may be looking to take out 30 again, prior bar high on the 5. 30.55, current bar high 30. We take out that $0.50 seller. There it goes into 61. The dot's on the move. It's loaded up. Yep, holding above 30, but not maintaining the price level above prior bar high, which is 55s, right? Look, seeing the $0.25. There's the third of a dollar. Can we see half here? Continuing to watch SDOT. It's the best mover in the market right now. Small cap, gapper, or otherwise. I mean, look at something so parabolic. So 30.97 high, guys, but we are getting a lot of topping tail candles into the 30.5. So that has my spidey sense feeling that there is a pretty convicted profit taker and or short seller at that said $30.5 area, give or take. I'm not talking exact levels here. I'm talking about area. So let's watch to see if we can take out that area high, because currently the 5-minute chart looks like there's a couple of topping tail candles, both of which fail 30 and both of which top out at 30.5. So watching this. Teal, not a broad, but a dude. TLPYO. Did I even mention you? But thank you for.
But I think no. But you know how you're saying Adam James abroad. See what he's doing there.
See, that's why you're smart, bro. My man. Shout out to. All right. How do I say your name? Tlipo? Bovin. I was thinking 32. Goes 35 to 38. That makes more sense to me, Bovin, especially because we were at area highs like just less than a week ago or around a week ago, right? It's failing 30 again, though, Bovin. I don't like this $30 price action over here. A lot of topping tail candles are coming in. What? Oh, my days. What is going on? Oh, my days. Anyway, a lot of topping tail candles on this one. Be careful, guys. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time. Most of them don't have a long win there. Limit down is 26.87. Limit down 26.87. We're bleeding here, Joey. 27 incoming, 26.87 limit down. So right now we're getting a monster red candle. Yo! Okay, I'll say it like that every time now, and then we'll lose viewers. I'm playing. 26.61 limit down now on SDOT. Guys, that's a big red candle, and I would suggest to you at least an initial rejection of 30. 0 closing prints above $30 on the 5-minute chart. It's coming down into 27. 26.61 limit down. $27 though is the 10 EMA on the 5, which we have defended essentially since the breakout, I want to say, at around 11:45. Bovin got 26.25. He says, I think it has to hold 26.25. I need it to hold generally 27, Bovin, but I see your point about 26.25. The candle at the 12.10 and 12.15 bottom out there. There was certainly a buyer. Very astute of you, Bovin, to point that out, because those candles have two bottoming tail candles right into the $0.25. So if you lose that $0.25, well, then those buyers here, they're gone. So well deciphered there from the OG Bovin. What else we got here? This guy, bro, TLPYA. Have fun, brother.
What's he saying?
I don't know, man. He's telling me how to say his name, and it's
how do you say it?
TLPO.
All right, okay. Then. Yeah. Hey, yo.
Look what I got here, guys.
Hey, Ayo Lewis. Wasn't Ayo Lewis? Where is Ayo Lewis,
man? And I sent a message to your friend Jesse Hernandez as well. I didn't hear back from him.
He's been peeking in and out of the chat.
Has he actually?
Yeah, here and there in the morning time. We don't see. Yeah, he's made a little appearance. Yeah, and then that's.
He's good though.
I wouldn't know, man. I wouldn't know.
Oh, you weren't talking to him.
No, he never replied. He just made he made like a little, kind of like a comment out of the dark there, and he's just like, all right. So
Comments are, yeah.
it was a good one though. Yeah, at least he showed face, and then he said, I'll be damned is pretty much what he got going on over there. All right, let's see if we can get this high of the day break on this thing, man. Listen, I was gonna have choice words for Zuck and company if we weren't gonna have the ability to break through this high of the day on this $10 billion.
What were you gonna say to him, Joey?
Like, well, I mean, hey, now we can somewhat justify all of this CapEx spending, because if this $10 billion Anthropic deal is actually legit, why are we not continuing to move a little bit higher? So there was a clean bounce off of VWAP. Now we just need to see if we're going to get that high of the day break. If not at those lows, we got to look to get out of that position because it was not good. We gave back all our day and then some at the lows. But at this pace, we'll try to diamond hands this one, and hopefully we're in the camp of where we break through the high of the day with the NASDAQ starting to come back in. It's not looking too great. So at some point, maybe we have to Christian Bale on this one, but I'm going to try to hold on for a little bit longer because I do like our chances. I don't think this is a small thing, but it just shows you that it doesn't matter sometimes. Like, it's like, hey, if we were in a different sentiment of what we're currently at right now, where we kind of started the day off negative, I think the street would be looking at this a little bit different because, like, hey, man, we know Zuck has been spending some of the most amounts of money amongst the hyperscalers, and we're like, what's this guy gonna do to turn things around if he doesn't turn a profit on his LLM tools? All right, well, we got this. This is what we were all waiting for. All right, a cloud division. Now we're actually starting to see numbers being placed, thrown around $10 billion with Anthropic. I mean, I don't think it's the biggest deal, but it's better than nothing, in my opinion.
Hold on, I'm just messaging people in the chat. Sorry. Adam, I'm on Vancouver Island, FFS. Not Vancouver, massive disrespect. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to, like, keep track of, like, every aspect of your life? It's good enough that I know you're in the country, bro.
Get it right, bro.
Yeah, no, straight up, bro. Shout out to my man, Adam. Oh, he had a super up here. He's like in Arete Trading. He's a boss. He uses the 12, 22, and 55 SMA on the daily chart. It works very well. S-dot legit tap 31.25. The 12 SMA on daily. Peace. Shout out to Adam. Lucid. There goes Lucid, says Zen Zombie. All right. We see you there, man. Let's put on Lucid. Let's see what it's up to. But before I put on Lucid, Bovin did point this one out, and I'm starting to like it a little bit more here. Even though VWAP is, not being respected at all by BNRG, it is putting in a nice looking bull flag here. 93 penny high, showing 86.5 currently. I could get involved with this one, but we'll have to wait and see. What are we going to take off? We're going to take off SG, and we're going to put on LCID. Oh, into the high of the day. Okay, Lucid, we see you, man. 713 high, showing a 705 buyer here. 10 EMA on the 5 is at 7. Breakout level, give or take, is 7, 698, 695. So Lucid looking pretty good. Very interesting recovery from this one, man. I wonder if the Saudis are just putting in a permanent bid on this thing.
They're just chewing it up.
Just have money, bro.
Exactly.
But can I say something, bro?
Yeah,
They've started pulling back a little bit on their excessive spend. Like some of the projects that they have in Saudi, they've scaled down, right? Live, they let that one flop. They bailed out of that one, Joey. I'm hearing boxing now, the purses from Turkey may not be as aggressive going forward. We'll see. So I feel like they're starting to pump the brakes a little bit on the spending.
Yeah. I mean, hey, man, maybe they'll start charging tax over there.
That would be a first. I don't think they have.
No, they have not. There is no income tax over there.
My old man, before he moved to Canada, my old man moved to Canada in 87, right? Before that, he went to Kuwait in 77. So he worked in two areas first, Central Africa in a city called Bungi.
Okay.
And in Kuwait.
Central Africa
Central Africa.
Man, that's wicked, man.
The capital is called Bungi.
Okay.
Right? So he did two stints, one in Africa, one in the Gulf. And he went to Kuwait. And you know some of the Kuwaitis, bro? They actually get oil subsidies, like almost like guaranteed basic income.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, and they go in, they're like, yo, where's my cut of the oil? I don't know if they still do it, but they did it in the 70s.
Really,
Like, I don't know if they're
Wow.
still. So to build on your point,
there's
those
no
Gulf
way they're
states are cash rich.
There's no way they're doing that now.
I don't have no idea. This is Kuwait I'm talking about. We can find out. It's super easy to find out on the intranets. Anyway, what are you looking at, brother? Because SLNG,
I'm the same
I
thing.
have to cover this.
I had the opportunity to get out break even, but I figured just at this pace we were going to break at the high of the day. But there's clearly a resistance zone at 645. With that being said, let's pull up our options chain and see what we got going on here and why we can't break through this high of the day. It's just another test. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we sell off a little bit more, but I mean, at some point I just have, there we go. All right, some strong upticks in the overall market. You can do it, Tesla. I believe in you. To break the high of the day. Listen, there's going to be a horrible risk to reward. Anything north of $27, I'm just going to get out of the full thing and then look for something else, if I'm even fortunate enough to get that. We're pretty close to a high of the day here in NVDA. We got one here on the NASDAQ, so things are looking pretty good. Now let's head over to our
earning, Joey.
Like going up.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
We're turning green.
We're right back towards the high of the day. Hold on here now. What was I going to pull up? META and see what we got going on, because we're continuously knocking on this door and we're not breaking. Now 650, there's some size. 645. I mean, let's head up into this 650 marker, man. Let's not be shy. We can do it. I guess patience is really key. Yeah. I mean, hey, I believe in. I believe in magic. 14.8 thousand contracts open up at that specific zone right there, guys. Going to be expiring in the matter of about 3 hours and 15 minutes right there, guys. So keep an eye out on those ones. Who said it in the chat that they made like 35K here today on these meta calls? Congratulations to you. I'll send you my email. You can send some over that way. If you're American, Venmo, I'll set up a Venmo account or something along those lines. No, I'm playing. Congratulations. And it is Friday, right? So don't go gung-ho or go to the casino and put it all on black or anything along those lines. Like maybe maybe go black and then a couple in between and outside picks on there. No, I'm joking. Just lock that in, guys, just in case there's a rainy day. You're going to be sitting pretty in Suntan City. So congratulations to you. Let's get this high of the day break on Facebook.
All right. Buvin is still talking about the dot here, SDOT, but Buvin, I've moved on. SLND, there goes SLND into the area high of 122. We got 07s on here. We're looking for a decisive taking, though, Amir, of that 120 area, and we're not getting it. Shout out to Amir in the chat. He pointed out SLND as it bleeds its own blood down into the mid-teens. Should we wet the beak here a little bit, man? I'm going to take out some here, lest this one drop a little bit more. Now, to be quite honest with you, been a fair amount of respect here of the higher low trend on SLND. Now, if you're looking for this one to find exact area of support off the 10 or the 20, you were sorely disappointed because it didn't do that. But what it did do was give you that consistent uptrend. Let's flip to the 15. Take a gander of this one. Closing prints all above the 10, but it does wick below it. So the 15 looks much like the 5, not really much difference there. What I'm going to be looking for, obviously, is continuity through that 1 1/4 area, let alone 1 1/5. If it loses 110, though, Tiffany, I think I'm going to take it out because that was a 112 to 108 area was a bit of a range. We have 06s now on this one, not 7. So let's see what we get. Just quickly, before we send it to the big desk, I have to mention BNRG is making a move. It is continuing to hold up above prior area high, and this one could be at $1 sooner rather than later. Buvin called out BNRG. It is not failing like a lot of the ones that, come up midday. They have a big move. They drop right back down. This one's hanging out. It's hanging out near highs. It's ripping into 91. 93 is the high. BNRG needs to be on focus for the small cap gapper incline. And while you think about that, ladies are going to tell you about this. There it goes.
Let's look at what the money markets are doing at the moment. So we had Indonesia's central bank saying today that it had been monitoring the distribution of liquidity in banks to ensure that lenders have a liquidity level that supports their stability as well as the overall economic growth in the country. So now the overnight interbank rate in Indonesia has fallen to 6.17% as of Thursday night from 6.62% in June 2026. Now, also, on the other hand, let's take a look at what the pound is doing at the moment. So the pound slipped today, but it has been on track for its third consecutive weekly rise. UK assets have also been supporting this rise in the recent days. And finally, let's take a look at what the dollar is doing at the moment, hovering around 100.7 mark right now. The dollar seems to be flattish, but still, I would say a bit on the upside, 0.05%, near flat with minor fluctuations is what you could call this, following a rather slight rally driven by certain economic data that we've been receiving. With that, sending it back.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Lemon, why are you laughing? SLND, that drop, dang. Couldn't get my stop loss in at 117. I feel ya, Lemon. But you know what, Lemon family? Even though that drop is annoying, especially for the breakout traders, the trend is still intact. Look at the higher lows continue to hold up, right? So I'm going to hang out here. Now I may or may not add to the position. We'll see. But I'm liking the look of, I'm liking the small caps today, man.
All right.
It's a lot better than, yesterday was a good day. The couple of days prior to that, though, a little wishy-washy there. Iffy. Look, here comes BNRG again. Bovin, this one got to 98 pennies. So now we're knocking the door of the dollar. Where do you think this holds up, Bovin? I'm seeing some support here at around 85 to 87, but I'm also thinking 90. Bovin's looking for a 105 break on BNRG. Shout out to my man Bovin on that. Now I'm looking for a dip trade on this, Bovin. I don't know how to get in. Right, I can give it to, I'm thinking 85. I don't know why I'm picking 85. I don't even want to use VWAP. I've made the point that VWAP here is not being respected, and here it comes. This could give me an entry opportunity. Here's what we're going to do, Joey. We're going to work in here little by little. We got, what do we got? We got 91s on that. Okay, so we'll defend into 85 here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm looking for an 85 dip. Now, if it goes without me, we got a smaller position on, so we won't make as much, but that's what I'm looking for there. And I also have to alert you guys, there goes Lucid again into the high of the day. Lucid's on its horse. It's been on its horse essentially since the afternoon session on the 14th because it recovered everything that it lost. It's made up it and then some. So LCID into 719, high a day. Keep your eye on that one. So I'm in BNRG here. I've got SLND and BNRG. We'll see how we do on these, but I'm looking for a bigger move. Now, I want to mention SDOT. SDOT as well. Bovin, look at what it did here, man. Bottoming tail candle, hammer candle, holding above the 10, and a breakout area of 28 as well. And now a current bar, the 1250 bar, is making a move above the 1245 bar. So we could be making a beeline here possibly through 29 and then 30. So keep SDOT on your watch. I don't think it's done quite yet, but trade it carefully, okay? Because it could flush. Just make sure you're trading everything carefully, guys.
Yeah,
All
absolutely.
right. Exactly, Joe. So we're going to throw Beak Wetter here at 93, come what may, and we're also going to throw one at 97. There we go. We get filled at 93. Let's post it in 97. 97 is technically below the high of the day at 98.10.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking at.
All right, man. Good stuff. All right. So, yeah, if you want to talk about maybe not the best risk to reward, but we get out scotch-free, and I just like, all right, what's going on? This is what we were looking for here in the street. A little bit. If I was a bit more patient, then the risk to reward would have been drastically increased. So, what do we take around 15? We take some off there, and we go head up into 21. So this turned into something that could have been not so good into somewhat profitable here. So we'll take that for what it is. Is there Apple news? Is it moving right now? We can figure it out. I seen you sent me that. I seen you sent me that.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about it. You know that because I bought it. It came in.
It came in? All right, yeah. We'll touch on that.
There is Apple news. Here
right,
it is. Apple in early talks with the Department of Justice, apparently, to settle an antitrust lawsuit. This is being reported by the good folks at Bloomberg. Okay, I don't have more than that. As soon as we get more, or Adara gets more, or SIA gets more, we will let you know as soon as possible. But for the moment, that's all I'm getting. Department of Justice, antitrust lawsuit, looking to settle. We'll see how that ends up going, Joey. But Apple, you know, it's flat on the day. It's down a quarter.
Yeah. I mean, there it is. Yeah, it's only down a quarter there, Sharif. A slight volume spike on this bad boy. Nothing crazy there. So maybe the street brushed that one off there to settle something. That means they already went through the process. And I mean, probably just going to be a little bit of a cash.
Bro, you got to see what they're doing, bro.
issue.
They are setting up to really go after OpenAI. They're really targeting their IPO. They're targeting their product releases. Apple is going after OpenAI.
Okay, talk to me.
Yeah, well, I just mentioned it, right? Well, we can go to on the news segment.
What did you? Sorry, I was kind of like.
So, so you know OpenAI wants to IPO, right?
Yeah.
They've been kicking that can down the road for a multitude of reasons, right? But Apple's acutely aware that they're doing that and that they were trying to set up their IPO vis-a-vis a couple of product launches before. So you'd have some momentum moving in. You got a physical device. It's supposed to be AI, capable, this, that, and the other. So Apple's specifically targeting them in that way. So as
product launches?
IPO, hurting their IPO by hamstringing them through injunctions on their product launches, of course, alleging IP theft, right? They're also going after their employees to hamstring them as well, so that any information that they have, they can't use. So they're, you know, it's going to be an interesting look here.
There's a lot of people gunning for Sam Altman right now.
All right, let's send it to Adara.
So first here, I do have some oil news. Israel's Channel 12 basically saying that the U.S. has not communicated any plans to bring additional refueling aircraft to Israel. This kind of refutes reports that we heard about an hour ago from Axios suggesting that the U.S. was, in fact, going to be bringing additional refueling aircrafts to Israel. Secondly here, apparently there's a plan to reduce the number of aircrafts, refueling aircrafts, I guess here, to approximately 20. That's still ongoing. If I get any more details, I'll keep you posted. So more on this Apple antitrust thing. I haven't been able to find this Bloomberg article yet, but I looked into the actual antitrust case here. This goes back to 2024. And in terms of the lawsuit, they've been investigating since 2019. So it's been an ongoing investigation, just general kind of antitrust practices. In fact, actually specifically compared to a similar Microsoft-related antitrust suit, so just general big tech-related antitrust. Apparently, it's the DOJ in 15 states that were involved in this suit. So there could apparently at least be early settlement talks. I don't have any more details than that, but just to provide some context. Back to you.
I got a little bit more here, Adara, so we'll talk about it over here. Let's bring it in. Let's see if there's any new information. It's a new article that just came on the blotter. I'll zoom it in. Justice Department in early discussions about settling exactly what Adara was saying, the 2024 lawsuit that alleges the iPhone maker violated antitrust laws, according to Bloomberg's Mark Gurman, Josh Sisko, and Samuel Stolten, citing people familiar with the matter. Apple has made multiple offers this year to the department to bring the case to a close, and discussions are active, but there is no guarantee that the two sides will reach an agreement. Okay, so a couple of more pieces there. Nothing, breaking or anything like that. So second we get more, obviously, we shall let you know, as always. Now, here's the deal. BNRG turned on me, Bovin, and now we added at 84. So I stop out through 80 on this one. I got 87s on. I don't mind defending it into 80, but I want to see higher lows. So 1 minute chart, top of your screen, area low, and if this area doesn't hold up here as an area low, I'm out. So looking for this one to kind of retrace back, maybe give me another opportunity at the dollar, right? Showing 85 and a third. I got 80, what do I have? 87s? I got 86 and change, but it's rounding up into 87. So now I'm break even on it. 86 and a quarter showing up. Looking for a bigger move up. Looking at wetting the beak at 88, if that is to come in, first and foremost. I didn't really care too much about VWAP here, as I made very clear. I felt VWAP was cutting through the price action more like a line of best fit than any area of support or resistance. So I wasn't going to base my out on VWAP here, but I am going to base my out on prior area low. So that's what I'm looking at. That's what we're going to see. And how's the other trade doing? There goes SLND back into that 116 area. We're going to wet the beak here. And now we're looking for a breach of the quarter dollar. I got 22 high on this one. Let's see how it ends up holding up, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, so, I mean, we went over that headline already on within Meta. We can just touch on it again one more time just in case anybody was curious. But there it goes, looking to break through the high of the day once again. We're still negative on the day on it, but, I mean, hey, there's light at the end of the tunnel for now anyways.
Here it
So
is. Got the article.
you got it right there?
I got the article, yeah.
All right,
It's open to everybody. Here it is, guys. I'm going to throw it in the chat. So just published on Bloomberg now. Oh, it's too long to throw in the chat. Sorry. So I can't. The link is too long there. But here's the entire article. I'm just going to scroll through it so you can pause. And if you want to read it, there it is. So the entire article coming in vis-a-vis Bloomberg there. You can go ahead and read that if you guys want. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, there it is, like a new high of the day, right? So that's not too bad. Let's head over to our watch list and see how everything's looking from a percentage metric. There's an additional, I believe, just another grab higher. So these pullbacks are pretty tight, right? There's this one back into the volume weighted average price, and then you just put in a leg higher. So just be cautious. Try to catch as high to the, and this is my risk to reward, right? Like I'm trying to catch as high towards the high of the day as possible to increase the R to R, which is really important. And the same narrative on all of these entries that we had today, with the exception of this one, which worked out. And that's why I kind of bailed. Christian bailed on this one a little bit early. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing. If we establish a new HOD, then I'll just allow price action to somewhat peak, and then we'll post up a couple of pennies away from the high on that one. So anyone shorting Intel, let's see, is this thing selling off today? We can figure it out. We can figure that one out here. Uh-oh, Sharif.
What happened, Joey?
Nothing. It's all right. We got it all solved now. Yeah. How's Intel been performing on today's session with the high? Do you know what the all-time high is on Intel, Sharif?
150, 160, something like that.
142.
Pretty close.
142, pretty close. Down 36% off of the all-time high. So a little bit tougher of a look there. And then you head over to the Marvells and the ARMs of the world to see how they've been performing. Those stocks, unfortunately, have been cut in half, right? Dang. So 45% to the downside on Marvell and ARM. And these are the big-time runs. Listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Jensen. I didn't like... again, it doesn't really matter what I like or dislike or anything along those lines, but as soon as Jensen steps in as like, yeah, Marvell, potentially the next trillion-dollar name, you know how many people probably flocked? Was this it? Like, I don't know if this was the earnings day. I know Adara probably remembers the date. Pardon?
What date is it showing for you for that spike?
Maybe this is it, June 3rd, or sorry, no, June 2nd.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so there it is, right? Yeah. Like, so, okay, yeah, Jensen, next trillion-dollar company. You have a flock of individuals stepping in, and then, oh, yeah, guess what? Congratulations. You're now down 45% if you decided to go off of that. So that's why I'm not the biggest fan of that stuff.
Is that Marvell?
Yeah, man. Oh, it's down 40. Yeah, man. It's like what goes up must come down, and that's what I've been talking about for quite some time is just be patient on some of these trades, man. Otherwise, you're just going to be having a bad time buying some of these tops.
Yeah, man. No question about it. All right, Joey. We're going to get into the news segment soon, but I wanted to show this. Look what I got. So we bought this yesterday, Joey. So let me show this. So this is super interesting. So look at this. So it's like it measures your body fat, it's everything. So it's like you get your BMI, you get your body fat, you get your body composition, how much muscle you have, how much fat you have. But the cool thing about this is usually it sends that pulse either through your upper body or your lower body, right? So it's got these electrodes. And the one that's more accurate is the one with the feet, right? That sends, because you stand on a scale and it sends the signal through your feet. But the deal is, it doesn't give you a good reading on your upper, or an accurate reading on your upper body if there's no arm one. So this one actually comes with the arm one as well. So you kind of have the bottom and you have the arm one. So you're supposed to be able to get a cleaner upper body reading. So the beef with this one is, and a lot of the bad reviews are like, it's plus or minus 2%, 2 to 3% off your body fat.
Okay.
But the cool part about it is it's also trend following. So if it's wrong this Friday, it'll be wrong by the same amount next Friday.
Okay.
So you see what I'm saying? So you're able to kind of like tell.
So that gauge is consistent. The variance in which it's wrong is consistent.
Yeah. So this we're going to be able. Other than that, man, you got to do it at some lab, and it costs like $100 to actually
do all that stuff.
To get it done professionally, body composition, And why I'm doing this is because you have to have your body composition in order to determine your resting metabolic expenditure.
Okay.
How much you are burning just by being alive.
Bro, my
right?
guy, what are you training for, my boy? Just life. Eh?
Bro, you know, that's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like how I am, man.
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
We're gonna do it live.
That's like
right?
that's your thing, right? That's your gym.
So here's the deal. So you need your resting metabolic expenditure. You need 3 different data points. Resting metabolic expenditure, you need your caloric intake,
Okay.
right? And then you also need your output. So your resting metabolic expenditure is what you would burn just by being alive. So if you sat in bed all day,
And just did
didn't
this.
move,
Yeah.
how many calories would you burn just by your body maintaining its functions? That's one number. The other number, you need your caloric intake, how much food you're taking in. And then the last one is how much you're actually expending in your workouts and your movement.
Yeah,
so you
yeah,
add
yeah.
those 3 numbers, you can make it super scientific. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with
And
this,
that's
as much
that's
as I
what that
can.
thing is.
Yeah.
If it doesn't give you the ratings that you'd like, you return that.
You know how Amazon is, man. They're super easy to deal with. You just send it back.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is, I'm going to give this one the old college try. I think it's from China, Joe.
Is it?
Yeah,
It's all right, man.
They do have BOD, POD in Canada. What does that mean, man? I don't even know what that means, man. What does that mean? Purple drank? Let me know, brother. I don't know what it means, Joe.
Purple, man. Los Pollos. I don't know, man. I don't know about SpaceX, to be honest with you. All I know is that I removed my bid at 125. I don't know. Let's just go back in the history of some of these other IPOs. There might be some more downside, man, unfortunately, on this thing. Yo, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
What do you feel, how do you feel about some of these companies like SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI coming to market at such maturity? Do you feel
That's a bigger change than we've seen in the past, right? Like a lot of these companies are not as mature in the private markets. But we saw another trend lately where a lot of companies are staying private longer. Right?
But that's what I'm getting at. So how do you feel? Like, it's like, why at $1 trillion valuation are you coming to market now?
And then that brings a fantastic point, because private market valuations don't always jive with public market valuations. So what's worth A in the private market might be worth B in the public, right?
So would you say one is more valuable than the other? Or?
I think private companies, there's a private company premium. I think
that's what I was.
The case.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was
getting at. You don't have to
much.
disclose neither nearly as much information. So think about your competitive edge, right? Your competitors don't know your books like they would if you were a public company in the same way. Right?
Absolutely.
Like, I think that there is. Google BOD Pod. It's more accurate scan. Really, Google BOD Pod? Man, say less, man. We're gonna do a quick search.
Yeah, return that, John. Tell them you don't even want it now at this point.
Guy, bro. Google BOD Pod. Here, let's find out what this looks like, Joey. The BOD Pod at the Mayo Clinic. Can I buy it? Oh, this thing. Yeah, that's what I was hearing, man. I'm not gonna spend this kind of money, man.
Yeah, I get that, man.
That's what I heard.
Crazy.
That's what I heard. It's like $100 or something like that. How much is
that thing? Is $100?
No, to get it done.
Yeah,
to get it done at the Mayo Clinic. Like, they're not even putting the price here. They don't even want to tell you how much it's going to cost.
Yeah,
so they don't want to scare you off.
The
right?
BOD Pod. People ask me what my hat is. It is a Toronto Blue Jays hat.
Shout out to Fluffy. It's a good one. You can do it with whatever watch you have. Do you have that one, Fluff? I feel like you might have a similar one. But yeah, that's what I'm doing, Fluff. We're gonna do it live with the data. We're gonna make this as data driven.
Yeah, let's see.
We're gonna become like the Fed, right? We're gonna be very data driven. Shout out to OG Darth Trader. Huh?
Task Force. Yeah.
Get it, Andre. Macro Factor app works great to estimate BMR if you're willing to track your food and have a digital scale. Get the Withing scale. That's what Claude told me. Claude told me that one. But this one was on sale. It was 48% off. So we're going to give it the old college try. If it performs, we'll keep it. If it doesn't, we'll send it back. But it's on sale, man. Come on, man.
It's on sale, man.
It's on sale, Joey. So those $100 skills are inaccurate. Yeah, but I was saying to Joey, they're not accurate, as much as that Google BOD Pod thing is, but they're consistently inaccurate. So if they get your body fat percentage wrong by 2% this Friday, they'll get it wrong by 2% next Friday. The idea is to look for a trend. So you're looking for the trend down, not the exact number. I mean, I don't care. Say, oh, I'm 10% body fat, but as long as I'm seeing I'm in the right trend, that's why I'm doing this. So it's kind of what I'm trying to say. Fluffy, I do. Considering I have muscle, on my upper body, it's pretty accurate. Love to hear it, Fluff. Love to hear it, Fluffy. She's been doing really well trading, too.
Yeah, she's been smashing it.
She's been smashing
it.
Beware
Smash
the
it.
monkey hammer.
Oh.
Get those morning cold dips. Brother, if I add anything into my morning routine, to be quite honest with you, like I don't have any more time. Like I'm just stacked with routines. Sia, I didn't quite hear what you said. Sorry, I was talking. You're good to go. Fantastic. All right, Assassino, if we can, let's send it up to Sia.
We're starting it right off with AMZ and Zoox software recall. Now, Amazon owns Zoox's recalled software in 105 of its robotaxis over concerns that the vehicles have failed to detect some kind of heavy smoke and drove right into it. Zoox had notified the NHTSA, we've been hearing this name a lot, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, of the recall on the 8th of July, this is coming in today, and said that it became aware of the smoke detection issue following an incident last month. So on the 20th of June, there was an unoccupied Zoox robo-taxi, thank God it was unoccupied, encountered a heavy smoke that obscured an active emergency fire scene that was not cordoned off with cones. Zoox has said that the vehicle had entered the scene, then it had braked hard while also attempting to steer away and finally come to a full halt. So this incident unfolded in Las Vegas in Nevada. And according to the report, a Zoox teleguidance employee had also said and instructed the vehicle to reverse, and the first responders on the scene had placed traffic cones to block off the complete scene. And Zoox has said that it had investigated the incident and determined that, quote unquote, it's the only event of this kind that has occurred and no other injuries have been suffered. With that, AMZN is down flat on the day. Okay.
Thank you, Sia, for that. What I don't like right away was that this recall here was not proactively done by the company. It was as a result of an aggressive behind-the-scenes directive from the NHTSA Administrator Jonathan Morrison, who issued the deadline by demanding that all of their AVs developers eliminate the first responder and emergency scene interference by the end of this month of this year or face severe federal penalties. So sounds pretty ominous here. It comes down to a LiDAR blind spot issue where it kind of exposed a critical flaw in the sensors. It relied heavily on LiDAR and radar, and the dense particles kind of scattered the light from the laser light, from my understanding of the reading. But there was also this remote teleguidance guy who came in. So it got stuck, the Zoox car, in a corner, and it was only able to navigate because an individual, a driver, remotely, human input from a remote place got it out of the trouble there. So, is it really fully autonomous? Like, I know you like this. I'm not trying to dunk on it, right? Because I know you like Zoox, but it shows some.
Brother, there's think about how new the technology is.
Oh, brother,
right?
you're absolutely right.
Right, so it's extremely new, and you're going to have these speed bumps along the way. But to add to your point, Sharif, the company has issued a new software update where it's the LiDAR features are supposed to recognize and respond to heavy smoke conditions.
Okay.
So there you go, box checked, right? So there's another condition that maybe wasn't thought of as thoroughly. Now you're starting to see those improvements, and that's what I'm talking about. I can't wait to see this technology north of the border, right? Like in these hectic winter conditions. Why? Because you're going to have those software updates. I love the look of this thing. I don't know what it is. I just think it's so cool, man. Think about it, Sharif. If you're in a city or something along those lines, and you're traveling with your friends, you have your passport bros and your friends that you travel with. This is the ultimate vehicle. You get to face each other. You can look at each other, converse instead of having to be like.
They have those cars in England. You ever been in the Black Cab?
Bro, I've never been to England, man.
Pretty cool, man. You're looking at each other.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Remember you and I were talking about the old Mercedes-Benz that in the trunk, it had the seats?
Yeah, those were so good. They were in the Buicks as well, man. My mom had
It's facing the other way.
The other side.
Right?
I used to sit on my own there, man, just look at the cars behind us.
That's funny, but no, in all seriousness, we're so new in this technology that you're going to run into these speed bumps. I'm not going to call them roadblocks because they'll figure it out eventually. And sure enough, you're already starting to see a software update.
Smokey Tuna doesn't like the car, Joey.
I mean, to each their own, right? Like if we all like the same things, then life would be a lot more simple, but that's not necessarily the case.
Randy,
do you like the
You're not
Zooks?
on camera, so we're speaking to you. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down for Zooks.
No, don't worry about me, brother. Like, you don't have
He
to look
doesn't like
direct.
it.
You don't have to
doesn't
look
like
at me.
it.
That's fine.
He's actually debating this. Yeah. I'm
No,
talking
you.
to you.
It seems like you are.
Yeah,
If
'cause
you don't like
he
it, no, you don't like it. That's
Yeah,
all
he doesn't
right.
like it.
Man,
Okay.
look at it.
He's a
Look how
purist. That's why.
Can
Because
we
it looks
pull my
like
screen?
that.
Yeah,
What
can we
is
pull
that
up my
thing,
screen?
bro?
You don't like it? I love
like that
the look of
it's
this
weird
thing.
looking, right?
Yeah,
if you're
man,
asking,
it's different.
Here, click
right?
that bad boy
yeah,
right there.
Hold on, man. Let's do it. We're
Click
doing
that
it
bad
live
boy
here,
right
man.
there. There you go. And
Bring
I'll
that
load it up
on
there.
here,
Now
no,
bring it
no,
in
no,
and
bring it over here and then we'll zoom in on here.
Yeah. Get it, Joey.
Yeah.
Where's the mic? There we go.
Where's the mic?
That's
You
what I
don't like look at this thing, man. It's
What does it
so
look-
cool. Yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
Yeah.
do you remember the
boy.
movie Men in Black?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where that's from.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, it does look like
There's little
that.
aliens in there.
Yeah,
It's-
man.
It's just,
It's so cool.
no.
There's no front end, right? Like if it needs to go the other way, it's just boom. You're going in the other direction. Yeah.
Joe, just say no.
No, I
Just
will
don't
not. I
do
think
it.
it's the coolest looking
Don't.
thing.
Stick to your guns,
yeah,
Joey.
man, it's good stuff.
Just don't go there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But to be honest with you, Randy, I think some of the technology that they're throwing on that is cool, but I think they're gambling a little bit with the design here, right? Like, you know, it's so far-fetched from anything that really exists on the road. But so is a Cybertruck.
But exactly. That's the beauty of it, man. I just think this is the design that I believe is meant for the New Yorks, the Vegases of the world that come into Toronto. You know
It's
what I
about
mean?
as aerodynamic as a
Right?
barn door.
Exactly. But then it gives you the idea it's not
But
meant to go fast.
It's not meant
Yeah.
for that. Remember that Toronto television show, The Cash Cab?
Love that
You know what I
show,
mean?
man.
So there
Yes,
it is, the
Joey.
Cash
The
Cab
Cash
over
Cab.
here. So it's
You can do the cash cab in that.
you can do the
bad boy.
Cash
Yeah.
Cab in this thing.
Don't-
So it's a
don't-
bunch
don't
of
do
fun
it.
The
stuff.
host can give everybody attitude like he does on the actual show there, man. He always makes fun of people when they get it wrong.
Do they?
Yeah. It's like when they use a street shout out and they talk to like the completely wrong person.
Yeah,
it's like, why
they-
talk to this
yeah,
guy?
That's
That's
just,
shout out is
that's
crazy.
wrong. It's just automotive diarrhea. I don't.
Automotive
Wow.
diarrhea.
Sorry, it's just like.
Hey man,
Ow.
listen. At least you're thinking out of the box with this thing.
No, that
And-
is the box.
Yeah, literally.
is the box.
That is
Oh
the
Don't.
box.
Yeah, just,
God.
I
that's
like
enough.
it.
You
That
can-
Randy
all right,
dunked on it as much
No,
as he
it
could.
doesn't. It
Close-
doesn't.
close
It
that
doesn't
window,
matter
Joe.
what. It doesn't matter what we think. It only matters what Assassino and Tiffany think. Do you like this, Andre, or no?
Ew.
You're scared?
It's cute. He says
It's cute. It's cute.
bro.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll a good train. Oh, okay. He likes a train.
Oh,
Prefer the. Okay, we like that one. We'll figure out if Ramin, when she chimes into the chat, if she likes it or not. But
Oh, she's
yeah, I
not.
think we talked about this enough, Sharif. What do
Yeah,
you think?
you're absolutely right. I think we have a big next story that a
Yeah.
lot of people want to hear about.
Mercedes Sprinter as well have like swivel seats that you can install. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah. Just confirmed it. Fabian confirmed it too. Anyway, let's move on to our next story, Netflix. Adara, I remember that you wanted to talk about this story. So Netflix has reported second quarter revenue after the bell yesterday. You briefly discussed it, but we're going to go a little bit into the depth. So earnings have come out roughly in line with analyst estimates, roughly in line. Wall Street is expecting keeping a close eye on the company's metrics, as you do know it, mostly advertising and engagement here. So Netflix stock has fallen roughly 10% today, continuing to slide over 7% at the moment. And we have earnings per share at 80 cents versus 79 cents that was estimated, with the revenue currently at $12.56 billion versus the $12.59 billion that was estimated. It's a slight miss, but it's still a miss. Revenue, however, up 13% year over year. So rise has been attributed to membership growth, pricing, and at the same time increased ad revenue. But earlier this year, we had Netflix that had raised its subscription prices across all the streaming plans. The company had, as of yesterday, said that the results of those price hikes were consistent with prior changes and expectations. So net income for the second quarter has come in at $3.40 billion, or 80 cents per share, compared with the $3.13 billion, or 72 cents per share in the same period last year. It's also expecting third quarter revenue to grow over 12%, called its 2026 outlook consistent with earlier forecasts. Now, finally, we have the company saying that it will be narrowing its 2026 forecast range of revenue to $51 billion to $51.4 billion for the full fiscal year from earlier guidance between $50.7 billion to $51.7 billion. And it said in a note that while live programming accounts for more than 5% of its content spending, it makes up only 1% of its viewing hours. This is coming in from their notes. And currently Netflix, we have down on the day 7.4%. Adara.
Yeah, so I want to talk about this. I have a couple infographics here on Netflix and XTV Research. I'm going to show you guys two here. The second one, which won't be coming out on the account until tomorrow, I'm going to do on the wall segment later today, so stay tuned. But let's start here with this just general breakdown. So this has its revenue all the way from Q2 2025 all the way up to Q3 2026. Now what? They just reported Q2. They did, but Netflix does this thing that I find pretty interesting and actually kind of informative, where they include their Q3 guidance or whatever the next quarter's guidance is in the report for that quarter as just like a normal metric. Like they don't have a separate guidance section. It's just baked into each of their metrics. So that's fun for me for making infographics. I don't think it's fun for Netflix because it means I can hold them accountable and I know what they projected each quarter. So, and you know, they kind of, as we know, Q2 revenue here wasn't great. What I find interesting here is you do have a little bit of a decline here on the operating margin year over year, 33.4% for Q2 26. Q2 25, you had 34.1%. Now that revenue growth rate, we're seeing this continue to decline in Q3, so I don't think that's a great look. Let's talk about the second here of the Netflix infographics that I'll be showing you today. And again, stay tuned around 2:20 p.m. or so for the third, but here's the second. This is really interesting to me. Yes, of course, the UCAN, like the North American minus Mexico segment, is continuing to do really well here in Netflix in terms of its size. It's still by far the largest segment of Netflix revenue. But EMEA, so like European, that's like European Middle East revenue is creeping up here on that UCAN revenue. This is significant. Now, the other thing I want to mention that's significant are the growth rates. UCAN revenue only up 10% year over year versus 14% year over year growth in the Europe and Middle East region. You've got here Latin America here, that's going to be up 21% year over year, the Latin American region, and then the APAC region, Asian Pacific, that's going to be up 16% year over year. So all of these international areas are actually dwarfing North America in terms of growth. Now, I don't know if Netflix is doing this on purpose, but I think you could make an argument that they are. And I think it's smart because, and again, we're going to talk about this in the third infographic I'll show later, but see, if you look here at even the programs they're spotlighting, because another thing they do in their reports, which I think is cool, is they'll just include viewership metrics for some of the programs that came out over that quarter. Mm-hmm. And so they mostly spotlight, like they were, shining a spotlight on international programs. They barely mentioned anything, especially for shows. They might have mentioned like one, English language show. So I think it's interesting. I feel like, and I think this is smart, they're trying to emphasize international programming. You can really see this reflect here in their growth. What I think they need to do, though, in order to keep, U.S. and Canadian subscribers who are still spending more revenue in terms of like numbers of them, I think they, maybe balance that out more with consistently strong U.S. and Canadian English language programming, because I think they do a really good job of creative international programming. And I think the U.S. programming maybe has fallen off a bit in my experience, because I've watched a lot of international stuff on Netflix as well, and I think it's been pretty consistently strong. So that's my take here on Netflix's strategy, which I think you can kind of see reflecting on the revenue. We'll have to see what they do next quarter.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, I have to echo some of that sentiment there by Adara, because I know that the Egyptian kind of Hollywood, so to speak, has been super disrupted by Netflix. Netflix has kind of taken over a lot of the soap operas and stuff like that come in. They're paying the actors far more than the regular production houses could ever. But to be quite honest with you, they can't stop focusing on North America, because North America is by far their highest margin product. They don't make nearly as much money in their international segments. But let's talk about the actual report, because there's a lot to dive into here. First and foremost, they have a lot of money still allocated for a share repurchase. So perhaps if you were looking permanently short on this, they still got $27 billion in the tank that they can purchase shares back with. So I don't think we're going to see necessarily an aggressive flush. We may see a stair step down. They've exhausted $4.7 billion of their share authorization program. They have 27 left. 4.7 was what they spent on share buybacks in the quarter just reported, okay? And we already know that they're going head first into live television. They want to kind of diversify away from that, whether it's the NFL or other contracts that they've picked up. And that now accounts for 5% of their content spending. So they're still spending way more on recorded content, but that live content spend continues to increase. But it's only expected to bring in 1% of total global view hours. So spending 5% of total spend on it to increase 1%. We got to make the math work here, right? And then let's go on a little bit more. Let's talk about the record-breaking buybacks that actually hurt their free cash flow and is increasing their debt, right? So they spent $4.7 billion of that free cash flow to buy back shares because they're authorized to do that. But by virtue of the increased spending on content and the increased share buybacks, they're now in the hole $5.2 billion. That's what their current debt level is. And so we're going to have to see how they manage that in the future. And then what else is there? There's a strategic shift away from watch times. Yeah, that's all right. I guess their global view hours grew at 2% per year. I think that's one of their weakest, metrics that they've reported since going public. That's quite anemic, if I'm being honest there. And last but not least, let's talk about something positive. The company's advertiser count surged 70% year over year. They have now 4,000 advertisers. That's super important because number one, it's a higher margin product. They're making 80-something% gross margins on those digital ad sales. And number two, when you bring in the ad tier, right, the more you watch, the more they get paid, right? Because more ads play. Whereas, of course, if you don't have the ad tier and you get everything ad free, they're not making more money off you other than what they're charging you for the tariff. So that's my thinking there on Netflix. But I gotta just say, I called it.
All right, yeah, I mean, I think you covered pretty much everything there, brother. Not much more I can say, really. One-night events, these live sports can bring in as much as some of their more popular series, like Stranger Things, right? So you have those people just subscribing for the one night just to watch the Jake Paul or the boxing events.
Good
and
point.
sure enough, that can add a little bit here to the total subscriber count. So other than that, listen, I don't know about this name. I do believe that it should be performing significantly better than what it is right now, but there's a couple of key metrics. Like these guys are buying back shares, and I understand that they're depleting their free cash flow doing so. I just think that we're selling at somewhat of a discount, but if the street doesn't like it, then there's nothing you can really do. And I don't know if they're going to buy anybody out anytime soon or who you want to, or what are you going to add into the app next. But to Shrieve's point, the live viewership and the live aspect of Netflix is such a small part of this show, and what they have in the pipeline is what really drags this thing forward, which it hasn't been as of late.
JSPR is ripping into the dollar. JSPR going, but this is the weekly. Joseph and I were looking at this yesterday on NFLX, and I was positing to you guys that this looks like a gnarly head and shoulders pattern on the weekly. And I also submitted to you guys that $70 level is a key area of technical support. And the area that I pointed out was the area high in late 21. That is before the company lost 78% of its value from early November to middle or early June. That's where it bottomed out. It lost 78% of its freaking value, man, in 7 months. Wow. Anyway, it's obviously recovered since then, but that $70 area, it still maintains itself as a key area of former resistance, and now it is being used as support. We're at 69.38. That's the high of the day. The low is 65. So that's the thing, guys. If we start closing below the $70 area, we're already below the 200, right? And this is the 200 on the weekly, not the daily. So I think NFLX, man, unless it recovers here, I think we could see some more downside. That $70 area, a critical area in my opinion, Sia.
Yeah, just keep an eye out on Meta here as well. Just a very, very tiny uptick, nothing crazy. But the U.S. judge will not be blocking Meta platforms' layoffs and novel AI discrimination piece. This is just coming in. Reports that U.S. judge will not be blocking Meta platforms in layoffs in novel AI discrimination case. Let's take a look at our next story, which is USO. Now, Iran has claimed as of today that it had targeted U.S. military forces in Syria and Bahrain to widen its attacks. in the region as the U.S. compelled its 6th consecutive night of strikes on the Islamic Republic. Now, also, U.S. Central Command has said that overnight it had completed at least its latest major wave of strikes against Iran and also hit dozens of military targets that included air defenses, logistics infrastructure, also maritime capabilities. But with that, like I said during my sector watch as well, energy was soaring today. USO is also up significantly today, with WTI trading around $81.6 per barrel and Brent at the moment climbing above the $86.5 per barrel mark.
I got to tell you, Sia, I don't have a lot to add on this, right? I don't think there's too much that's happened in terms of developments other than them hitting each other overnight. I gotta tell you, I just don't have much to add here. Usually, sometimes I can talk about like the different paths they're taking through the strait, this, that, and the other. But I just don't have anything constructive.
I mean, listen, we've seen a gap down this morning, but it shows you that the street is just gonna. The streets just shrugged it off, right? Like you're at new highs of the day. You feel the gap on NVDA. So whatever that news was with them bombing, I think what we've seen at the beginning of this conflict is they're really getting involved and everybody kind of scared in the sense of fear mongering. Yeah, you want to answer?
You know what I read yesterday?
What's that?
Jogged my memory. You know that what's that group in Yemen called? The one that always the Houthis.
The Houthis. Oh, the Houthis.
So the Houthis are boys with the Iranians, or one of their proxies.
Okay.
Right. So they told the Houthis if they hit our energy or electricity infrastructure, close Bab el-Mandeb. Bab el-Mandeb. Let me see if we can pull it up here, Joseph.
Yeah, what is this place?
Google Maps. I'll show you. It's on the Red Sea. It's important for Egypt too because of the the Suez Canal. So let's go over here, Mr. Options. This is Bab el-Mandeb right here. This little bottleneck between the Gulf of Aden or whatever and the Red Sea, which is over here. So the Houthis, they're hanging out over here.
They're over there.
And so they can clip anybody who, if they want to get clipped, they can catch hands over here. So they're saying the ships have to go through this bottleneck. The Houthis can start attacking these ships here. Now, if the Houthis do that, you better believe the Americans are going to probably respond. But that is the possible development that we could have, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I guess that's it, really. I mean, the streets shrugged it off so far, and you know what? I'm not surprised that they did because when something's that in play for quite some time, you see the volatility step in. Eventually, it's just like, all right, yeah, whatever. It's an ongoing conflict, and slowly but surely, the headlines will lose their power, in my opinion.
Their power.
Well, think about it. Well, think about during COVID. Remember, every day you would get a report of like how many new COVID diagnoses there was.
Those were
right?
great days, weren't they?
Oh, yeah, today,
fantastic. How many people tested positive?
Yeah. And then eventually it's like, okay.
Horrible time.
Eventually people just stopped caring about it, and then they're like, all right, whatever.
When, like, our numbers were like 6,000, 7,000 per day. It got wild.
It's the same thing here, man. It's just the ongoing thing. One day it's hot, one day it's not. It's just the nature of the market, really.
All right, let's send it back to Sia and talk about a name I think we've been talking about a lot lately.
We have, but it's worth mentioning too. SPCE, SpaceX had lost over 5% earlier in the day, continuing to slide closer down at 3.5% at the moment. Let's take a look at what's been driving this drop. So the company had aborted a test flight for its Starship rocket at the last second. SPCX had been expected to launch its Starship mega rocket within a 90-minute window at 5:45 p.m. in Texas as of yesterday. But an engine ignition failure has forced SpaceX to scrub this launch entirely until further notice. Now, Elon Musk had said in a post on X that some of the engines didn't start, which triggered an automatic launch abort. He also continued to write after this that they're now offloading the propellant and the next launch will hopefully happen in the next few days. Musk had also added in the post that 2 Raptors will be removed and replaced, and that is a launch that's planned again for early next week. So SpaceX sliding towards the downside, inching closer to that -4% mark.
Nearly 185 million shares, or about 29% of the public float, are now sold short, representing $25 billion in wagers, according. So SpaceX, apparently the percentage of the float that's short 29%.
Yeah, we'll show them.
185 million shares, Mr. Options, are apparently short. Or no, you can't. You got to click that white thing.
Gotta do it,
Yeah, and then now you can do it. Yeah, there it is, man. Nearly 185 million shares, or about 29% of the public float, underline that, are now sold short, representing $25 billion in wagers. Marks a significant increase from just 3 weeks ago when the short interest was between 5 and 7. The surge in short selling comes as stock struggles, this, that, and the other. Yeah, that is big, though. Natanz in Iran. Why, Ozan? Why is that one of the most strangest places? Explain. I'd love to hear it. And while you type that to me, let me talk to you about this. Guys, we broke down through 135. That's not news to anybody, but that is the IPO price where a lot of institutional buyers were building a position. So that 135 breach is very noteworthy. And we, right now we're 126.25, so we're bleeding our own blood. But let's talk about what happened yesterday, right? So 33 different engines, right, on Starship. Those are 33 Raptor 3 engines. 29 fired, 3 didn't. So 4 didn't. How's that possible? Exactly 29 of the 33. Oh, yeah. So 4 didn't fire. My mistake, okay? So that's kind of the whole thing there. It's apparently a specific threshold in the software that prevented uneven thrust vectoring so that, every part of the engine is producing the same level of force. But what I was talking about this morning and what I was kind of pumped about was the payload that was on Starship. We know Elon has been gung-ho, pounding the table lately, saying that he wants to put data centers into space. And that's what was on yesterday. That was the payload. So there were actually 20 Starlink version 3 satellites that were not standard internet nodes. They were actually custom configured to test SpaceX's first ever space data center architecture. So that obviously didn't happen, but hopefully we launch and we get good data there, because that's obviously one of the important points that Elon's been kind of really talking about lately. And yesterday was apparently only the second flight of the overhauled Raptor 3 engine, which had a lot of components removed for simplicity, and its weight dropped as well, making it a bit more efficient. So you know how the space game is, man. You fail consistently. That's part of the space kind of build out. Yeah, and that's why you don't put humans on the first launch,
on the first,
right?
Well, I mean, it's not funny, but I mean, yeah, that's exactly why you don't do those things. Like, listen, we can talk about the stock in itself. There's nothing more I'm looking forward to. Honestly, we talk about NVDA being the Super Bowl of earnings. I think we can put that to the side because over the past 3 or 4 quarters, it's literally stayed inside the expected move. All right, so like, hey man, it is. I'm calling it as I see it. Like, it stayed inside of those moves. So what are we even talking about? We know the numbers are fantastic, but the street's not reacting. What I want to see now is what's going to happen in SpaceX, because there's so many segments within the company that are going to be like, hey, what is this next driver? Because we know that we're not going to be mining asteroids anytime soon. But I will tell you one thing. There's another company called StarCloud. StarCloud actually sent up a H100, a bundle of H100s into space already. Sam Altman talking smack about putting data centers, don't forget, it's not these massive buildings. A lot of it is different components, right? So you're sending these vehicles up into space, which I don't think is obviously highly difficult, but I believe we're significantly closer than what we expect us to be. Now, are we like next year or anything along? No, until we see these things en masse. That's not necessarily the case, but the technology is growing, and you have China competing as well too. For me, it's XAI and EWS. What's going on with that, and how much money is this company bleeding right now? That's going to be a massive teller. This is going to be the first public report.
Okay.
And it's going to be massive for where the next direction of this stock is heading, in my opinion.
Respect that. Let's send it back to Sia.
Let's take a look at this story view here. So Chinese startup Moonshot AI is what we're going to discuss right now. Chinese startup Moonshot AI unveiled a new model saying that it closes the gap with leading US offerings and surpasses OpenAI and Anthropic's most capable systems on a few benchmarks. Now, the company has said today that Kimi K3 still trails Anthropic Claude Fable 5 and OpenAI GPT 5.6 Sol on overall performance. Now, it has consistently outperformed these tested models, and according to Moonshot itself, the model has beat Claude Opus 4.8 and GPT 5.5, models that are just sitting behind Anthropic and OpenAI's leading-edge systems on certain benchmarks that include coding and general agents. Now, it's China's largest AI model so far, with 2.8 trillion parameters that is referring to the size of its neural network.
So what I like about this, Sia, is that it's a very, very competitive, if you believe the reports, LLM, a model that was built, one has to assume not using the cutting edge latest chips. We're talking, of course, about Blackwell and the MI series, the 400 series. So even if this was trained on American chips, one has to assume it was likely the H100 that it was trained on. We know the H200 didn't really sell all that well or quite yet there. So it's either H100s or maybe small scale Blackwell, or, and here's like the big one, is it trained on the Huawei Ascend? As we've been talking about, those Huawei Ascends individually are not nearly as good as the American chips on a chip by chip comparison, but when strung together can achieve similar results because you have to use more of them, of course, and you use more power. But the Chinese have power in huge quantity. They have no shortage of power over there. And so I don't think that becomes a problem for them. 2.8 million trillion parameters. Performance, if you believe some of the reports on the benchmarks that rival Anthropic's frontier model. And I think single-handedly, maybe why we sold off pretty aggressively on the chips today, because we keep getting Chinese ingenuity, in a sense, threatening the spend that American companies are engaging in here in AI. And it's like the DeepSeek, problem again. Remember what happened in NVIDIA when DeepSeek came out? What did we drop to, $60?
Yeah,
I think it was like
NVIDIA
$60,
got smoked,
something like that, right? And why? Why do we get smoked? Because people kept thinking you can do more with less. You don't need to spend this much. So every time we get these models out of China that are on that aren't on the latest and greatest chips, we kind of reignite that fear again. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I agree with you on that. I mean, there's not much more I can really say. I mean, Sharif, you brought up a fantastic point, and that's what I was going to lead into, is the fear that DeepSeek brought into this. We talk about the consistent leapfrog within these LLMs. You now have this moonshot AI that's supposed to be doing wonders. But what happens if the American regulators are like, all right, no, you can't use these Chinese models anymore? Then,
God, yeah, they could do that in a second.
You know what I mean? So then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, cool.
You mean like the Chinese do to the Americans?
Exactly, right? Like, oh, you're not allowed having this there and all of this. So if the United States decide to turn off that tap, then how much more efficient they are than whatever we got over here is essentially irrelevant.
And then the other thing is, these are open source.
Yeah.
Right?
So exactly.
And let's not gloss over the fact that your boy Xi is at an AI summit right now, and he's trying to get a group of 40 countries to make this pact, this AI pact, so to speak, so they can kind of organize against the West. No Western countries were there. No Western democracies are there, right? Like you do have Brazil, which is a democracy, fair, right? And then you have the likes of Russia, but China and Brazil have a close relationship at the moment.
Big time. Well, I mean, think about it. Alibaba's building data centers in Brazil.
And if you ask Assassino, the Chinese cars are like proliferating.
The EVs there. So
right?
just like, so ask the Chinese EV maker how many sales they've realized in the United States. Right? So
you know what I saw though?
What'd you say?
It was an interesting video. I think you'll like this. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
It's a Canadian couple. They're snowbirds. So they go to Mexico for like a few months, and they bought a BYD truck. And they drove it back to Canada, and it's stellar, bro. They love this thing. Yeah. But Randy brings up a good point.
How do you maintenance
service?
Exactly.
Well, it's brand new, so they don't need to make.
They got a couple of couple 100,000.
But that's kind of what I think. We're always worried that the Chinese somehow will outmaneuver us, and that will make all the spending here look futile. And
good, it makes competition healthy, in my opinion.
See,
there's nothing. I like being. I mean, if you're on your heels all the time, then backed into a corner, then I think that's a good opportunity. But let's not beat around the bush or forget the fact that I think a whole part of this race is, compute is great. And you made a fantastic point the other day, Sharif. If it becomes more efficient, well, why wouldn't you just buy more?
Well, that's the other thing, right? And that's the other thing. Someone brought, well, it wasn't even me bringing that up. Somebody in the chat was like, Sharif, even if there is a technological advancement,
which there will be,
to some extent, right? People will just be like, oh, companies will be like, oh, I'll just buy more so I have more compute. I can do more with it for less. And so I totally see that perspective. I think we beat this story up. Let's send it back to Sia.
Look at Google right now. So Alphabet shares have fallen after reports that its flagship Gemini 3.5 Pro AI model had been delayed by several months as engineers are continuing to work to improve performance, particularly in AI coding. You're seeing Google's currently down 2.8% at the moment. So the delay has come as OpenAI and Meta have recently released stronger coding-focused models, increasing concerns that Google is losing momentum in one of AI's fastest-growing markets. So Google has pushed back on the report, saying that it continues shipping new models quickly while also testing Gemini 3.5 Pro with partners and government customers before a broader rollout. With that, you have Google down on the day, very close to 3%.
This is apparently, it wasn't just a missed deadline here. This was like a major setback because Google engineers were scrambling. They were trying to actually update the training data with specialized programming examples of how to kind of patch its coding weakness, because that's what they were trying to update it for so they can rival Anthropic. The results apparently were very disappointing, and that forced all the DeepMind team to kind of scrap the whole 2.5 Pro base model and then just basically start large portions of the pre-training from scratch. This is going to cost billions of dollars, okay? Obviously, Google can hang here. Google doesn't have a problem with money, although they did raise, right? But this is billions of dollars from scratch because we know, I think to train a model now, like a basic model, it's like $2 or $3 billion. So this is not a basic model either. And so that's kind of my look there. Google hasn't done a lot wrong lately, but this is I want to say, an uncommon misstep, I would say, in the last 2 years for Google. They had a lot of missteps, man.
At the beginning.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah,
we know that.
Yeah, but in all reality, it's a delay. It's not. They're not eliminating it, and that's what I'm going to be looking at it exactly as. Stock fall 5%, down another couple of percentage points here today. I mean, if anybody is really benefiting from the monetization of this AI trade, it's these guys because they're in every aspect of it. Not only are they up there leading the race within LLMs, they're going to be potentially a substantial clip rate in which Google Cloud is growing at. Right? We've been talking about double digits for the past couple of quarters now, like 35%, 40%. There's numbers in here that might surprise us. And here it is, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
There, are you ready for this?
Yes, sir.
Look at this. Google stock news, analysts predict massive 70% cloud growth ahead of earnings.
What were we talking, 70?
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, listen, 2026 search growth of 16. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, maintained a buy rating with 70%. So that's going to be more than double than what it grew at last year. All right, so our previous quarter, I believe that is. It's going to blow absolutely everything out of the water. Now, could this analyst be extremely bullish and maybe a bit ahead of themselves? Absolutely. But post-raise his cloud growth estimates to 70%.
My days.
Like, I don't even know what the analyst expectations are on cloud growth right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's close to double at this point. We've seen what the CEO said before. We would have generated more revenue if we had more compute. This can be absolutely massive for Google.
TLPYO. I have clients that want, yesterday, relax. Just a bump in the road for Google.
Yeah,
I don't think we're dunking on Google, brother. Dude, your boy Joey Option, we like Google.
I literally started my bit with saying I think it's just a delay. That's it. Like, if there's anybody, I might be the Dan Ives of Google over here.
Oh. Speaking of that guy,
and Tom Lee, what's up, man? He's got his new venture.
Ghosted me, Joey.
Did he?
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. In any event, let's send it back to see it. Talk a little Apple.
Let's talk little Apple. HSBC has upgraded Apple to buy from a hold and raised its price target to $366 from just $260, arguing the company is approaching an quote-unquote operational turning point. The firm believes that Apple is better positioned than certain other hyperscalers because it spends just 2.5% of its sales on AI capex while leveraging its massive install base through the revamped Apple Intelligence platform. But HSBC has also highlighted a strong multi-year hardware roadmap, including the iPhone 18 Pro lineup this fall and iPhone Air in 2027, as well as a book-style foldable device supporting a longer product upgrade cycle. Thank you, Sharif. Apple is down on the day, 0.76% to be precise.
That's my next phone, Sia. We're going to sell the 17 Pro Max. We're going to buy the Fold. So I'm pumped.
Actually?
All right. Yeah.
Pull it up, man.
Pull up. We don't even know what it looks like yet.
You had it leaked, bro.
Yeah, because they leaked the design to some of the suppliers, but we don't know exactly what it's going to look like. We're not going to know until
what's that
they do the
Indian
Apple
company
event.
that did the
Tata?
Yeah, Tata.
Yeah, your boys at Tata screwed up
I was
big,
gonna say, why
man.
don't you give them a ring? Maybe they'll
Give your boys at Tata a ring. All right, I'm going to cover a different angle here. I'm going to cover the OpenAI Apple angle because this is another developing story. I started the show by saying Apple is going after OpenAI, and they really are. And they're going to kind of try to come at it from every angle so that there's no escape. So apparently Apple, in this new lawsuit, only named 2 specific individuals, right? However, a new article or a new story broke yesterday that they sent legal preservation letters to about 40 employees. What the hell are legal preservation letters? Once a lawsuit is filed and discovery is scheduled by the court clerk, people who have evidence, if they receive official notice from one of the parties to the action, they have the legal obligation to preserve that piece of evidence. If they don't, they could be found, I believe, in breach or contempt of court, and they could get slapped with a little bit of jail time there. But because civil contempt can turn into criminal contempt. In any event, this represents essentially 10% of the amount of employees that Apple thinks left it to go to OpenAI. So they sent about 40 letters. There's about 400 employees that they think left. So it's a 10%, what we call a legal dragnet that they're trying to catch there. So that's the first thing. And those letters have a lot to do with the electronic footprint of a former engineer called Chang Liu. Apple alleges this Liu character exploited what they're calling an unpatched network bug to access files and leave the company and then take the files with him. In fact, he sent a former colleague a little message there, stupidly on the Apple network, says, LOL, I found I can access the network storage, so funny. And then he downloaded illegally, allegedly, unreleased hardware specifications. But there's another guy that Apple's specifically targeting, and it's their chief hardware officer for OpenAI. He's a former senior engineer at Apple. He goes by the name Tang Tan. This Tang Tan guy apparently instructed some of the Apple employees who were interviewing at OpenAI to bring stuff with him, like kindergarten, like show and tell, right? He told them bring actual parts, actual devices from the phone. He told them bring these digital phototypes as well as CAD files, obviously AutoCAD. Shout out to the engineers out there. So if true, this would show bad faith, not just, oh, we happened to come accidentally into Apple's IP, via transfer of knowledge through these employees. No, this shows actual malice, bad faith, and they're in a civil proceeding. They're going to get clipped for that. Again, everything allegedly, nothing is proven, but I think Apple is looking for blood here, bro.
Listen, man, we talked about the ever so growing rocky relationship between the two. I mean, this thing probably won't be the primary source of a small language model here on the phone, Sharif, by the end of the contract, right? Sam Altman stating that Apple didn't meet their side of the deal, right, with the amount of subscribers and everything along those lines.
Yep, they were the first to strike.
Now you have this issue going on. Sam Altman's continuing to, I don't want to say this, like Dig is great, but he's not putting himself in the best position amongst all of these major corporations, all right?
You know what he wrote?
What did he say?
On X?
No, what did he say?
He openly admitted that OpenAI had a shit year.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Openly, and he's like, but
Don't
the
forget,
next one is going to be fantastic.
This guy was out.
It's literally word for word what he wrote.
Didn't
bro.
his own board kick him off at one point?
Yeah,
Remember that?
they-
2023. This
November,
guy
yeah.
was like, boom, see you later. Okay, no, we're gonna bring him back. No,
Let me read what he wrote. Keep going.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pull it up.
What I really want to discuss here is, listen, in regards to Apple, I don't think I'm the only individual who's like, okay, some of these hardware features, they're like, I've seen people in the chat, and what I'm getting at, they're just becoming the same with little advances and maybe a little bit of a modification here and there. It's like the sports games, right? It's essentially the same thing, but they just tweak things, and that's what I'm getting at with this hardware stuff.
Okay.
But what I do want to mention, Sharif, with the improvement in these small language models and the device, the handheld device being so important, I would listen. You ready for this? I wouldn't be surprised with the new CEO coming in that Apple does something extremely massive in regards to cloud. Like
You've been obsessed with cloud. I like it.
But
though,
we're in the time of it. We're in the time of it, right? Because think about it. Do you pay for Apple Cloud on your?
I do, but like it's nominal.
It's not the same,
$5, $10,
right? It's
yeah.
very small. But the more tools that you implement on here, it's like, hey, we can turn Apple Cloud at some point into this Neo Cloud service, where hey, you have your small language model on our.
They're doing that, bro.
Exactly.
The new Siri does go to the cloud at times.
Right. But we're gonna get much more, I believe, at the end of the day when it comes to in regards to this cloud stuff. So for me, I'm forever bullish on this name. There's just too many of the devices in the people's hands right now. So what I'm thinking.
Earthquake going on right now?
So what I'm getting at here essentially is I don't even care what Dan Ives, like Elon Musk can release a phone. Johnny Ives can release whatever hardware product he wants from.
His company, by the way, is named. He's not named,
Yeah.
but his company, his former company, which was acquired by OpenAI, is named as a party to the suit. He's not personally named. But the company that he sold to OpenAI, remember, for a few billion or whatever it was?
No,
they're being named in the suit.
Yeah, I just don't think like, hey, you might take a little market share or something along those lines, but you're going to have to come out with something groundbreaking in order to sway people from the ecosystem, and I don't see either one of these companies doing
Let me read this. So here, listen to what Altman wrote, okay? We did not have our best last 12 months ever, which is mostly my fault. Yeah, because you suck, bro. But we are about to have our best 12 months to date. The team is doing amazing work, and I think you'll be very happy with what they've got cooking for you because you stole it, allegedly. I'm happy about this for many reasons, but mostly because I care about our users winning. AI has to be about giving lots of people more freedom, agency, and wealth. I'm sorry. We want to do the right thing, but we do not want to scare people into doing our thing. Okay, Sam. So, you know.
Listen,
heard it from the horse's mouth.
Dude, but hey, man, I'm not like. I think we do have to take into consideration that this guy has 1 billion monthly active users, man.
Yeah, he does, bro. I'm not
right.
I'm
like,
not.
And we talk about the freemium. Like, I understand that, but what we were talking about yesterday, the fact that you're starting to see digital ad on there. So I mean,
we knew it was coming, though.
We knew it was coming.
Remember
it was just a matter
took
of
a shot at them. Remember the Super Bowl ad?
Yeah.
Anthropic
When they
ran
did
that
the-
ad. What? Everything?
No, bro. Remember in the
remind me
in the advertisement they made them like freeze and stuff.
Oh,
like
I didn't know that. Is that what you were doing?
Yeah,
oh, bro,
man,
come on, man. You want me to remember the Super Bowl? I don't remember what I ate yesterday.
We did, yeah. All right.
I'm playing. All right. A few more minutes left. Sia, you want to smash out one more story? We do.
Let's do it. Let's talk Meta and send it over to the big boys. Meta is reportedly hiring a senior Amazon Web Services executive to help accelerate its massive AI infrastructure build out. And this is underscoring CEO Mark Zuckerberg's ambition to make Meta a major computing and cloud provider. So Dave Brown, who is nearly a 19-year AWS veteran, will be joining Meta's infrastructure leadership team and also focus on expanding the company's data center footprint as AI demand is continuing to surge. So this follows Meta's recent hiring as well, on top of the AI and infrastructure talent suggests long-term Meta compute initiative. We have Meta currently down very close to 2.5% on the day.
Yeah, this is good. AWS guy. I mean, if you're really trying to get into the cloud business as they've claimed and as Joey predicted, shout out to you again for that prediction, you need somebody big. And what bigger than AWS, right? So I do like that. Dave Brown, 19 years, as Sia mentioned, AWS veteran. He's going to join their infrastructure leadership team, expanding data center footprint as, of course, it continues to surge. There's been a hiring spree at Meta, as we know, infrastructure talent, software talent for their Meta Compute initiative. They want to build hundreds of gigawatts, of course, of AI capacity, like they've already done. So I think, when you're planning to spend $125 to $145 billion in CapEx, 99% of which is going to be on AI, you need the best talent, right? So AWS, one of the best out there, of course, with Azure and Google Cloud.
Yeah.
We have to talk about that, but and why were you laughing?
Well, Mike Peter Riders, shout out to him. He gave us a $2 super chat.
Yeah, I did. Shout out to Mike. I told him.
He's saying, he's like, man, y'all need to take that smoke back up our way because people's eyes are starting to burn.
The amount of American politicians that have taken to X to dunk and crap on Canada.
Okay, so let me.
It's just like enough already.
Let me finish this point.
Already.
Let me finish this point. All right. So I'm like, okay, fair enough. But I mean, at the end of the day, you raised our gas prices, so the least we can do is send a little smoke your way.
All right, I'm staying out of that one.
You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think they did anything. There was one guy there.
Well, I mean, we technically didn't do anything either.
Here, Joey.
We technically didn't do anything either. So a little smoke for a couple of days is the least.
See what Neil said?
What Neil said.
Legit headache after going for my walk. Even when it gets better, the air is still crap here. It's really improved a little bit though, Neil, to be outside. It's beautiful weather outside.
Fair, man.
It's back. Take that smoke back, says Eddie. All right, man.
Yeah.
We don't have a carbon capture device at our disposal at the moment, but
they have those.
Carbon capture? It's a big technology, Joey.
Oh, yeah?
Carbon capture.
So what are you going to do, just hover that around?
I don't know how it actually works, to be honest. I think it just sucks in air.
Maybe we get
the Canadian government. Okay, calm down there, John. Okay. Pump the brakes, John. Pump the brakes. All right, Joey, it's Friday. What do you got planned for the weekend, my guy?
Just gym, and more gym, man.
Gym, and more gym. It's going to rain in Toronto tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to be an indoor day for your boy. But Sunday?
Yeah, no, this evening, if we don't...
this evening should be good.
Yeah, we'll see if we get out there today.
Sunday what?
Sunday's a big day.
Why? I'm sorry, Neil. I blanked out for 1 second. 5 o'clock game tomorrow. 3 o'clock game on Sunday. We got the third place game tomorrow. Yeah, Katina,
Tomorrow's
man. It's
the third
England,
place.
England versus France, brother.
and
That's
France.
a good one, man. That's a good one, Katina, man.
And then Sunday, you have Spain and Argentina.
Sia, predictions. Go.
Oh, my God. Okay. I think 2 Spain and 3 Argentina.
Ooh.
I don't like this, but I think it could go overtime, too. And it could go into penalties. And Spain could catch up.
Okay, I like that. I like that prediction.
That's what I think. 2-3.
I like that prediction. It's very
2-3.
detailed.
Yeah.
Joe, give me your predictions there.
I want Spain to win.
You want Spain to win?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 2-1 Argentina.
2-1 Argentina, though, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say 3-1 Spain.
Whoa.
I'm gonna say 3-1 Spain. Boys, do you want to chime in with your predictions? Neil says he's so bitter.
I hope they both lose.
With the elimination of England, that he hopes they both lose. So, there is that.
Ozan wants Mexico to win.
Hate.
Eddie likes that. Yeah, because I'm voting for Spain. Katina, man, give us your pick, brother. Come on.
I hope that Messi can once again, solidify the best player in the world and grab that. He already is, but grab the next World Cup, and then he can be done. So I think I'm cheering for Argentina.
Okay.
I'm going to say 2-1, and I do like what Sia is saying, possible extra time goal.
Yeah, I do like that prediction as well. Okay. I'm going to go with our Luis Barbado guy because, if I ever see him, I don't want him to hold that over my head, right?
España.
So we're going to go with España, guys. All right. We'll see everybody, same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. The big boys, they're already in the screen, but they're actually that way.
Yeah, we're just
actually that would be a reason because I don't have a dog in the fight.
That's why.
Luis wants it to win, but that being said, Messi, it would be it's a storybook. And
Yeah, that's
it's
why.
A storybook.
That's why. I mean, it's like
I'm not really that bitter.
Want the best for the best players. So
yeah, like that's a cool way to go.
I'm going to cheer for.
That's
Messi.
a cool way to go
We'll
out.
see what winds up happening.
It's like and even better if it wasn't. Can you imagine like an extra time goal? Even if
Well,
you
look
set
what
it
they've
up,
done.
like-
So they're the only team. They have not been winning in the 90th minute in any knockout games. They played 3 knockout games, and they were losing or tied in the 90th minute of every single game, and have come back to win. And they didn't even need penalty kicks, right? Or was it penalty kicks against Egypt? No, it wasn't.
You're convincing me.
France, England.
Yeah, France.
England tomorrow.
No. I'm saying against Egypt, Argentina
cares
was
about
not
tomorrow.
penalty kicks, is what I'm saying.
Nobody cares about tomorrow.
Right. That's what it was. Yeah, Messi. I was calling him Missy because he missed a couple times there. But
Shout out to I Show Speed.
anyways, yeah, he hopefully he'll be able to have a good one. And yeah, whatever you guys are doing this, it's funny because we were supposed to have. I'll be up north this weekend, but we're supposed to have practice on Sunday. And some of the coaches were like, they got to try to figure out if there's. Because I think it's 3 p.m. is the practice. And I think the game is 4 p.m. or something like that.
You know what's wild? This happened to me when I was a kid. We were playing in a tournament in Barrie, like a baseball tournament, and it was during the World Cup.
Yeah, that's.
And I remember, like, it was a huge because we were playing with Brampton versus Brampton in this tournament. But remember that dude, Gaiman?
Yeah,
he was like there's a guy who was.
His last name Teague or
If he didn't get hurt, he's the best ball player I've ever seen in my life. And then
That's because you never saw Joe on the diamond.
No, it's like there were dudes that made it, like got drafted that we like around our time, but like this guy was the dude. And so they were playing against us, but the World Cup was on. Like half the parents weren't even bothering.
No.
They didn't care. Like they either had the radio on or they just dropped us off and they were going and watching it somewhere. Because it was a World Cup. It was a World Cup, and we're sitting there trying to play as like 12-year-olds or whatever the heck we were at the time, maybe 13 or 14. But look, we'll get there, and. Look, I'm gonna.
The days go by
I'm gonna
way
change.
too
I'm gonna
fast.
change my opinion. Like I do think I am bitter. I would have wished England could bring it home, but yeah, whatever. I can't be.
Remember, they are the Maple Leafs, man. They haven't. Both teams haven't won since the '60s.
I can't begrudge. Argentina's been that would be the story beginning. So I guess it'll be more fun to root for them. But
I like that one. And one thing that we are rooting for, of course, is symbol Orogenics, OGEN. We are rooting for them because they do have new phase 2 clinical trials here in Australia with its first site fully operational now and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Go grab them right now. OGen, if you've had concussion issues or know anybody that did, go check them out right there. It's Orogenics, symbol OGEN. Go find some more information. I got to get into the right chat here.
Right.
Well,
the only chat you need,
multiple ones.
But you don't have to join because we've got the amalgamated. The best is when we sit back down and see how
I can't chat with.
I had 5,000 messages from when I sat back down here. That's how crazy it is. And by the way, this is all YouTube, TikTok, like everything out there, like X. Like it's all into one. So Zion's saying kneel down to bet. Pineapple pizza eating live if you lose. Argentina take this one. I just said I'm gonna loosely go for Argentina because I don't care. I literally don't care.
Some Argentina.
Mopar, no lead.
Exactly.
Yeah. Attacking to the end. They're just.
I mean, what's his name?
Definition
just
of
turned
clutch.
19. Now, Lemieux guy just turned 19. And there's actually a picture of Messi and when holding him as a baby. So it's like actually quite crazy how this all comes, full circle there.
That's one of those we're living in the simulation
predicted 3-2 because there was that one Twitter account that said on July the 19th or whatever, 2026, Argentina will beat Spain 3-2 in the World Cup final. So someone made this prediction 5 years ago, even before the past World Cup. So that was kind of crazy to make that call. But having a little coffee here. We just did get out some more, just to talk about the only trade that Neil's got DRAM on about SpaceX. This is the same one. Did you find it? Yeah.
Is this it?
Must be. Some Dilemma or something the guy's name was? Yeah, if that was the name. Dilemma, yeah.
Argentina just beat Spain at 2026 World Cup final 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
So if that happens, the world is simulation.
So people are now betting all that, and they're betting like that this guy knows something for some reason, and yada, yada, yada. So
how about this? We should make a
We should make like a pine. Why don't we'll do like a pineapple pizza thing if the final score is 3-2.
Yeah, if it's, I was gonna say if
Yeah,
it's
because
if
then
it's
it's like
3-2,
then we
but
have to celebrate that.
we have to do something.
So we'll
or we
grab,
could just have beer.
We'll grab that, but I want to put some jalapenos on it because.
But I like jalapenos.
I know exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be the worst pizza in the world. We'll just get a good pizza with pineapple, and we'll see. Go the one sweet, a little spicy over there. But yeah, just quickly here, SpaceX. Same kind of trade that we had before. Unfortunately, I wasn't sitting here to short this area. I think that would have been okay. I do have a 127 ready to go. That never filled. So if it does come back up there, we'll wait to see if we can get that 126.95. Is where I was sitting, and we got to 126.50, so that didn't come through. I want to be pretty specific with what we were going to do here. Didn't want to give back, some of what we have done there, and obviously that was going to be a spot there. So 27s, 127, and then now you've come in a couple of times here, so I know we're $1.50 in the money. You gotta. Although we wait for these monster plays, which we just got, and this was a bid that I put at 123, it filled. So on the way back in, came in, bumped back down there again. So every time SpaceX sort of makes these lows, it seems to make higher lows after that into the afternoon. So I don't know if we're going to retest some of those bottom takes there, but we're happy to be in SpaceX right now, short. And again, it was like, we wrote down 130 on the note, but never got up there. We joined you guys back with Intel stopping me out, and we got filled on AMD, so we're out of a quarter of that in our long-term portfolio. We did literally long-term. That was the tax. That was the RRSP that I had AMD in. So, and it's embarrassing. I don't even want to tell you how long we've been holding that, but all the way to the downside right there into $93 goes Intel. Covered. We did not average it back in up here, and then we stopped out for flat, or maybe it was a 10-cent hit there as we break above 96 in our last 5%. So, sometimes we hold 5% and it goes all the way down, and I'm like, why do we only have so small? But it looks pretty good when you get stopped out, right? So, take your profits where it is and then trail out, as Neil likes to say, on that trade. And then, we made a move into $98. I still think that that's a good short too, right there into 98. Remember, Intel next week, man.
I'm a stickler about that trail out thing.
Adara's gonna drop, I think, at 3 p.m. I think she drops the next week's earnings.
Yeah.
And we talked about that yesterday. So at 3 p.m., stay tuned for Adara's next week earnings report there.
You know what it's gonna be?
I know it's Google on Wednesday.
This earnings is remember in American Gladiator? Well, I guess they have a new American Gladiator now. Remember the Gauntlet?
We used to watch that a lot.
Dude, that I loved American Gladiator was just a great show.
It's all those guys were on roids and everything like that. And
Two Scoops.
Yeah, I was gonna say the skinny black dude.
Two Scoops and Dan was a Dan something. They were the two best guys. They went.
Yeah.
I think his name was. I don't know. It doesn't even matter what.
Oh no, there was one also. There was a roller derby thing too.
Oh, I know
what
you're
that
talking
called.
about.
That was really fun. They should bring those things back.
Roller derby. Roller derby still exists.
Netflix right now.
Roller derby still exists. I'm pretty sure they still have leagues.
But it was called something else, man. I think it was fake, anyways.
Roller derby? It was kind of like wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roller derby was basically like wrestling, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was. Anyways,
Yeah.
it was on after American.
But they still do that.
I don't know if they do or not.
No, but that would be cool. Look, straight up, if they brought back roller derby,
Nitro and Laser, bury the
I would be
Blade
all over
remembers
that. First of all, I guarantee you a few of those guys probably, because they were back then everybody was using.
I would think that some of them have passed away.
Turbo.
There was a bunch of guys there, man, that were.
No, but we're going through the gauntlet next week. That's the point. Once we get through these earnings, you see the way the market's reacted today, and obviously, first look.
What's the market doing?
DRAM is up 3. You see these moves. It did come to the third level. So VWAP, that resistance, and then we pull back into this prior high, and once it curled there, we jumped into it. But we'll try to get the third one to go. I just feel like when we get into this, look at how far we've pulled back. If we blow out earnings, when I say we, I'm talking about tech next week. If every name just lines it up and beat, even with the CapEx spend ain't going down, and we don't rally off of that, that's a big problem. So that's what I mean by we're going through the gauntlet for sure. I see we got a few super chats up here. Let's just get right onto them. We got Chris, I believe, is the first one.
Okay.
Oh, and Chris is the second one too. Chris Arksy. Qs to close at lows to create a panic sell on Monday. If the Qs, well, that would be really bad.
But why would we panic sell on Monday? I mean, I think it's ahead of good earnings next week. I don't know if there's going to be a panic sell.
I think I'd be more worried about selling after than necessarily Monday. But yeah, Monday, whatever. Monday's known for big time crazy moves to the downside, I'd be very surprised if the Qs got to the lows today. Like that would be triggering something. I would imagine we'd need to have some scare from the president or something. Like something distinct would have to happen for us to drop all the way back down into the lows. And then the next super chat, we start with Chris and we got another one. This is Chris Landrum. McDonald's for a swing long. What do you guys think? They've had a GLP problem for sure. Like what name is working in the space? We were talking when people were asking about that Wendy's squeeze. I was like, how far do you think Wendy's is going to go if McDonald's can't even get some kind of a bounce? Because they're not loving it right now on McDonald's. For me, underneath the 50 period, there's nothing lining up on the daily chart. Let's look at a weekly chart at McDonald's. Sometimes you get great weekly levels, and maybe you're pulling into something there. I like 250 looks really good. Double bottom from 2023 and 2024. So it's bounced off this multiple times. I think that would be at least an area of interest because all we're gonna do is look at the charts for you. Like it's in a pullback in the short term. So for me, I really don't see anything enticing. But if you zoom it out far enough, like the weekly or the monthly, like sometimes that's where you can pick up some good price levels. Man, the monthly looks like trash. McDonald's. Okay, so that's crazy. I'm glad I looked at the monthly chart. This is consecutive months now closing under the 50 period when it has not done that. Close under the 50 period on the monthly, probably somewhere back in here. So this looks like it probably did it before 2005. You're talking about over a decade since McDonald's has closed underneath the 50 period on the monthly, and it did it last month, and it's continuing this month. Yuck. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I'm glad I zoomed out. No, I'm not touching. I wouldn't touch that. I don't like McDonald's anymore. I mean, I like McDonald's, but I don't like McDonald's.
Yeah.
My daughter loves McDonald's. She's like chicken nuggets, smoothie, and all day breakfast, and she was sausage and egg.
Oh, she's a
sausage egg McMuffin, chicken nuggets, and then the mango smoothie. That's the go-to.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like McDonald's for the breakfast for sure. Yeah, Wendy's has been going sort of crazy as well lately. If you wanted to get a quick look, we do have munch. There it is, Mom. I bought Netflix dip. Mom? Okay. I bought Netflix on the dip at 66. Expiring 7/24. So that's a week. So you got a week there. Calls $66. So we can have a look at Netflix. Man, that was at the low today for Netflix. I mean, I think you got a really great price there. And, we always talk about the 3-day rule for Netflix. And, that was definitely a washout here this morning on NFLX. And I mean, if you're going to take a price, and again, like, I don't know the right price to take for options, especially expiring next week. But hey, man, if you paid anything more than, $3 for it or less than $3, you're in the money now as we get up to 69 and change, let alone, sort of the time being in your favor right now if it's going to be in the money, because you still got a week before you have to exercise those. I do think that a reasonable level for Netflix to get back to is this $73, $74 area, and I think it can do it by next week easily. Do it by Monday, right? I mean, if you get an update in the NASDAQ on Monday, like up 1 or 1.5%, Netflix will be at $74, $75. So I think you've got a great call there, and obviously when you buy options, especially, buying a call like that, you're going to pay a lot of premium. Netflix down 666 as we talk about it. And the devil is in this name. But you got to be very, very careful with NFLX just because the premium is probably pretty expensive. Now, I don't know what you paid, but I really like that call for Netflix. I think that should be a good one, down 6%. And at a level that we know it can bounce from. It's had, memory to bounce from there before. SpaceX at VWAP. I've already taken a couple fills here, which I basically considered VWAP. That was 125.25. So I'm going to let this fall back into some more range here for SpaceX. What about 124.50s? Let's put a bid there and go find out what Adair's up to.
Here what I hear on Spotify and Apple. Verge reporting that Apple Music is getting a price hike. Now, as you can see, Apple, not too much of a reaction. Spotify trying to hang out here near intraday highs. Just be aware of this headline as we send you back to the guys.
Spotify.
I don't know John Anderson's. What's John?
What is John?
I don't know. In the chat here, we did have a note from, I think it was John. Oh yeah, I just refreshed my messages. 3,900
right
as well in there. Here it is. Right.
Get it, chat.
Yeah, TLPYO.
Wow.
Where are you located? Because I never heard. Is this I don't know if it's a franchise or what. John Anderson's Burger. You guys got to fill us in on that one. No local burgers. That place that we had that one time that was really good, that Obi recommended. I can't remember what it is now.
They are. They're in Canada.
What? John Anderson?
I've never heard. There's one in Markham.
Okay. Cabanos was the one around here.
I've never heard of this.
Okay, well, we'll have to go get a John Anderson's
Hey,
burger then.
Vic Park? What?
Victoria Park? Okay, so up in Scarborough there? Okay, well, we can get, we can maybe get some of that there.
Just because we're in Canada doesn't mean we know everything in Canada. I've never heard of that. It's the first
maybe it's
I've
not
ever
a
heard of
Canadian
it.
place. All right, so 64,000 IBIT trying to go upside down here a little bit. IBIT. We could have a quick look over there, see if that chart's doing anything. Yeah, so like nice comeback there for IBIT. Actually looking, See, for me, this actually looks like a short.
Flat bottom.
Yeah, trying to break just the last 30 minutes or so here on actually last hour breaking down. Yeah, actually, I don't mind this because then we can use our 50 period, our 25 period moving averages. Yeah, 36.20. We're getting pretty close. Let's put that in right now. We'll go with like a unit. We won't go too hard there. 36.19. We'll break that a little lower here. You don't get much slippage on IBIT, so we'll use a unit. Actually, I just put 1.5 units on right here for that break of 19, and then into the 200 period. So 20 cents if we can get it. Maybe we'll probably wind up taking 15 cents if we're lucky enough to do that, especially with the out. Like we have our out. I don't think we need to use the very top, but we can use some of these wicks, 32, 35s. Well, actually, we can go all the way to 40s here if it breaks. That's 20 cents. I think there's room to get to the downside, especially if we are thinking that maybe there is a little bit of a downside draft here coming this afternoon. I mean, the NASDAQ is peeling back. We want to see what happens at VWAP if it gets there. Like, that's a good break short there. I mean, hindsight, right? When you're coming back and you're looking at any stock or anything you're trading, whether or not it's, Forex, a commodity, whatever. But like that matches. So to me, it's this breakdown right here. So it probably would have been that price, 28,950 on the NASDAQ. This little area, boom, to the downside, gave you a little bit, about 100 points there on, your NASDAQ futures. So that would have been on fire if you would have got that one. And then, thinking about maybe where you would have got out, it might be in and around this area, because you did have some kind of support last time it bounced there. So a little bit of a look on the NASDAQ just to see where we go from there. And then I just saw, this halted, but this is a pink sheet. This showed up as a halt. I didn't think pink sheets could halt, but I guess maybe SRAFF.
I didn't know they halt.
I didn't know they did either. This one might be a nothing burger. It's 20 cents, so I don't know what that is. There, okay, this one too, ACMM. Nope. S dot. Ooh, S dot. But this hasn't halted, so I just went, so we have a halt scanner here, and we just kind of go through it all. And this is brought to you by Real Trading here on the P8. It's proprietary software. So we got questioned yesterday about like what software we're using. Oh, there we go. You want to zoom in on it? Yeah. So we could just click on any one of these and it gives us the time. The only problem is it doesn't give us, I guess here, halted. Okay, it gives us if it's halted or unhalted. I didn't even realize it did that. But it doesn't show the volume. And that was something that I want to put a request in because otherwise I won't show it to you guys if the volume is really weak. But S-Dot is a name that's, we've heard of many times before. And there it is today. Up, it's just up 87%.
I think you might have jinxed it.
What, now it's falling back down?
I don't know. It just broke that 27.
S-Dot. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever, man. It's been $28 this whole afternoon. So we'll wait to see. There's the halt that I was talking about. That's the last significant halting stock here today as it's Friday. It's gorgeous weather outside. It's, a little bit of light trading as we get ready for earnings. No major anything to worry about. But we do have a new position because IBIT cracking again to the low side. I do that same sort of look that I just did on the futures. I mean, I think that breakdown gets us to around here. So if we can play this range, that would be 15 cents. And I think, upside even into, we don't have that much. So I think we could probably stop out here on a break of 40 on the upside there. But that's your 15 cents or so. That's 35. So if you want to go 1-to-1, that's kind of what you're looking for. I don't play the whole 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 1-to-1 game in the afternoon because, if the market just drifts really slowly down and then starts to catch a bid, I don't have a problem getting out of it. It doesn't have to be, that huge banger of a trade. What you're trying to do is basically just, and we're going to be, we don't have any red names today. We've done pretty good. It's going to be a big day, not a big day, but a decent day. So we'll just sit here and wait for IBIT. So we're right now short at 19. And as we had, I'm short at 18.5. What does it show on there? 19s. Okay. So a little bit of
You know what's interesting? It doesn't always round the
If you get a half point, it goes up.
I swear.
Well, you know what? Maybe
the
because
next
I'm
time I'll
short.
show it. I have seen it where it rounds the other way on a midpoint. Because I'll take midpoints on stocks.
Let's just figure out then if it's the longs. The longs might round down and the shorts might round up.
Yeah, I was in Neo one time on the show, and I remember I got the midpoint on bats. I'm like, what is it talking about?
Well,
Like,
look what Neil and I are talking about here. If you can you zoom into this, Andre? Because who's over there? Yeah, Andre. Because as you'll see here, I want to try to zoom in on this time and sales. Perfect. There's so many prints, even though that's only 5 shares. There's a lot of prints that go. There's another one share. There's a lot of shares that go. There's another one, 284. That print in between. Here's a bunch.
There's a big one.
There's on 2700 right there on the BATS gateway. That's what Z is. So there's lots of these prints that go through that have nothing to do with bids and offers. It's in between. So when you're punching short, so when 19 broke, I ran into an 18.5. So that's kind of the look, right? And so sometimes you get those prints, and just to show you guys that's what it is. I'm not going to average it. I mean, maybe I'll average in a little bit here at 26 or 27 on this trade, but right now IBIT just kind of hanging out, and we'll do our best with this trade as a 1-unit trade. We'll see if we put on a little bit more to get to a unit and a half. But right now that's IBIT, so we'll wait.
Yeah, I'm jumping in. As you can see, Fabian put in some work behind me. It's I don't know, man. There's something about
as long as he understands our insurance, I don't know.
On a ladder behind you, gets you a little bit.
No, we don't, Fabian. We don't have insurance.
There's also don't work with comp around here either. So just be very safe. D-Wave, QBTS on the 15-minute, all-day trend breaker on the 15-minute. Could be in this candle, but I'm going to take it on this one here. Basically, just going to give it to the top of the prior bar on the 15-minute, which is 17.21. So that's where my stop goes. I'll probably put it at 22 because that's how I roll. And then I'm trying to get more shares here so I can be a little bit closer to 10. Not that it really makes a difference, but I actually have not gotten the full fill. Trying to go short here. So I am in the short, but I am trying to get more shares closer to 10 on QBTS. We're going to the wall with Adara.
Is it the window? Is it the walls? Is it the desk?
I was saying desk, and then I looked at the camera and see Adara at the wall.
Yes, guys, it's the Friday afternoon edition of To the Window, To the Wall, where I pull up a chart image or infographic window. We put it on the wall. I see a lot of people in the chat say, what window? This is the window. It's the visual. So let's get into it, guys. This is a look at Netflix's numbers of viewers per show for Q2 2026. I did tease you guys during the midday at another Netflix infographic. This is it. It's going to come out on Saturday afternoon, so stay tuned for that. Now, I want to say here as well, just to address how we got these numbers, Netflix includes them in their quarterly earnings reports. So in addition to their revenue, to their guidance, their margins or whatever, all of the financial stuff, they also have a whole portion where they mention the number of viewers for a whole bunch of their programs that came out during that quarter. So I'm going to go through some of these names, and you might notice a theme, which might be that you've never heard of them. So we start here with the TV shows. I Will Find You, by far the most successful Netflix new TV show during the quarter, which they even acknowledged here. Then there's Legends, Teach You a Lesson, which is a South Korean program. Berlin and the Lady with an Ermine. The Polygamist, Flunked, and Rosario Tijeras, which apparently was a successful series in Latin America. Then you go down to films here, and you've got a whole bunch of other movies that I'm not sure too many people have heard of here. Apex, Office Romance, Voicemails for Isabel, Remarkably Bright Creatures, and then 2 very successful documentaries here, Maternal Instinct and The Crash. Now, what I really noticed here as a theme for the shows is most of the programs they mentioned here are international. And as I mentioned here during the midday, what you're really seeing as well with Netflix is a sharp uptick in international revenue growth, especially compared to only 10% international, 10% the US and Canada growth. The growth that we're seeing in every other region is surpassing that. It's over 10%. So I think, it's pretty obvious here, as I said during the midday as well, Netflix is really, I think, trying to center more content here that is not in the English language, which I think is a really good move here to try to grow and expand in the regions that are growing the fastest. But I think maybe, as you can see here, we used to see a lot of programs where we were super familiar with, like some of the ones that came out during Q1 include the second season of One Piece, you had Bridgerton season 4, I believe, right? That's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing a lot of stuff that I just don't think is necessarily picking up to the best degree or as well, as maybe some of their past series have, with the exception, of course, of the successes here of, I would say, Maternal Instinct and The Crash, these 2 documentaries. So interesting look. You can check this out over the weekend on X at TTV Research. And that is today's edition of To the Window, To the Walls, to send you back over to the desk.
Okay. I literally looked at all of those names. I am a subscriber of Netflix. I'm sure my wife has watched some of those movies or shows, but like, I have no idea about any of those titles.
The worst part is I've watched one of them, and even when I saw the title, I was like, what is that? And then I remembered, I did watch that. But it was just like the trailer was interesting, and I remember watching it. I didn't even remember what the title was. It was that I Will Find You.
I'm not familiar with any of that.
And then there's that I didn't watch the Charlize Theron movie, but I don't know, she's a big star, so I guess that's why it's number 1. What do we feel about Netflix after looking at that, everybody? I don't know. First of all, how about we do a quick little poll about Netflix? Because we did one for how we thought about the earnings last night. It was about 42% thought Netflix was going up, mid to high 30s down, and then the rest were flat. So in the chat, make it really simple. This is binary. Type 1 if you think the bottom is in and the Netflix bounce is real, and type 2 if you think it is fake or fugazi. So do you think Netflix has made a bottom after all of this downside, or do you think that this was a fake rally? We'll leave this one up for everybody. Get your 1s or 2s in there. Right now, looking a little bit 50-50. I'm going to get my fugazi in there and type the 2. And there you go. There's the poll. I don't have to leave this up. You can see it for real right behind us. And look, I can also see viewers' top tickers.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, there. I like that look better.
SPY, Micron.
Bottom is in.
Bottom is in.
So people are saying fake. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced one way or the other. I mean, you picked Warner Brothers because you think that deal's gonna, mature up. So I think that's trying to play.
I think they can get it done, and then there's this nice little buffer. It's like basically you get 1% every single month that it doesn't close past September 30th. So there's a real incentive to get the deal done, and it's all partisan stuff. But we're gonna go back to the desk. We're gonna go through Fabian and back to the desk.
Just a couple updates here from Michael Burry of Big Short fame. He's posted here in Substack. He apparently is added to his long position on DK and GE DraftKings, which was announced a couple weeks ago. And he's actually covered his short on Oracle, ORCL. So some updates here from Michael Burry. I think we're probably going to be giving our own portfolio updates here for our stock picks of the year soon. So stay tuned for that as we send you back over to the guys.
You should watch too.
Was she watching?
I'm just telling you, Big Short, that she got to get into that
yeah,
one.
you got to watch the Big Short.
As well, Wolf of Wall Street, Dumb Money, all that kind of stuff is just, is something definitely to watch, especially if you have nothing to do. Those might be on Netflix. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So just looking forward. So we did get a 25 fill. So I guess now we just got to wait, man. I don't even have the stop order in on this. I don't want to go too crazy here and lose a whole bunch. If this breaks 35, I think we just get out of it. I mean, the market's doing its own thing here. I put that trade on, honestly. We just looked at iBid and thought about it. So let's put that stop in right now. 36. This is what I don't want to screw up. 36. We'll put that stop in. And we have a key here. You can switch it to, it's kind of neat. You can put 100, 25, 75%. It's not rocket science. You can get out on any of the quarters. In this situation, 100%, so if there was a trade, and I think I need to do a little bit better, I get out of 100% most of the time. But I think, breaking a key level, especially in the morning, maybe you get out of 75%. So, if it's a fake break, you still have something on board. But here, I must push enter before I forget. So that's it. And I just want everyone to know, especially when I'm getting into a position, we drew these lines before. So we try to analyze, how many shares we want, what happens if it goes wrong, where are we going to average in? So we take the 50 period moving average, and 25 period would be fine as well. So we take that. And now we just wait to see if this trade will pan out for us. It may not, and if it doesn't, then we have our stop, and it's a very, very light hit if that winds up happening. And just quickly, we are going to go back to SIA, but look, exactly, this is why we got out here. because there was, look, I wasn't sure if we would bounce off VWAP or not, but both of these are 10 cents, 20 cents ahead of VWAP. So we took those out, and it looks like a complete sort of U-shaped there recovery off of volume weighted average price for SpaceX. So I will put another bid down there just because now we've seen it. And by the way, Intel off of our 96 is bleeding a little bit here as well. That could have been another trade. That was my number one. No, Apple's number one. This is number two. P&L there just on that move, but we could have maybe done that again there instead of IBIT. That was probably a little bit of a better look, but okay. Anyways, it is what it is. We're going to put a bid down here at 125.10 if that feels good, but right now we have something better, and that's Sia at the big desk.
Let's take a look at what is happening now, starting by taking a look at the three major averages and little one IWM. So we have the SPY currently down close to 8%. The triple Qs are down 1.11%. Very good number there. And the Dow is currently down 0.61% at the moment, with the IWM also down 0.54%. Safe to say all the major averages in the red at the moment. Let's take a look at one of the tickers I want to discuss. It's TRV. That's the Travelers Companies that reported pre-market before the bell today. The shares of the Travelers Companies have been rising today and currently up above 8% on the day after the insurance company's latest earnings report pre-market. So it showed $10.04 in earnings per share and beating the Wall Street's consensus of $5.41 shares. So it's almost up by $5. Pretty good. The company also reported up to $2.2 billion in net income compared to about $1.5 billion in last year's quarter. So TRV with that up 8.1% on the day.
Thank you very much there, Sia. And I know we didn't get really much of a chance to talk about DraftKings there.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, I don't know. Look, we know who Michael Burry is. I can't profess to be inside of his mind, but I do know one thing. He doesn't care about the death cross. That much is obviously certain. Because on the weekly chart, death cross on DraftKings. That would be the 50-period moving average, simple moving average, crossing down underneath the 200-period moving average a couple of weeks ago. Anyways, it's just supposed to signal that you could have some weakness, or not really a change of trend, but yeah, some weakness in the stock. But DraftKings, I don't know, if you can't get going now, like, you've made the low, you've made some higher lows, you have the World Cup. I mean, football season's around, like, literally around the corner, so you got to ramp up there, which also means college sports. Like, that's where it's at. Put up or shut up, because like if you're not bouncing going into the big gambling seasons, then I don't know what you got going for you. Right now it's all about the scandals in the the prediction markets, but also it's all about the prediction markets and increased competition because of it. That teleprompter story is wild, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
But you also
really,
know
really
that
funny.
You know how tempting that would be. Like, it's the same thing as what these college guys that keep getting caught. It's like you have all of you can't go anywhere in a stadium, can't go watch anything without they're talking about prediction markets this and betting that and gambling that, and then here's all of these and probably people all in your ear. You could do this, you could do this. There's no surprise. Whatever level of like corruption that you think and insider dealings and point shaving and throwing, whatever level you think, it's probably like 10% of what is actually going on, like that. Because when I saw like that, the baseball guy, give me a break. Like if a dude making millions of dollars a year in baseball put that on the line to make 10 grand here, 50 grand there, to just throw a wild pitch randomly, first pitch ball, and guys are dropping on, and he'll just throw a random first pitch when he's got great control, and he just throw it in the dirt, and that guy's risking millions of dollars in a career to get paid 50 grand to do that. And then he's roping other people in. Like, it's crazy.
It's like this whole Kawhi Leonard thing. Like, it's like,
oh God,
it's a couple extra $1 million there, and now we've got, look at it all, and,
bro.
Trying to violate some of the contracts and whatnot. There. Okay, well, while we were gone over to Sia there, what's up, Ozan? Here we go. We get that 125. So we miss it the first time, and never fear, VWAP will come back here. And there it is right there. So another out there on VWAP as we're getting lighter and lighter on this position, obviously, as the day is getting a little long in the tooth. Although I still think there's opportunity for this to drop in. And we've seen it the last couple of days here on SpaceX into the close. We did have some negativity there. You got to be careful with the imbalances. We don't know where those are going to come from. But yeah, lock up. Like yesterday, the imbalance was downside. Like Sharif gave, and I don't know, let me see what it is here on Benzinga again, because Sharif gave us a report that I heard him say, I don't know where he got it from, that it was 20-something% short on SpaceX. I don't know. Right now, this is 1.8%. It's because this is the total amount of shares, like that's 6 billion. So
I see what he's.
It's most of those shares are locked up.
Okay.
So right now you
short
can't. Yeah, it's the public short float right now, like all the retail that's been in it there. And I guess if you kind of add it up now, people are playing the game short. And I don't know where exactly they're all borrowing all those shares to get short from, but that's interesting. So SpaceX, I think that's rocket fuel for upside. I actually,
That's how Tesla works.
Yeah, so if you're going to start shorting SpaceX and all of a sudden, they catch a bid for some random reason, who knows what that reason is going to be these days. But if they do catch a bid, then yeah, man, there's going to be people caught short. And then, people will start questioning, oh, did I short the bottom or whatever? And then you could get a nice cover back there to the upside, especially when Elon Musk, he loves to, give the screws to, that kind of a trade. So we'll see if there's a little bit more talk about that on SpaceX.
Wait till he starts calling out the shorts.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Right?
He likes playing.
He's going to. And it's a great point about the available float short, because that's actually what matters oftentimes. Like the things, the traditional short percentage is dwarfed by, okay, well, what's the actual available float and what's the days to cover? Like how much volume does it do? Because if a stock, it might not have a gigantic short float, but if it's not really doing any volume, it could be days to be able to unwind a short position. And that's one thing that's gotten like hedgies, I guess, in hedge funds or whatever that go short into trouble, is when that days to cover is really high and then it starts going and it's like, well, how the hell do they get out? And then they get just run over and over again. Hey, cheese in a chair is back.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Cheese in a chair.
Here you go. He's on.
What up? The halt on SRAFF isn't preventing buyers on Fidelity from entering orders and having them accepted. Probably a glitch due to it being on the OTC.
But where's Adara? Hi. SRAFF. I don't know. This is a pink sheet name. It's called Sandfire Resources. It's upside there. I don't. It's OTC. Yeah, it's OTC. So I don't know, but apparently it's halted. And the thing about it is, we may not have a quote on this because we don't generally trade things underneath 50,000 shares a day. So there might not even be a story here. We got a super chat, so we could look this one up. But SRA, it's called Sandfire.
The last update here on their website for press releases was from July 2nd.
All I would say is if you're getting fills in something which is supposed to be halted, or you're getting anything that's a fill that you think is questionable, I always stay away from that.
I think he's just saying orders, because
orders, but not getting fill.
Yeah, like I have e-signal right here. They will show all the orders, like all the fills here, and I don't have a fill on here since. Hey, what's up to anybody in the chat named Phil? I don't have one on here since 1220. So right now it's 240, and the halt level that we had on here as well was 1220. So I mean, whether or not you're getting filled, like Neil said there.
Yeah, that'd be a different story.
I don't think, but you had mentioned in your cheese in a chair there or whatever, that you do not just getting orders put in. You can put in orders on a halted stock.
We can put orders on halted stocks.
I can put a bid right now. It doesn't. If it doesn't fill,
it doesn't
right?
matter.
So, be careful with that if you are into it. Watch out for SRAFF. All right, looking forward here, we're going to make another pick for our long-term accounts, and then, or for the next 6 months, we all have this little. Okay, we've already done it. Okay,
No, I said, and then we'd have then everyone would have all picks in. Some people picked 5. I don't think everybody did.
Yes, Ozan.
Correct.
Ozan mentioned I bought this whole float by mistake, and yeah, maybe right there. I have a little bit of. I'll show you right here. This is in Boston right now. She has camp this week, and we decided not to go to Boston.
I didn't even notice that.
But her team is right now. Her travel team, the Canadian team, is in Boston right now at a tournament. We were at this tournament last year, and we lost in the finals. So I have it up. right now. I'll update you. We know pretty much all the girls.
Is that website, the one that people do the baseball on?
No. This is someone just put this on YouTube. I don't even know. It's just someone has a camera.
There's that app for
angle
select
here.
teams that everyone streams all their games.
By the way,
I
this
forget
other
the name
team
of it.
is skating. I think our team is going to dummy this one, but we'll have to wait to see what's going on right there in Boston. So should be exciting to watch a little bit of it anyways as it goes on. But okay, so just quickly here, SpaceX now $1.80 in the money downside, and iBit is basically trying to just stop me out. So we're probably wrong on that. It's too bad because, Intel was a much better trade, and I should have just gone back to exactly what we had looked at before, and that was that 96 level. It's not that big of a deal, but we could have shorted again. It was what we wrote down earlier. It came right back in again. Not only did I like the level 96, but also this 50-period moving average to the downside. So that would have been something to look at there. So we'll hope that, at some point it works out for us there. I almost picked, we didn't get home. We were at volleyball last night, and we didn't get home till about 8:15 or 8:20. And Marissa and I went to Costco, and Costco was, I don't normally go around like that. We must have got to her thing started at 6, so we probably got there at 6:15 or so. It is rammed there yesterday on a Thursday night at Costco. Like, it was packed there. So, we were able to get, they had some pre-made burgers, but obviously you gotta cook them up. So I didn't feel like, normally I just get the ground beef, throw some stuff in there, throw them on the grill, and that's that. The kids love the homemade burgers. So they had like homemade but store-made burgers. And man, those were tasty as hell there last night. They were the cheddar bacon version. And Costco has a bunch of things, man. We always pick up some toilet paper. By the end of the day, like I looked, and we didn't even really have that much in the cart. It was $340. And everything we put in there I thought was like great value.
On there, or
mushrooms. Well, tomatoes. They have a little chunk of tomatoes. We didn't get any mushrooms yesterday. Oh, on the burger? Yeah. Oh, I love mushrooms on burger. That would have been a good idea. Yeah, no, we didn't.
Bro.
Oh, I know. And
I'm hungry because the lunch was
fried onions and all that kind of stuff too. I love that on it. Well, that's a Swiss mushroom burger. You put the onions there, Swiss cheese.
So someone's asking in the chat about
anyways, I just like
Apple.
Costco down there. I think you could definitely buy some Costco. Apple, yeah. Okay.
Well, it's not someone's asking about Apple and the spike. Is there something going on? There's no news or anything like that, but this has been kind of counter trend of the market. Like when the chip names are pulling back, you're seeing DRAM pull back, you're seeing chips pull back, you're seeing Apple race higher. Like there's been this inverse to the market thing, but also the thing to keep in mind for Apple is here. Boom. Just pause for effect there as to how strong. And the market is off the highs, and Apple has been doing a job. This is a consolidative day off of the top. It didn't actually break the low under 330. It didn't break the high over 335. So yeah, inside day, but in an upward trend. So pretty good look there for Apple. But there is nothing. It was just that spike up. You're like, well, why is it going up? Because the market there's no news or anything. It just seems like it's the flight to safety like Apple has been. And in the tech space recently, that's all it's been about for Apple is, I think people are looking at it. Traders, investors are sort of looking at them and saying, "Hey, if the AI trade falls apart, is there even a Mag 7 name that you're going to like more than Apple because they're the ones that are not spending?" So I think that does bode well for them. QBTS is stalling halfway to VWAP here, so all-day trend break, VWAP is the target, but because it's bounced off of the halfway point, I probably move the stop into break even. I haven't done so I should probably do that. If it breaks this level, it's kind of close to break even. It's not exactly, but that consolidation at the entry point will now be the out. So instead of kind of stopping out here, I'm stopping out there. This trend line was more the 15-minute than anything else. And just one last thing, because obviously Apple was not news, but the reason we're talking about like the context of that Apple bouncing off VWAP and going higher was the market pulling back in. Q's really respected VWAP. The one time it pulled back into VWAP, consolidated and hard bounce. That's a pretty good space to look for there to be some support. And for DRAM, I'm not even thinking VWAP. I'm looking straight in the face of where one of the shorts stopped out, which was at 53. So like this was a spot where it took the next leg to the upside. So this reversion, I'm looking for that. Not VWAP, but 53, because it's been such a bit of a bounce. But that's from an earlier position, for sure. So I don't know if we're doing our... Whatever, I'll just give mine. I said it this morning.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, I gotta figure out.
No, I said it this morning, and whether or not, I always like to drop the hint. Like yesterday, like I was already talking about Robinhood. Then I said, by the way, the 4th pick is going to be Robinhood. The 5th pick is GE. And there's a general theme to some of the picks that I'm making, because I've been saying the last little bit, it's a heck of a lot easier to buy a dip in an upward trending stock than it is to try to pick the bottom. So GE, they do have they've got a pretty decent size, GE Aerospace here. They've got a pretty decent backlog for the next, couple $100 billion for the next year and a half, which is good for them. They do trade pretty expensively, so you're not getting them on the cheap. And I did hint that my pick was going to be something defense related, but it is picking up. I like the 50 period, the pullback into prior high. If you go out to the higher time frame, which we're still looking at DraftKings. Shout out to Michael Burry, who apparently likes DraftKings. I didn't know he was in this one. I feel like we always report stuff he's in, right?
Yeah.
So usually I'm like, oh yeah, but I don't remember that one for some reason. I could just be getting old. But look at the weekly chart.
I don't remember DraftKings either.
At all. I really don't remember him being in.
I wonder what the reason
like
is.
the
Do we
weekly
know
too.
that, Adara? Why is this guy in DraftKings?
It doesn't. Yeah, I'm curious.
I haven't seen any of it. His stuff is also like heavily behind a paywall, and it's not even there's some paywalls that you can kind of get behind. Substack is not one of them. I've tried, like multiple times. So we don't really know why he's in DraftKings, but we know he's kind of been steering away from traditional tech. So this isn't like super surprising to me. Yeah, as we know, he was in at one point in GME as well. I'm not sure if he still is. So that he kind of likes those alt plays.
I hear he makes that Substack. He's making bank. At least that's what I saw someone mention on X. That he makes just
Yeah, I mean that's
straight. No, but like there's
all these traders.
but there's
they're
some
making
that
money not trading.
But
they're making
there's
money
some
selling.
that make money, but he's apparently on a different.
Well, people
for
he has
whatever
the
reason.
name, right?
Yeah, because I think it's the name and reputation thing. It's just like it's now a bigger deal than almost anything else he does. Let's go up to Sia. Let's get the small cap recap. Maybe V's making some moves.
Maybe.
Probably not.
I just made a joke, Neil, that you said the right name. I'm so happy. Let's take a look at the IWM right now. It's currently down 0.60% on the day. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers. Some I'm just going to mention what they're up and down, and then 2 of them I have news on for you. So ENHA, Announced Group, currently up 23.4% on the day. You have PHOE, that's Phoenix Asia Holdings, that's up 23% on the day. You have PESI, Permafix Environmental Services, up 12.5% almost on the day. And finally, we have FEIM. That's Frequency Electronics, up 14.5%. This company reported its fiscal 2026 revenue of $63.23 million compared with a revenue of $69.81 million and net income of $23.69 million in a year ago quarter. QMLS, finally, Cumulus AI. So this company has announced that it's officially been approved as an NVIDIA cloud partner. That's the NCP within the NVIDIA Partner Network.
Thank you very much there, Sia. And remember we were just talking about VWAP on the Qs?
Oh yeah,
it didn't get there. It got really close, but you're already getting a bounce. It looks like it looks like it's even trying to break that little downward trend that was on. So arbitrary lines, I can say all I want. I'm gonna take another leg out here, maybe reassess. So I'm gonna take another leg out in the consolidation, let it drift, do whatever it does. If we break the low at 16.9, I might just tighten up the trail and see how far it does, in fact, go. At least this afternoon, we're not getting any noise out of oil or anything. It is still trending to the upside, but kind of pulling back and all quiet here for USO. Haven't really heard anything out of the president that's at a crazy
I'm not hearing anything at all out of my.
Well, that's a fair point. I haven't heard any news in a while, but it's a Friday afternoon, so we might be pretty light when it comes to news, which is perfectly fine. I think that'll be all right.
Yeah, might not be much going on. Their Tesla's trying to go. Oh yeah, so by the way, like slap a fail right there. I mean, we broke higher. It's a good thing we didn't wait, for a little bit more of a trade there. Stopping out there, 35 break out. So that's what we got. We got 35s, 36s and change there on that one. So we'll have to wait now. I mean, IBIT. We could have gone the other way on it, and the only thing that I'm looking at now is, and again, hindsight, but IBIT's up on the day while NASDAQ is down on the day. So, to play that short, obviously a little risky there, but risk is fine. I am down for taking a little bit of risk, that's for sure. But anyways, out of that trade. All right, so we see SpaceX, what that's doing. We're just sitting in it right now. It's not doing too much, man. We have that 5% left of it. So if it tanks, good, or maybe between 5 and 10% left on that. But Tesla's not having a great day either. And it's just right here bouncing. Not that SpaceX is having a horrible day. I actually thought it could have been a lot lower right now than 125. But right into there, 381. It's just not much going on, like I said, onto a Friday afternoon. But Tesla has been coming back in there. We know not to talk about this as a car company, really, because their last quarter that they reported those deliveries was a record Q2 deliveries. And that started a collapse basically in the stock from that 450 or so area. I don't remember the exact day that those deliveries were, but I feel like it was right into here. Yeah, do you remember what it was?
July 2nd, 2026. That was the Thursday.
Oh, okay, so it's right here. Yeah, so that, and yeah, as we were saying, I thought it would coming off 450, so that's right. So right into here, 450, like you were kind of cruising with Tesla, and then they dropped good delivery numbers, and we made a low there of 360, 370 before popping back up. Obviously, June, came and went, with June 12th being SpaceX, and then Tesla all the way back up to 430. I don't know if that wick was real, but into 430, 420 there, and then since then it's just been a nice little downside push there for Tesla. So I do kind of like the short look on Tesla, but right now I think you got to wait for the 200 period, which would be right there. The SG RAF still halted there. People want to talk about Lucid in the chat. Okay, so we could do that. And I just want to say, like, everybody
that's $10 by now.
Yeah, I mean, if they reverse split it a couple times, maybe we'll get to $17. Thank you to everybody that's here, man. I mean, this is where we're getting those. Like, you're gonna see here Lucid from Cheese, Lucid here from Paz. Like these are the kind of things. And there's Tesla from Luis there. So like, it's like, come on Tesla, come on Tesla. So there's lots of stuff that we look at here, and if you could put it in, and get our attention, man. That's kind of like what we're looking at is the chat. So we want to say thank you to everybody. And, we run like this last, hour or whatever, not like a podcast, but more just let's talk to you guys and see if we can get it going. And I always thought, I mean, Brendan's right there. I don't know if we can get this approved or not, but I would love a call-in show, like where we actually let some of you guys, call in, take your questions. Yeah, or zooming in. Yeah, I don't know. Zoom is a little bit more of risk.
Well, okay, it's a little
there, but yeah, just like some kind of a audio call on Zoom or whatever, and you can ask us questions. We could talk about like where are you from, what you up to type of thing. I always thought that I would be.
We could do a contest for some. We could do a contest for somebody to come on video. And
not even a contest, man. Just like that would be hilarious. It's just like every Friday we did from 3 to 4. Like a live call-in show.
I'm down with
I don't know, it doesn't matter.
I think it's fun.
Burry also invests in Flutter.
Okay, so he's just all in on the space, basically.
And it kind of makes sense, like with Polymarket eventually. I think, we talk about some future IPOs, maybe Kalshi or Polymarket or something like that. We do have ICE is in Continental Exchange, invested a few $1 billion into Polymarket. And there's been other companies that have invested some private equity money there into, those names. And obviously Robinhood, some of these other public names like IBKR, and now you're talking about Flutter and DraftKings and all that, also involved in that gambling side of things. I mean, gambling is like a drug. So if you're able to, get involved in that, I mean, it's probably a business that hangs around for just a minute. So yeah, man, that's what we're doing here. Watching out for Lucid. What
unbelievable.
What a comeback for this name. I mean, and the funny thing about the Lucid story is there was a time that we talked about Lucid as when that story came out. It was an old story, and for some reason it got republished and brought to market that day around noon or whatever it was, and the thing absolutely collapsed to where everybody was thinking we halted down here somewhere, and then it just bounced right back up like crazy, and it's been now 3 or 4 days where it's just been upside for Lucid. I would say, look, nothing's changed for them, I would imagine. So there it is. Is it 1-0 good guys? No, it's not. Yeah, it's 0-0 still. So anyways, as we go on, I think Lucid's a short. I'm sorry if you guys are taking this long, but the company's no better today than it was in the past. I mean, you got to do your work. Maybe they did secure some financing. I'm not, if they do go,
that would have been announced if they had.
If they do go private, like what would the premium look like? So there is going to be a risk to that. Maybe you play it with options so you're not stuck holding the bag on shares or something like that. But I would say, Lucid here seems a little overdone to the upside. The reason why they were looking for financing is because they don't got no money, you know, and we already talked about how expensive those cars are. No one's making money making EVs right here. And the Saudis, I think did they pull, you guys, anybody into golf here? I think Liv got pulled. Like, I don't even know if Liv is still going on. I see here all those guys have come back.
Oh, I'm the wrong person.
Bryson DeChambeau.
I was asking you guys whether that was
Yeah, like all these guys, I just saw them. They're all playing in some of the majors and everything now in the PGA. So I'm not even sure that's a thing.
I just think someone's got screwed in. So I think just someone got trapped in the short. Like to me, some people are getting squoze because after that story hit, there was maybe not trapped at the absolute bottom. In here, like at 250 and 3, but I think someone could be trapped in like underneath $5 because there was that consolidation in the afternoon between 4 and 5. Like I just feel like there's some people that are getting squeezed out of this that are trying to hold on for dear life.
You can't. I don't know. I guess I could put this. How can I turn this? No, this is just a gift card. So this is actually really sweet. So Gia is that's my daughter. She's 11. She's at an all-day hockey camp, and some girl came from Nunavut, which is way up north. There's not as much support up there for hockey and all that kind of stuff. So they actually traveled into Toronto, and she doesn't speak English very well. She speaks whichever language, the Aboriginal language they speak up there. I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to speak on that. But the card that she got, as I turn my head this way. This is all that kind of language, and Gia was actually being really. And Marissa was telling me the story yesterday, where she was having a hard time talking with some of the other girls, and Gia was just with her at all the drills, and now I'm starting to get emotional, just became really great friends with her, and looks like a $30, which is amazing, Starbucks gift card. Oh. So anyways, just makes me proud as a dad that that's kind of stuff that goes on there. So all right, that's that. But yeah, anyways, that was really sweet. So thank you, Marissa, for showing me that. Marissa's probably watching, so I'm gonna tell her thanks for showing that. So anyways, that was really nice. And I don't know, I feel like $30 is nice, but I wish it was only like $10. I don't want that family spending all that money. But anyways, that's really sweet. So now I don't have to pay for all of her drinks anymore, which is nice. She can pay for her own.
Sorry, they were just digging it up.
Yeah.
See, you can't put that game in front of me.
I can put it on.
Did you see them just battle out of the corner? And anyways, it's fine. Gia's game was on there, but with the cameras right in the corner, and there was just a battle for the puck in the corner.
Yeah. It's
the D just was able to basically power forward, box out, kick it out, nice swing pass out, and start the break. Whatever, it's Friday. The market's not moving that much.
Bad news, though. The other team scored on that.
I don't know which team's which.
Boo. What were the team with it? We're in the Team Canada stuff.
I can't. Sorry, it's on a weird angle. Yeah. Oh, okay, my bad. But it was an impressive play. I didn't realize that was against Gia's team.
You can see that one team is blue.
It was
Maybe
a nice.
I can put it up on the big. I just don't know what YouTube. It's live. I don't know if we can get.
My bad, but it was a nice.
I don't want to show anything that we maybe get it at. Anyways, it's now Power Hour as we go on with that. But here's what Lucid looks like right now. I don't necessarily think it's a short today, but for those of you guys and girls, anybody that's in this thing, just be careful with it. It could definitely come right back in. I mean, this is a stock that looks like this on the daily. Lucid. So, just be careful with it right here as we're trying to break maybe lower on LCID. Okay, hey, news. I'm going to guess right now something to do with Iran. So let's go over to Dara and find out.
We're hearing from Iran to kick off Power Hour. General Rezai of Iran saying, quote, if the attacks by the U.S. continue for the next 2 or 3 days, we will enter a full-scale offensive phase. So unfortunately, it sounds like we could be in a full new set of enhanced tensions between the U.S. and Iran by the time we get back here on Monday. In the meantime, Sector Watch, we'll see ya.
That is not definitely something that we want to hear, but it is sad. Energy is holding that rally from earlier in the day. It's all in the green, strong sector for today. But let's take a look. So SPY is currently down, inching closer to 8% right now. We have Electric Tech, NVIDIA down 2% on the day, with Apple, AVGO trading flat with names like RTX and Qualcomm as well. MU up 2%. You have GE up 1%. Dell 2.5% on the upside, with Cisco up 2.5% as well. INTC and AMD continuing to slide a little bit over here. You have tech services, Google down 2.5%, Meta down very close to 3%, Microsoft is down 1.5% on the day, with Oracle and PANW that's up 1.6% and 1% respectively, with Palantir, Netflix falling on the day, and IBM down 3.3% as well. CRWD is trading flat. Finance, you have a bit of a bearish and a mixed sentiment over here, I would say. BRKB, JPM have continued the flatness from earlier in the day, with Visa down close to 2% and MasterCard down 1.6% at the moment. Bank of America, MS and GS and WFCAXP all continuing to slide towards the downside. You have Citi down very close to the 2% mark here. And I just want to check Robinhood down 4.5% on the day. You have retail trade. We have Amazon here down, inching close to 8%. Walmart trading flat, with Costco and Home Depot also sliding into the red. Costco down close to 8% and Home Depot, down 2.3% here. Producer manufacturing and TJX flat at the moment. Producer manufacturing, you have AMAT down 5% on the day. CAT down up 0.71% and LRCX down close to 3% on the day, with GEV up 1.5%. Consumer non-durables, you have Coca-Cola continuing that rally up. Sliding down into the red. It's down 4.2% on the day. PM trading closer to the 1% mark to the upside. We have PEP down almost 2% and PG down 1.2%. Health tech, you have a bit of a good sentiment with Lilly and J&J, ABBV here. The rest of the board here looking a little bit like it's lagging behind, with names like ISRG down a whopping 13% on the day, and A, that's down 3% on the day as well, and ABT that's up 1% here as well. Consumer services, I'm seeing a lot of bearish sentiments over here, with McDonald's down 2%, Disney down over 2%, and you also have in consumer services RCL down more than 2% as well, with BKNG and Starbucks continuing to slide all below the 2% mark. Process industries and industrial sectors and utilities continue to remain a bit of a mixed sentiment throughout the day, with transportation, Uber making a little bit of a reversal, but it's still down 1.5%. Health services, you have UNH holding a bit of a steady momentum here after its earnings yesterday, up 1.6% on the day, with HUM up 2.7% and CNC up a bit close to 3.5%. Like I said, energy minerals looks like it's one of the strongest sectors of the day. Everything seems in the green. We're hearing a lot of news and remarks come in about Iran as well. And I'm going to send it to the guys. Thank you.
Please come back really quickly here. Like, I just got stopped out of SpaceX and I just punched long. Like, there's more volume here now than I've seen all day on SpaceX. Yes, let's go. We're now long SpaceX. Let's do this right here to the upside. Let's go, SpaceX. Like, this could just be, oh God, now I'm getting goosebumps again here. This could just be a, late day rally, but I don't know. It's back and forth. It might not be anything. Let's go to Adara.
I can't confirm yet, but as we get this pop in SpaceX, a couple seconds before, Elon Musk shared the following post here on X, quote, "I said SpaceX will be worth more than Earth if we achieve our goals." Obviously true. Again, Elon Musk on social media saying that SpaceX will be worth more than Earth, trading to the upside. Also seeing here that the Wall Street Journal is reporting that SpaceX is in talks to provide Pentagon billions of dollars of AI cloud computing capacity. That makes more sense here. But again, timing kind of weird. Again, SpaceX reportedly in talks to provide the Pentagon with billions of dollars of AI cloud computing capacity. Back to you.
Yeah, come back over here. Right now, so that's the story, man. It has nothing. Elon Musk saying it's going to be worth more than Earth. How much is Earth worth, first of all? I think it's unlimited value, right? Without Earth, we're not here. So, but anyways, we just took it out at 130 there. We'll hold a little bit to see if there is some sort of news to this, but it's the Pentagon working with SpaceX for their computing power. Like, that's really what the story is. And we have to go to Sia, but I just wanted to come back here, let you guys. Oh, we're not anymore. Okay. I just want to say, it's just one of these plays. So we'll wait if there's more details on this. I don't ever. We'll go to Derek a second. I just want to say, you don't ever punch your whole day or go crazy on these kind of news stories. We've done it before, where even on Meta it spikes up and it comes right back in again. So just watch out for it. SpaceX now moving on the largest volume candle of the day. You got more for us, Adara?
Yeah, so it's not just SpaceX, guys. That was really, I think, the thing to note here. So the first headline was, of course, that you've got the Defense Department and the Pentagon here talking to SpaceX to try to secure this compute. Apparently, they're also, though, talking to other companies like Amazon. Amazon is doing nothing on this, but again, SPCX here to the upside in talks reportedly to provide computing power for the Pentagon. Back to you.
So I think I'm just going to, like we said, we did, we traded it out. I mean, 130 was a wall for us. I mean, we had actually written down here 130 as a short earlier today, but I'm not standing in front of the story. So we'll just take that out. And now it came right back into that 127 area where we had looked short before, but now we don't have to worry too much about it. 126.50 right there. So I would say, if you fail back in, we can actually hold this back to 125. I mean, whatever happens here. But there goes SpaceX as Joe sits back down here, potentially selling compute power now, SpaceX, to the Pentagon, Joe. So we'll see what winds up happening. Big volume spike. I ran that to the upside there. We got a little bit out, but now it's falling back in. So I'm comfortable with the amount of shares we have. It's fine. It's not a huge position, but I'm going to give it back to 125. And look, man, if that story is not true, we'll get hit and it'll come all the way back in. But let's let it build some momentum here as traders run back to their desks for this SpaceX trade right there. And I don't know if people are actually.
I'm more curious as to a full list of every company that's in the money.
But it has to be all the normal ones. Like she said, Amazon has to be anybody with power, right? So
Amazon,
Google,
Alphabet,
Microsoft. I mean, I'm sure they could get some Azure love back in there as well. So I think that there is some, room to grow for all of these names.
Oracle.
Oracle, not really Oracle for compute power, but we can wait to see what happens with Oracle. Oracle is actually, it was funny because this morning,
it was a beast.
This is the other thing, when it was happening this morning and and we saw this move here in Oracle and we were like, wow, man, everything is heading to the downside. What is strong? Well, there's Oracle, but look at this. This is the trade right here. It's this pullback right there into VWAP. That's way too big of a circle, but right into here, into VWAP is what's good, right? That's sort of what you wanted to do. Let me see if I can draw another one. It was right into here, into VWAP. That's the level that you're looking to buy into. And then you can see there on the retracement, whoopsies, get off of this ellipse. The retracement back there to the upside all day. Now falling down now as the NASDAQ's falling. Especially Intel's coming back in quite nicely here as well. The only trade that we put on, there's Intel 95. Damn, that 96 was too good. We tried IBIT, which is now back. We got stopped out at 36 there, but IBIT was the only short really that we put on here into the close. And now we got to deal with this as looks like SpaceX. Yeah, so that story was fine. Good one. We made a little bit of money there, but net on this idea, we'll lose. If this takes down 125, we'll lose on it because that's a 128 long. We punched long, got them out at 130. That's $2. Punched more, not as much more at 129 breaking. So that was that right there. Now we have to deal with it as we're out of the money now, $2. So I think it's fine. We're going to wait, maybe get another bid here and then wait to see if it drops even lower through 125. So that's kind of the look here for me on SpaceX into the afternoon, on a quiet afternoon that all of a sudden got a little spicy with SPCX.
Yeah, just an update. I cannot see a full list of companies. The only companies I've seen named from anybody here related to this article, Amazon and SpaceX, and most people are not caring about the Amazon thing at all.
I think we're just assuming the big. I was just curious if there was any.
Who released that story?
It's who would be left out.
It's who?
It's Wall Street Journal, so it's behind a paywall at Wall Street Journal. I was just curious if they listed a bunch of big big boys and left somebody out.
Oh.
That's what I was like. Okay,
well, they're considering everybody but Google. Or
it's what if they listed all the companies and then didn't list, say, Alphabet or didn't list
so
Microsoft?
Short Alphabet, basically.
No, but that's because that's the only other angle. I just got trailed out of DRAM, I guess. I
don't know where Ladder Guy is. Where did Ladder Guy go?
It just broke 53.6, like this flat bottom. And the second it did, I'm like, okay, that's the move. And I'm just going to slap the trail. And it trailed me out almost instantaneously. So it'll bounce almost immediately. I don't know what's happening with Micron. Obviously, these don't have to move the same. Micron's the same chart, so it doesn't really make a difference. But we're out of that one. QBTS still doing the same thing. The Q's still doing the same thing, although trying to come into VWAP here. It would be interesting to see if VWAP holds on SpaceX too at 125, but I feel like that's going to end up being a fugazi. Like that story, my guess is, the algos just sort of pick that up and see the headline, and then they lift the offer because that's where it's going. And then once they start making a market again, it comes back in when everyone disseminates it. Hey, it's not a guarantee for them. What's weird is that nothing else reacted even a little bit. That tells you, at least what that tells me, is when we're just talking about the short on SpaceX. Yeah, if that's the way that the stock is reacting, there's definitely a lot of people holding and betting short on this on a constant basis for big money, because that screams to me that someone just got stopped out, and we just started covering a bunch.
Well, we just talked about it. That was that story about.
That's what I'm saying. I think that reaction where nothing else even budged and how violent it was, market makers lift the offer, someone got liquidated, and that's the kind of action you get. With human market makers, it was always a different story. And that's one of the reasons why gonna hark it. Real Trading by Daniel Schuffer. You can pick it up. They got a deal on this bad boy. You can pick it up for $1 online.
99 cents.
Oh, 99 cents? My bad. Did I say $1?
You did.
My bad.
I don't want to mislead anybody.
I don't want to mislead anybody.
But yeah, that is a hell of a wick there.
You save a penny here?
In the chat. Yeah, save a penny here.
You save a penny there?
Yep. Eventually, it adds up to 2 pennies. I mean, it's huge. So, anyways, go to the dollar store. Marissa was at the dollar store today picking stuff up for camp next week. All right, so 125.50 right now. Looks like we are going to get bled out of this trade potentially, as there's no more bid coming. And once the story is over, it's over. Like it would. I mean, you would have thought it could have kept going through 130. I did, or else I would have got out of it all. So we'll average it back somewhere around here, and then wait to see what happens to the upside now for SPCX. But I just put stop in 125 break. It's pretty simple. If it breaks it, I mean, we've been holding it all afternoon without any news, so we can actually maybe we can go to 124. We go to 124. Let me change that. Let's go to 124.75, because that way, if it does break, we'll give it a little bit more room. Just make sure we put the right price. So we'll give it $1 from here on SpaceX. So it'll be a decent hit that we don't necessarily want to take, but we got to do it. So we went into it, and that's that FOMO, right? You don't need to. We're so structured all day, and then to go in here and just lose it all on SpaceX doesn't seem to be very, very right. So we're not going to do that, and we're going to wait for a breakdown into this area. And if that does happen, it's so be it. We'll take another bid on VWAP, and I think we're ready to go back over to the desk with. I'm going to go Adara.
So this is interesting here. This is not moving at all, but I want to address it because I'm seeing some people talk about it online, and I think it's an interesting point. So SMCI could also be in watch here with this SpaceX story. So just to backtrack, Wall Street Journal reporting, of course, as we know, SpaceX in talks to provide the Pentagon with billions of dollars worth of AI cloud computing capacity. Now, SpaceX and SMCI have partnered together in this way before. Apparently, SMCI actually built the liquid cooling infrastructure for the SpaceX Colossus AI supercomputer. They do have a history. SMCI also hinted out on social media, though it's never, ever been confirmed, that they were going to be part of the TerraFab Elon Musk project as well. So either way here, I mean, SMCI as a partner of SpaceX, both literally and also in SMCI's dreams, it's something to maybe keep an eye on going forward with this catalyst in mind. Back to you.
Yeah, I looked to see if that caught a spike. It didn't,
It did not.
I mean, if you're trying to pick something up at a depressed price, SMCI would be your huckleberry. It'd be nice if there was any reaction. If they had bought that one up, I think there'd be might be more to it. But this is starting to get really interesting. Well, it's not adjusted. Of course, it's not. Not split adjusted, that chart. Let me just go, and we'll pull it up on eSignal. That's fine. We go to the daily chart here on SMCI. So it's right around $20 is that low. $19.48 technically, but you're starting to get into the absolute bottom from earlier in the year. That's a name. This is a name where maybe you're looking for some kind of a reversal play at 20. Not that story really means anything for looking for the bottom on SMCI, but it could give it more juice. The balances already have some interesting, there's a bunch of stuff over 1 million shares, and it's only 315. So just so you know, this is obviously Virgin Galactic, SPCE, with the early look imbalance of 3.4 million, which is not a heck of a lot because Virgin Galactic is a really cheap stock. None of these are any big names. They're all like some small ones here. Kenvue seems to always be there. And there's a penny stock that's getting deleted from the exchange. That's Goro. So nothing stands out like crazy in terms of big size. I mean, Kenvue, that's pretty big. Even for Kenvue, we've seen it on the locator a million times, but 8 million shares into 11 on the day in volume, this could be a little bit spicy. As we get closer to 330, I might take a shot. It's way too early to just say, hey, well, it's a buy and balance early. Go for the breakout. You've got 35 minutes, not even 25, over a half an hour till the imbalances come out. So it's a bit early to try to take that break. I'm hoping it does nothing, and then this stays 8 million, and then you can grab it a little bit later. What did my locator do?
SpaceX just broke below, so you might have just heard me say whoops. So there goes SpaceX right there. So we do have to slap a fail. So there it is. We didn't have any losing trades, and now we got 2 of them. iBit that we put on, and then SpaceX. So, kind of just got caught up, obviously, a little bit in the moment there, trying to buy that rip, and was able to get some out. So that was pretty good for about $1.50, and then a decent amount there. But then we got caught long, and our average price was 127.40. So we got dumped out there, and we actually got the price. We got actually no slippage. We got 124.72. So 3 cents of slippage off that last and latest fill. So all good on that front, but definitely downside momentum right now in SpaceX. And I was actually going to look, and I know we have that super chat. I'm going to check it out in a second. SK Hynix also trying to lose the bid. So is the whole market, by the way.
Market just lost
dramatically losing a bid right now. I mean, this is a 1 minute chart. In the last 20 minutes, you might have 2 or 3 up candles there. So it's a nice downside play here for SK Hynix, of course, and for the market as we're breaking underneath all of them levels. Will we hold into the close is the question. I don't know. Traders coming back to their desks, maybe not. But yeah, SK Hynix definitely breaking below. I think we can go short against 155, but needs to break that first.
It never actually took out that low. Remember we were talking about SK Hynix in 151, I want to say, was the low from the issue. So there's still a chance that does go. We had the order set up that it was going to go. Easy peasy. Shout out to Easy Peasy with the 5K day short than long SNDK.
What 5K day? Jeez,
that's
nice.
why it's $10 super chat.
Ooh wee. Oh, there you go. You used my indicators, and I'm the one losing money over here.
On SNDK.
Thank you. My indicators with Claude, Fable, and Sean Style.
No automation, just indicators.
Damn you, Easy Peasy. I mean, no, not damn you. I mean, that's great. Congratulations on that. But you need to cut a brother in over here. Like, what is going on with that?
I want to see
right there using the Sean indicators. I don't even know what those are, but I'm glad that you built it with Fable. So that's a good one there. So congratulations, Mr. Peasy of Easy Street. Right there, we like to say thank you for that. And he donates. He's been doing that. I mean, talk about a man of his word. Yeah, I've been doing that basically since we started. Since I don't know, 6 months. I don't know since we first saw.
It's at least for this year.
Yeah, I want to see you in the chat.
I want to say for the entirety of this year, possibly before that. Possibly. I don't remember exactly, but I'd be curious.
I think it's more recent than that.
Are you sure? Okay. Well, you know what? No, I'm never asking it.
I'm gonna go with 6 to 8 months.
I'm not asking Adair if she's like that's. Yeah. I immediately take back the "Are you sure?" to Adair.
I could be getting it confused with that viewer that wanted to make a frequency pull over certain things we do. So I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, Adair has the best memory, so I'm not even gonna. It's not perfect, but it's definitely very good.
So I could see CoreWeave, Nebius. I mean, you talked about some names that potentially weren't mentioned here. You're talking about compute power. I mean, it's literally their business there. So CoreWeave and Nebius looking for all of those customers, right? Can you find those custies or what? Because you're starting to break back down below. And CoreWeave, we can look at Nebius's chart. I know they have much more of a foothold there in Europe, but it's CoreWeave right now. I don't know if it's not really getting hit on that story, but this could be something that eventually gets hit. NBIS right here as well, possible. Yeah, nothing going on here, but look at the move though on this name, right? Like this is another one, 300 back down to 160 again. Like there's not a whole heck of a lot going on with Nebius and CoreWeave right now. I mean, it's just downside. At least Nebius has their 200 period moving average, which has been a pretty decent hold right there of the 200 period. So, looking to get longer, this could be a next week kind of a trade, especially if that CapEx slows down. Watch out right into here for Nebius coming back into 144. So deals with Microsoft and whatnot, NBIS. So watch out now for Nebius. All right, we can go back over to the desk now with Sia, I believe, with an update.
Yes, it is, Sia. Let's take a look at the money markets right now, Sean. We're going to take a look at the Canadian dollar right now. So it's strengthened to a 1-month high against the USD here. Oil prices, you do know it, have jumped, and also recent softer than expected U.S. inflation data has cooled expectations for the Fed to interest rate hikes. So regarding that sentiment, we have the Canadian dollar strengthening to a 1-month high, trading 0.2% higher than the US dollar at $1.40 here per US dollar, or 71.35 cents US cents, after touching its strongest intraday level since June 17th at 1.4006 to be precise. So for the week, the Canadian dollar up 1% against, which is its biggest weekly gain since April. And let's also take a look at the dollar before sending it back to the guys around the 100.7 region right now, steadying on the day, I would say, but also on track for a weekly decline. It's currently, however, up 0.06% on the day.
So Alan, thank you, Sia. But Alan, if you're asking, before we get to the super chats, Alan just asked the chat what's going on with SpaceX. There was a headline.
Don't ask me.
Effectively saying, government contract for compute with the Department of Defense, and there was a Wall Street Journal article, and it was multiple companies that were in the bidding for it. So the algos just saw that and it ripped to the upside, and then it's now starting to come back in as it digested that it's not just SpaceX. It's probably going to be, it could be Amazon was also named in there, so they're probably going to battle it out with the usuals. We do have another super chat from Easy Peasy. I learned to go big in reverse on the same stock from you. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. You mentioned.
The only problem is I'm always losing and then reversing. So yeah, don't go too big, too hard, too fast over there. Easy peasy. But hey, man, I appreciate it. I'm glad you made 10 grand on the back, or 5 grand on the back of that today, and we're all having some fun here. So thank you, Easy Peasy, for that one. And here we go, Mr. Cheese in a chair here. This is what I was saying, about more. It almost seems kind of desperate, like we're worth more than Earth. Like, what exactly does that mean right there? But there it is.
Man, that's some crap that gets it in a movie.
You know what it gives me? It gives me George Kurtz, CrowdStrike CEO, saying, hey, I asked Claude if they could replace our business, and they said no, which, George Kurtz, who's done a lot of weird things I don't agree with, that takes the cake.
Yeah, that's a strange one there.
I was chuckling because of the rest of this. It's like me saying that all the free moon cheese is worth more than all the cheese in the world. Both companies top Forbes in 2345, but until then, question mark?
Yeah, I mean, I did hear that space cheese is very tasty.
Yes.
So, if you're into the space cheese business, I think you're
combined Tesla SpaceX.
You're probably in the right spot for space cheese, but yeah, very, very interesting there. Thank you for that one. Cheese in a chair. Coming through again, but yeah. So we'll get ready here with SpaceX. Just trying to figure itself out. Now it's underneath 124 and it's lost its way a little bit here. Like I said, we had stopped out. We're gonna see if we can go short now, maybe into the low of the day again. We already have the low take right there at 122. That would be a nice fill if that were to come through. So would 123 flat. So let's wait to see what happens here with SpaceX. Short now 123.80, just 30 cents in the, well, I guess 30 cents in the money roughly, and now 30 cents in the money. So we'll have to give this a little bit longer. I just took a bid at 45 for 5%. I'm also bidding 123, right where we got that last fill there. So if we can get that, that would be nice. So right now, just waiting for SpaceX to figure itself out. But yeah, downside for now.
Yeah, I can't get over it. Like it's almost like it does seem a little bit desperate to try to tweet the stock up to the upside.
I just heard that Trump is holding Canada responsible for the forest fires. So,
I mean, what? Not
great.
Surprised. No, there's a lot of American officials that are going to say that. But
we
hey,
have refused proper forest management.
This has been happening for years.
Oh man, this guy knows
nothing new.
Trump knows everything about Canadian forest business, and it's just like he's apparently it's Adair, go find it. It's a True Social post right there. Yeah, from True Social by Donald Trump. Wants to now include forest fires into the tariff discussion. So shout out there. It is Smokey the Bear's fault. You are right there, XLV.
Nobody disparaged Smokey the Bear ever.
I know. Someone in the chat there is
I don't want to hear any of that.
Blaming a Smokey. But yeah, definitely our fault on that one. And, the Canadian people and our economy should be punished for ever going Mother Nature and forest fires right there. So my bad on that one. Adara, please tell me it's not true.
It is, and I'm going to read through it because I just checked and there's nothing like super inappropriate here. I guess it's not really market related, but it's tariff related, so let's get into it. We are holding Canada responsible for the fact that they are not properly maintaining their capital F forests and capital B brush therein, and the United States is being unnecessarily invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy hair, the quality of which is dangerous and totally unacceptable. Next sentence. I will call the Prime Minister during the day, so it's pretty specific here, to find out what they're going to do about it. The cost is incalculable, exclamation point. Canada has refused to engage in basic capital F forest, capital M management, and capital D debris, capital R removal, knowing that such refusal will lead to exactly this result. This is capital W willful, capital N negligence, and becoming a yearly occurrence, costing the United States, capital B billions of capital D dollars, which cost of this pollution must of necessity be added to the all caps tariffs Canada is currently paying. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President, all caps, Donald J. Trump. And that's it, guys. That's all I have.
Was there any capitalization of any letters in there? No, so it is real. And look, we kind of joked about it earlier today on the morning show that something like that was probably going to happen. So for me, it's no surprise. And look, I kind of, at some point, and we were saying this earlier, there's forest fires on both sides of the border, obviously.
Yes.
And I do understand, that obviously it sucks because there are people out there with, asthma or different, breathing related problems. And then honestly, I was going to use a bad word, but the stuff that's in the air is not great.
The can of worms that it would open up if you start talking about that, because then you'd have to start talking about emissions too. I'm just from the old economics brain starts going out there and the precedent that would get set, that would be an absolute and utter mess if the world ever went down that road. Just an absolute mess. Because there's too many private companies that would be, it would be utter nonsense. Just one quick thing. You continue to move my trailing stop on this sucker, but we got a super chat here from Chain Reactor. Word on the street is that shareholders are dumping stock in SpaceX to drop the price, I think you mean, because of the new deal with LAES and the quantum launch. I think it was it you
LAES?
that, okay, so first
Seals
of all,
Corp?
I believe you were talking about LAES the other day. If it's somebody else, maybe not. But this stock has been hurting for a while. But the one thing I wanted to remember about LAES is $2. See this? Every time for the last 2 years, this stock has bounced off of $2. So it's got 50 cents to go, and then we have a chance, and it might be worth having a look at this sucker. That's a 1, 2, breakout, 1, 2, 3, and this would be the 4th time that it potentially bounces off that $2 level. So maybe there is something there. Again, I think you're just blindly speculating, but I remember the last time that stock got brought up, it was there's a monster level on it. Market bounced off VWAP. That's close enough to a VWAP bounce to jump out of QBTS, so I'm done with that one. It was just a reversion into VWAP. Really didn't even give you that much room. It's effectively a 1.5 down there to be able to grab it. Kenview's gotten smaller, not as interested. That penny stock delete is now 5 million shares to the sell side. Why is that there? Oh, why is that there twice? That's from...
I'm just glad that Canada didn't disrupt any of the elections, or else, now we'd have the air plus the elections. That would have been a lot right there. But we do have.
I'm just biting my tongue.
We do have one in Adara back there, and of course, all of Asia on their tippy toes here, as we had yesterday about China there yesterday with potential warning of election fraud as well. But all right, let's go back over, see what's going on at the desk.
Yeah, how many tariffs you got? A lot, apparently. But right now, we're going to be here with 21 Savage here. I've got one with me. We're going to talk about the Asian markets and how to approach them heading into, I guess, Sunday night session now. But what did they give us last night, just to start it off?
Yeah, okay. So funny you should mention, Sean. But yeah, in Shanghai, we had a big news on $8.6 billion IPO liquidity drain. So the market's basically memory giant CXMT. Their upcoming $8.6 billion mega IPO panicked that of both retail as well as institutional accounts. There's fears about drained liquidity from an already vulnerable cash equity market. So a lot of investors aggressively dumping their tech portfolios in Shanghai. We see in Hong Kong, they also snapped their 5-day winning streak. Better, of course, backed off on semiconductors and tech all going to the downside. And in Japan, the same thing happened. The machinery route, heavyweights like Tokyo Electron were down by 8.1%. Advantest down by 7.2%, as well as Kioxia Holdings, they were the biggest downside at 16.1%. But let's look into the open on Sunday. Now, a lot of markets will be closed for the Monday or the Sunday open. We got Japan, they're closed for Marine Day. So a lot of regional liquidity, especially for China and Taiwan. The tech cross-border volumes will be going on there. Kospi, South Korea will close today. So on Sunday, keep an eye out for a defensive open. 4 or 6% of that global semiconductor sell-off will be definitely going into the market in South Korea. So retail margin calls, watch out for that, as well as some pressure from all the paused single stock leveraged ETF listings. And in India, okay, so they've got some earnings over the weekend from some major banks such as HDFC, ICICI, Kotak Mahindra, as well as Axis Bank. So if there are some strong numbers coming from those earnings, so definitely will be bringing the Nifty 50 all the way back up. But if there are misses, there's going to be triggering some mean reversion back to 24,100.
Lots to watch out for. You know, maybe not all of the Asian markets will be covered in the next Asian market update, but either way, it will occur at 3:30 p.m. And the European market update with one occurs at 11:30 a.m. So join us here every day. Back to the guys.
The one and only.
Thank you, there as always. Thank you, Juan. One is always. The one and only, as you say, and always good information. So much more focus now on the Asian markets because of what you see with SK Hynix and well, not just them, but Samsung as well. Samsung got burnt because of that spend that they're doing. So I might take an early shot. I said it was a little bit early, but Kenvue's still about 7 mil. And now if it breaks...
Crap, it's almost closing.
If it breaks 93, I'm just going to probably punch this one long. And I'm looking to play this spike into the imbalance with the idea that if it comes out a bid, that's the exit liquidity. So 15 minutes, we're going to have the imbalances, but that's a pretty big one here. 7 million into 12 million of an imbalance. If it breaks this 93, I'm going to get long. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, a little bit of an update here, or an uptick in TSM rather. People, I've seen people on Truth Social, or on X rather, that Trump posted about this name again on Truth Social. I'm not seeing this, but he also posted like 5 times in the last 5 minutes. But either way, the thing that he's actually saying is, which is that TSM has announced an additional $100 billion investment in Arizona. So TSM bouncing on, I've noticed kind of a repeat behavior that President Trump does, which is posting about announcing things we already know here on Truth. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But currently, Truth Social says that I'm scrolling too fast. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of posts going on and flying through now there. I'm just going to try to hold SpaceX into the close just to see. We're going to get stopped out soon if this breaks through what did I put the stop at? Yeah, 124.40, which was that last little wick right there. Well, you know what? Let's wait till 50s break now that I see where this 25 period moving average is, 124.51. All right, a breakout over there, and we'll move aside with SpaceX. So let's wait to see if there's any sort of an actionable trade here into the close. We're short right here, just underneath 124. Again, as if it's worth more than the moon, then this is a bad position. But we're just going to give
Earth.
the Earth, sorry. To the moon, but worth more than the Earth, right? So 124.50 is going to be a stop zone there on SpaceX. Got caught going long there. It's funny because we were only short all day, and then I think if that never happened, then we probably still are looking at a short of 126 and change, but it did. So, we will not blame anybody but ourselves. We're putting the trades on. So now we'll wait to see what happens here to a possible downside push right now for SpaceX, if it all happens. We do have the imbalances coming through there as well.
Zion.
Yeah, I mean.
For a swing trade, good entry for SK Hynix long, asking for a friend. Would you guys consider long the stock? I think if I got into the memory names, I'd probably just play DRAM, and this is not the spot. I feel like you're buying the top after a big. It's not really an IPO, but after a big issue like this, like it feels like you're buying the top. So I don't want to invest in it personally. But I get the notion for the swing. I want to make a correction. It did break that 150 this morning, but it failed the breakdown. So it did break the low underneath the 150 level, and I believe 149 was the actual issue. So it did lose that and then regained it. So there was a liquidity grab underneath that price, which isn't a bad reversal setup. But you have to ask yourself, did you already not get that bounce? It did that and went 10% and did so in a couple of hours. Pretty quick. So you got to ask, is that the move? And you already got your lick grab underneath. So to each their own. It hasn't even confirmed this hold until we close and hold that today anyways. And we're not even done with the session. Like, it's already still falling, only 1% up. But it is that 149 that's got to be the key. Because I feel like if you lose that price again, you lose it not for good, but you lose it for real. Like next week, if it breaks 149, I'd be looking short next week on SK Hynix. We can only just talk about what we're looking at here. And I also think the same thing. I just think like the safer place to be. Like, look at the difference in chart between DRAM and SK Hynix. Like, I'm actually kicking myself for like, why when DRAM was up here did we short 55 on that and SKHY, because I keep typing it wrong. But at the same time, if you like, short worked, but if you take SK Hynix short, look at the follow through. So SK Hynix was actually weaker than the ETF, which I think does not bode well for its short term. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't. Not too sure about what we're going to see with SK Hynix. I mean, we had some people, SanDisk, Micron. There's a lot of reasons to get into those names as well. So kind of like pick your poison on one of those if you wanted to do something. Apple, no, not at day's high. Let's see what Palantir is doing here as well. PLTR 132 and change here for Palantir, bouncing off VWAP. So the market is kind of trying to figure itself out at VWAP. There's only 12 more minutes left. I don't think it's a smart idea to take anything, too much market related. Those imbalances will come in. Sometimes, especially on a Friday here, could be relatively big if people trying to manage their positions into the weekend and just trying to get out on a certain level on the NASDAQ, down 1.5%. Someone in the chat was like, hey, what if over the weekend, things escalate? I mean, we did have that report there yesterday from President Trump about China. So, there could be something going on there. We do know that USO is up, 3% or something today, starting to go almost 4% today. That rally could continue into the weekend as well. So let's just be careful on some of the things that may or may not happen over the weekend and potentially could make a lot of sense, people getting short because, or at least getting out of their trades. Like today was a pretty violent, like if that was the thought early, maybe that's the thought late as well. So it's something to consider here on a downside move on the NASDAQ early as people panic for a Friday. Will the panic sell come back here into the close? I guess momentarily we'll all find out. So that's what's going to happen with the NASDAQ. And, SMH today, SockCell, all of these names just continued on a downside turn, right? I mean, Marvell turned a little bit up there at the end of the day off of this move here in the afternoon. So did a stock like AMD. AMD, I don't think got back into, not yet. Did not get back into 500 yet. But that was pretty close there. All right, so now we just took a fill there on SpaceX at 50s, I believe, or so. So now let's wait to see if there is that final, push to the downside here for SpaceX. It doesn't look like it. So we're starting to get a little out. 10 minutes left here on SPCX. So that's what's coming next. We'll see where this market goes. But yeah, SK Hynix, an interesting name for sure. I know Sia's did like sort of a sector watch and a happening now, but it's like if you're going to look over here, things have turned quite red now. Earlier today we did have some help from the financials that were helping this go a little bit, and now today there's almost no green financial names in here. Travelers, so maybe some of the insurance names are starting to be a little green there, but on what was a very positive week for banks, starting to turn a little bit on their side here into the close. So just be careful now as bank stocks starting to go the other way, probably helping the ES. I don't know if the ES is down 1% or what the ES is down right now. And you have a quick check on that one. Yeah, down 1.09%. So trying to catch up with the NASDAQ, and a lot of that is on the back of financial weakness. So just pay attention to it, and let's go over to the desk with Sia.
Let's talk here about another post from President Trump on Truth Social. As I mentioned, he keeps posting. Nothing massive to say here. I just wanted to address it because he's praising CPI for June 2026, saying it was below the forecast of every single economist, according to him, 67 economists that were polled here by Bloomberg. So Trump praising economic data here, just worth a mention. Yesterday as well, he also praised the stock market again during that election-related speech. So just, yeah, a lot coming here from President Trump this afternoon. Like massive, massive power hour posting spree. Back to you.
You know, but it hasn't done anything for the overall market. And I just saw in the chat, good conversation. We always have the best conversations and a great community in the chat. But one of the things that it was ongoing is, hey, the reminder that cash is a position over a weekend. I know there's swing traders out there that are like, oh, well, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I want to do. But we got major earnings next week. You've got Iran headlines at the wazoo. For sure. So there's a lot of moving parts in here, and we're in an extremely volatile state. And to the point, just to go back to the HK Hynix, it's literally the most volatile major cap tech name right now. Right? Like it's like there isn't a big company moving around more than SK Hynix.
No, that's right.
And doubly so. So it's probably like the riskiest over the weekend stock that you could, I mean, obviously like big cap tech stock that you could look at. You could be holding, the riskiest stock you could probably be holding is that VEE thing. Like Twin V Power is probably percentage-wise the riskiest thing. No, but SK Hynix, that's one you definitely want to be careful with for sure. And next week, we're going to run that gauntlet for sure. Only about 8 minutes to go.
Let's do that. Let's do the earnings.
Oh, we haven't done the earnings calendar yet?
No, I mean, we did a lot. We did yesterday.
We talked about it. I thought we had done it. We talked about the gauntlet next week. I thought we had put that up. No, let's get the earnings calendar up because that's another point for why this can be extra volatile. It's tricky to get in right before major earnings, for sure. Like this is going to be huge. Like this is a put up or shut up earnings season here. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, so there's a lot here, guys. Obviously, this is not everything, but these are like the largest ones. You've got here on Monday morning, actually, two names, which you don't always get on Mondays, Domino's and AMC. AMC initially was supposed to be after the bell on Monday, but they changed that. I already have a Domino's earnings preview on X, and there's an AMC one coming soon. Then you've got here on Tuesday morning some decent names here, GM and 3M, probably the most notable. On Wednesday morning, you've got GEV, Philip Morris, and AT&T. Wednesday after the bell is when things get incredibly spicy. Tesla, IBM, Google, Texas Instruments, and ServiceNow. I think all five of those certainly are going to be of note, especially for IBM and ServiceNow, given the SaaS-mageddon 2.0. On Thursday morning, you get some names of interest here, Lockheed Martin and Nokia, probably the two most interesting in two very different sectors. On Thursday afternoon, you get Intel, another massive name. And Friday morning, also weirdly stacked here for earnings, Verizon, Charter Communications, American Express among them. Back to you.
So on Wednesday, I was telling this to Sean, on Wednesday, GE Vernova is going to report before the market even opens up. So imagine, I'm not saying it's going to open down, but imagine a world in which they disappoint and their guidance is poor, right? It's already going to get smoked because power has been on an absolute tear for them. Then imagine a scenario where Alphabet reports after the market on the same day and their CapEx spend goes down because they have some concerns. GE Vernova could lose 25 points. They could pull an IBM.
Yeah.
Like easily. And speaking of IBM, they're going to be reporting. Now, we already got the preliminary report, which absolutely crapped the bed. CEO with the letter out. There's like potential lawsuits over this letter. I don't think anything will happen because of that. Preliminary earnings happen all the time. And if he was just being honest about the outlook and it doesn't look that good, then how are you going to hate on them for that? But that's right back into the lows. Everyone that was excited, remember what we talked about with this bounce that it had. If you have a bounce after a Huadong to the downside and it doesn't break out prior resistance, it's still a downtrend. IBM is still selling off. What you've at least had is a hold of the higher low. So now you got 210. Do it once, do it twice. It would matter more if they didn't have to report next week, but they do. And that's just the reality. So they're up against it because this is a 200, like this area, 220, is a multi-year support level for IBM. And if it falters at this price, nasty. And I've held IBM for a very long time. Not only have I held it for a long time, but I've added it this 220 price now twice. So, there's a lot at stake this week. Just one quick note here. with only 4 minutes to go with the imbalances, the penny stock that is getting deleted is still here. Oh yeah, it's Amex, so it'll show up twice, NYSE and the broker. But 6.7 to sell. Kenvue got smaller, so that actually doesn't really even look all that good anymore. It was 7 million to buy. Now it's only 5, so that's probably going to be a bit of a nothing burger. The idea with any imbalance in the early look is you kind of want it to be growing. So you want 7 million to turn to 10 million, to then come out at like 15 million. That's not what's happening. It's actually going smaller. So now down to 5 as well. That Goro also getting smaller. So I'm just going to get on the offer. Maybe even get out. I'm going to just get out right here. Whatever.
Yeah,
I'm going to get it for
whatever.
what. The idea is that it's supposed to grow. If it's getting smaller, then I don't want that trade. And if it is what it is, it could pop like a cent. Who cares?
Yep, good look over there, trying to limit some of the risk here into the close. I'm starting to get, although it's only 15, 20 cents in the money, I'm starting to get a little bit more out here on SpaceX as hopefully it falls back in. Also bidding 123.75 just to take a quarter. And then if that imbalance comes red, then, we'll get filled on the bid and all that'll be good to go. And if it comes green, not good. And our stop out will trigger at 124.50. So we're just trying to, massage this trade a little bit here and hope that it does make a move lower. And there it is. We did not get a fill there. I thought we did. 170. Oh yeah, we did. We had another 80 there by accident. We're waiting for 175. Now we just told you that's where our fill is. And we just missed it again off 175. That sucks. 123.75. That's the bid. So we're waiting for that. Hopefully that comes in. One little more swipe here before the imbalances would be nice. And again, 350 is when they come out. And you could see yesterday on SpaceX, this is today, but yesterday's imbalance whoosh must have been a sell on SpaceX. We'll see if that could, this is 350 yesterday. So it actually just kind of started with a downside push there, went from 130, 270 down to 130. Not expecting anything like that today, but hey, man, if it happens, it happens. So that's what we're doing right now on SpaceX, waiting for that move, and our stop is where it is. So that's all good right now. There it goes. Yeah, let's go. Nice move to the downside there. We'll see if we can get filled even some more at CO with crypto. With crypto.
I'm so sorry. Yes. Let's take a look at what crypto markets are doing right now. We have BTC, Bitcoin, that's, relatively flat on the day, but a bit towards the upside. You could say trading around the $64,112 region. So wiping out, I would say almost its earlier intraday losses, currently flat on the day. It's climbed a little bit over here, so that is a pretty, not a bad look over here. Ethereum down on the day, 1%, trading around $1,840 region here, with finally Solana that's also sliding a little bit. Nothing too crazy, just down 0.16% at the moment, as trading around $75 at the moment.
You can see it now, less than 1 minute to go until we get those imbalances. We'll have them right up. I'm going to throw up, I actually threw up SpaceX.
I might wind up throwing up.
No, just like I threw up SpaceX on my individual imbalance locator where I just track usually I'll track the biggest name, like the one that looks the most interesting, whatever this ARI stock, which is now popped up because Kenvue's no good, and then I'll throw SpaceX up there. And that way, when we're looking at all the clutter of all the things that are over 1 million, I can isolate and then be able to see the ones that I'm interested in. It also helps me to answer questions. So people are like, oh, well, what's the imbalance on this stock? I can add it to my list, and then it throws up there. Use your symbol list editor if you're at Real Trading. It's a very useful tool to be able to narrow down your watch list. So 10 seconds to go. Remember, it's also end of the week. It's a Friday, so imbalances are always bigger. Do expect to have a little bit of fireworks here and volume spikes. And then again at 355. But it's ARI, and it's going to be SpaceX, which is out, and I see it. Up. It's a 700,000 buy in SpaceX.
Buy.
No NVIDIA?
I'm going to start to get out a little
Where's
bit
the
here.
big caps here? Nothing. Fastly, 1.3 million to the buy side. Usually NVIDIA's in here or some big cap names. Walmart at 1 million shares. Wow, this is the SPY for 1 million. So not really anything interesting. Cisco, that's pretty small, 800,000. Even Intel's only 800,000. So yeah, for the end of the week, it's really just these smaller names here, like Kenvue.
Right there has the total there. 2.1 to buy.
From where?
Man, I'm gonna sneeze.
Yeah, 2.1 million to buy overall. That's not a huge number, but without seeing any of the big cap tech names leading the list, I'd say that's a pretty big nothing burger for sure. And Kenvue came out smaller, so I'm glad we probably. Yeah, this is the reason you get out of it. The idea behind that trade is oh, it's consolidating and there's a buy imbalance. If it grows, you're just flashing into VWAP. The second it shrunk, just punch out. So I basically literally just used this thing. Once it went from 7 million to 5 million, just get out of the trade. If it goes 7 million to 10 million, just let yourself get filled going into VWAP. But that is what it is. I didn't see SK Hynix on here for those that are asking. Here I can just do this live, SKHY.NQ, hit save, and then I'll be able to find if there was an imbalance there. SK Hynix has a buy imbalance of 700,000. So not going to show up here, but I just popped it onto my list, and then there it is. SK Hynix, 700,000 buy imbalance. So buys on that, which makes a little bit of sense. Profit taking, closing position, that was mostly short, so probably a little profit taking going into the weekend. See, even the people that are in the money probably want to make sure they're in some cash.
So right here, Neil's most recent picks. We're going to go over this. We just got a couple more minutes left right now. So I believe this is pretty accurate to what everyone's been doing. Randy, SNDK. So this is until basically December 31st. Like we're just saying, we did the first 6 months there where I was able to have Marvell, and that was a great play. But this is moving forward now. So all these plays, there, Randy coming through. There's Sia behind us, Bloom, JP Morgan, NVIDIA, and then Tata. So that's a good one there. We'll have to see. That's Indian, right? Indian car manufacturer.
Yes.
There, Fabian, TSM. So Fabian's going all chip right here with an interesting name from Japan here at the end. So that should be a fun one to track as we continue to go on. The chat, we just wrote down, we have to figure out, where these are coming from, but the chat is these are just very, very popular names out in the wild, basically, right? Like if you go onto Twitter, you go on anywhere else, SpaceX, Tesla, obviously big names, NVIDIA, Micron, Palantir. These are kind of just like the chalk names that a lot of day traders out there are looking at. So that's what, I just don't want to zoom in and ruin everything. Okay, there's zooming in. So, all right, see now, okay, all right. There you go. Okay. I was going to make sure because last time I did it screwed something up. All right. So that's the chat. Neil here. For some reason, we got to put a little symbol there if we can find it. XLF. So the financial.
Yeah, it doesn't really have.
Yeah, it doesn't really. Maybe it doesn't. Or the State Street symbol or something. There's AbbVie, Warner Brothers, Hood. So you're staying as far away from the chip game as possible right there. Nothing technology related there, basically. Robinhood, I guess, is somewhat of a tech name. Here's Joe, Alphabet. We like that play. JP Morgan, Walmart, AMAT, and TSM. So TSM's a good one. All these prices, regardless of when we made them, are going in right now. So whatever the end of the day is. And, we're all getting a little bit of a bonus because the market's down today. So
everyone gets a better
pretty
price.
Much all these, unless like Google yesterday, I think Google's up today. But other than that, there's Tiffany working the desk over there with Andre. So she's got NVIDIA, Apple, Taiwan semis, and then a couple of different names here in China with HSBC. I believe there might be a Canadian symbol for that, but on Hong Kong, and then MTR. I don't know what that is. We'll find out there. Andre as well.
It's dual listed. That's on the New York.
HSBC? That's what I thought too. Yeah.
Fabian, that's dual listed.
And even MTR might be as well. So we'll find out. Anything dual listed, we'd rather have that symbol in. It'd be easier to track for everybody. Andre there, big names there as well. For me, I said to Fabian, maybe it seems like I like Qualcomm so much I have it here twice. But that's not going to be my last pick. And then Brendan, Tesla, CG, Iron, Space. So Brendan rolling with the same, but added SpaceX there. So we'll see where that's going. You're going to get a good price tonight on the SpaceX ad, it looks like. One in there going pretty much a lot of, active, aggressive names. Microsoft, Broadcom, Eli Lilly. I like all three of those. SpaceX, NEE. People are trying to shoot the moon here with SpaceX, guys? We'll see how that goes. Sharif. Come on, man. He's going with short on. So he's going oppo of everybody else right now. He's going short SpaceX, basically, with NASA ETF there. So that's Sharif. And then Netflix short. I don't know about that one. But it doesn't matter, is my opinion. Adara, big time shorts today with Starbucks in there as their only long, adding Intel and Adobe most recently. So those should be great picks as well. Obi looks like he's added a few here. So Century Aluminum short, gold short, Next Nav long, Trivago long, and Agilon Health. Okay, so thank you to Obi for that one. I think Obi came in second last time. Shout out to Obi there again. We'll see if he comes in second again. And then Mateo, more names here coming through. Man, this was some interesting ones here. But my next and last pick is just going to be what's up on the screen right now. I'm joining one right now. I didn't even know one had it, but it's nice that he does. I'm going to go with Microsoft. I just thought that, you know what, with this new era for compute, I really think more computers. I'm hearing a lot about Copilot and sort of the success they've been having implementing Copilot back into their software. So many people still using Windows in all of their products. I'm going to say Microsoft is a play for me heading into the new year. I really think it appreciates at least to VWAP, and that's only 440. With earnings coming in following weeks, I think Microsoft has a big upside move here with Azure, and just hearing that, hey, things are going better at Microsoft than we think. So got hit there in SaaSmageddon. I don't believe that's right. Microsoft there upside based on LinkedIn, also Xbox. I think there's a lot of different avenues for Microsoft. So I like Microsoft to the upside at some point. So I'm going to add Microsoft as my fifth pick and a little bit of chalk there for sure. With just a
Microsoft's
household
chalk?
name.
I don't think that's true.
Everyone has, I think it is. Everyone owns Microsoft in their portfolios. I mean,
Google's
it's
chalk,
the number one.
But it's one of the worst
Google.
Mag 7 names.
I mean,
but
that's
to me,
kind of why I like
chalk
it.
is like it's got like a one of one. You can only call like Apple or
Chalk just means
Google
like a
chalk.
favorite.
But like the overwhelming favorite.
Yeah. I mean, Microsoft might not be, but I mean, again,
I don't know if
one of the largest holders of the NASDAQ, one of the largest
fair.
In the S&P 500. So we'll see if it goes. I almost took the NASDAQ to Qs, but
Because I think it's counter trend. To me, if it's counter trend, you can't call it chalk. I think that's stepping out there for sure. We do have a super chat with only 2 minutes to go. Late super chat.
we do got to get to Adara, I think, as well.
Oh, we are? Let's go to
there
Adair,
first.
then we'll get it.
See what she's up to.
I'll be quick, guys. Just be aware, U.S. Central Commander CENTCOM saying the U.S. military is conducting strikes in Iran. Like, we've already known they're conducting strikes, but unfortunately, looks like there could be more tensions here with the U.S. and Iran. Now, remember, we had some comments here from an Iranian general earlier today suggesting that Iran is, at this point, a couple days away from just going, in their opinion, from defense, which they say they've been playing, to full-on offense. So things could get more tense here in the Middle East. Back to you.
So, Willis, what's up with the mom thing? Netflix ripping mom? Like, it's like, when I see MOM, it's like,
stand for something.
it stands for month over month.
Oh,
But it's not ripping month over month. So obviously that can't be what you're referring to.
just referring to maybe the fact that it will rip?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Your
I'm
son
just-
did good today on the dip. Netflix is going to possibly close at its high of the day. I don't want to be that person that jinxed it with 1 minute to go, but a good recovery day. Sometimes I know it's down 7%, but ignore that. It's been all buy. All buy, all day long, market closing at lows, and day one of response to the Netflix earnings was for it to catch a bid. Do try to remember that it is still underneath that breakdown level of 71 change, 72, now 71. Still underneath the flat bottom break. So yes, it is trying to fill in a bit of that gap. Good story, at least for now, but you got to confirm it next week for sure. If it doesn't get back above the 71, this is still a breakdown trade on Netflix. They didn't really like what they saw, and nobody's really liked what they've seen from the charts.
Fabian has confirmed this. So this is the kind of level that Fabian is on right here. Over the last 13 days, from June, although 13 log days, I guess. So 13 days here, trading days, right? From June the 16th to July 14th. There's been almost 30,000 ticker mentions from you guys in the chat. 30,000 ticker mentions in 13 days?
I don't know what that many.
Okay, Fabian, I'm not sure the math is right,
That's
but
crazy.
if it is, man, wow, right there. By the way, this is brought to you by Origenics. We want to say thank you to them for sponsoring right here, right now. Origenics, go check them out. Symbol OGEN on your ticker. Yeah, okay. It just meant it's not just the ticker mentions. It's just like anytime someone put SPCX in there or anything like that. So yeah, I guess that is a ticker mention. And this is the last 5 that everybody's mentioned. And so when I was talking about it, this is, and then all these unique users, we can even take all of that. So there's 445 of you that had mentioned SpaceX, 234 NVIDIA, so on and so forth. So this is where we got it from. I mean, we could almost use the chat and use all 10 of these, really, and just average it out if we wanted to do that. But I like this, man, the last 5.
Yeah.
So there it is, man. And I think these are all names that if you peruse through Twitter, probably it's something very similar to what retail's been looking at, right? So there we go, man. That's where the chat comes from. We'll put together either a Dara will or Fabian will or something. We'll put together a nice little chart that shows what people are picking there.
Yes.
We also do have, it's actually at the bottom, it shows how many industrial names, how many technology
That's
names.
the coolest part of the new thing that Fabian did built. Like there's a little breakdown so you can see which sectors we're favoring.
Pretty
Dara?
sweet.
So I was thinking about this. I want to give you guys an update visual, but we have so many people involved now that it's almost like impossible to do
I
it where
know.
it looks attractive. And where it's not just a whole hodgepodge of things. So if I can figure that out, which I'll try to do next week, then I'll post one, but I want to post something for the sake of posting it if it looks ugly.
We could do like one that is like the hosts and maybe another one that's like, production. Yeah.
We'll figure something out.
Something will happen there. But we'll consider it all as well. Like for some reason, Mateo's still in there. I mean, it's really. It's like
Every time I walk past him, he tells me to buy Cineplex.
Well, you also haven't walked past him in 2 months at least.
No, it's true.
So there we go.
No, but he put Cineplex as his pick now.
Is that even one of his picks?
It is. And like back when, because all the guys are working remote because of the renovations, and like he would every single time go to the bathroom, like months ago, Cineplex. I haven't looked at that stock in forever. I have no idea who's gonna win on Sunday, but I'm gonna begrudgingly root for Argentina because I think that would be the storybook ending.
Man, that was exactly my reason.
No, but I was completely like, I don't care, but it gives me a reason to, when I'm watching the game, to cheer for somebody. Because otherwise, I would just literally not care.
And I just like how they basically just said F you to everybody in the last 10 minutes. It was like, okay, we'll let the cat play with his toy, and then all of a sudden, we'll just take it away from him right at the end. They gave Egypt a chance. They thought, Egypt thought they were going to win. England thought they were going to win. And then at the end of the day, it was like, no, thank you. We'll take that away from them.
They just snatched hopes and dreams. Like it was
playing with their food there. So anyways, I like Argentina. I think it's going to be a good one. And yeah, man, it might possibly be rigged for Argentina, although I didn't say anything last game. We'll see what winds up happening there on the weekend. Spain actually, didn't they in the European League there on one of those championships, they beat France 5-1 as well. So Spain is very legit. I mean, they also beat obviously France there on Tuesday. So that should be an absolutely great game. We just got our schedule for our tournament in Ottawa for baseball. We have one game Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m. Our very next game that day is 8 p.m. under the lights. So it's like our girls are going to go. They're going to play at 7:30. Then we have all day to basically do absolutely nothing. And then we got to go again at 8 p.m., which is kind of crazy. 2 games on Friday, 2 games on Saturday.
Organizer.
Yeah, it's because they want us under the lights. I'm certain of it. We won it last year, and they're probably putting us under the lights.
Yeah, but then then you shouldn't have to play the
It does
early
seem
morning
really
game.
bad
That's
that we
trash.
have that early
You don't.
game
That's
like
stupid.
It's
It's really hard
to all day off.
It's hard to be sharp. I was in a tournament with that.
Can't sleep in.
I'm getting that way because I was in a tournament where that happened to us. We played in a Kingston tournament, and they did that to us, and we barely lost the morning game.
Yeah.
And then a team we should have beat, we lost the evening game too. And it's just because it's hard. You can't be sharp after sitting for 12 hours. That's stupid.
Yeah, they won't be.
Lay the smackdown on them, dude.
Guys, yeah. Well, yeah. We'll send a complaint in, but we'll see what winds up happening there with that one. All right, man. Good show overall. We have to see what happens with SpaceX. See ya.
See ya.
You just wave. See ya. That stuff's never gonna get old, right? It's like the one and only. We got to see ya over there and everything like that. All right, enjoy the weekend, man. Hopefully the smoke gets better around here. Thanks everybody for watching. Joe, thanks for sticking back with us. See ya, Dara. Thank you so much for that as well. Over there, we've got we've got Adara, we've got Tiffany, Andrea. Dara's behind us, of course. Thank you to Michael over there. Thank you, Michael, for everything today. And then we've got Fabian and Ramin. Hope I didn't forget anybody other than Brendan. So thank you to Brendan as well. And thank you, Randy, for supervising and making sure that YouTube is working.
Shout out to Michael this morning.
By watching car videos as well.
Shout out to you guys.
Yeah, and
the viewers.
Big shout out to everybody.
Thanks for all the super chats.
That's there as well. All right, ciao. See you on Monday, 8 p.m., 8 a.m. or p.m.